This is for you new people. I only have one rule. Everyone fights, no one quits. If you don't do your job, I'll shoot you. You get me.
We get you, sir!
Welcome to the Roughnecks.
Wildcats Roughnecks!
All right. I don't know if I'm going to be able to have my sound drop. Sorry, I've been trying to get those things to work today, but we'll see. We'll see what we can do. How are we doing today? Sorry about these delays. Yeah, it's going to be a wild one today. Flying by the seat of my pants. I created a podcast in the last 45 minutes. Live from Las Vegas, Nevada, from my secret bunker in Las Vegas, Nevada. This is the Rational Male. And the thing I really hate about this is you have to pull this out.
This claim of rape has nothing to do with me. The girl was interviewed, why don't you see? And even she, the girl, doesn't claim there was anything untoward. Just because you two made out doesn't mean it isn't rape. If you lift that shirt and see they ain't the right shape, some podcasting creep will say you should be jailed. Just because you two made up doesn't mean it isn't great. If you lift that shirt and see they ain't the right shape, some podcasting creep will say you should.
Everybody, samba!
It seems this how the world is run. A work, a lie, a cannonball run, smear them quick and make it me. No one never able, frankly impossible. Just because you two made up doesn't mean it isn't great. If you lift that shirt and see they ain't the right shape. Just because you two made up doesn't mean it isn't great. If you lift that shirt and see they ain't the right shape.
With a hat tip, a very deep hat tip to Andrew Wilson.
Question for you.
Yes.
Why do you work for a guy that's calling for the genocide of Palestinians?
Oh, I didn't know. I didn't know I was doing that.
Well, no, you work for him. You work for Ben Shapiro, right? Daily Wire.
I didn't know he was a genocidal maniac.
That's what he said. He said we should just blow them up. We should just.
Did he? I don't know. I don't quite remember that.
If they unleash the Air Force, they're not going to be worried at that point about civilian casualties at all. They're simply going to have to eviscerate the entire south of Lebanon and topple the regime in Lebanon.
What? I was accused of genocide when I came to CPAC last year.
I'm not accusing you of that. I'm just saying Ben Shapiro, absolutely.
Okay.
And then you were also in you're also in some amateur gay videos.
Was I?
When you were younger?
I don't think so.
That was.
You don't think so?
You know what I think you
You're
might
Catholic,
be.
You can't lie, man.
Well, everyone can lie. I'm
You're
not lying
about
now.
Nick Fuentes as well.
Am I?
Yeah, you were.
I don't think
went
I am.
You went on
In
stage
fact,
lying about him.
when did I do that?
Just a few years ago, someone asked you a question.
Really?
He has denied that the Holocaust happened. Well, he only threatened to stab one of us.
I think you're
verbatim,
confused about a
not
lot of
verbatim.
things.
No, but I mean, okay, whatever. All right, bye, Michael.
Okay, new scene. Haley and Jamie getting out on the mattresses. They're brother and sister. Like, who wouldn't want the best? Like, do you want to date something that, like, do you want to, like, that's what we call settling, right? Like, I'm not happy with this, but I'm going to settle because I don't think that I can get better. And I wouldn't say that that's a healthy option either.
No.
And men are also, I guess, in a sense, hypergamous. We're just valuing different things. Their hypergamy would be, well, red pill hypergamy.
Yeah.
It's not all men, it's just red pill men. Would be like the youngest
Because there's a
girl,
difference.
Yeah.
the youngest girl, the girl that is most compliant and obedient,
Right.
and will have sex with him whenever he wants.
A couple years at Oxford studying infidelity, narcissism is associated with infidelity. Plenty of people find sexual narcissism sexy, right? So that's someone who believes that they're the best lover ever and is, totally confident in bed. That also predicts infidelity.
Now, McInmurphy isn't just a behavior scientist, he's a master at decoding the little things we do and say that reveal a lot about our relationships and what we're really looking for in love and life. Mackin's insights are going to open your eyes to the complex world of human attraction.
The symptoms of PTSD are so common among people who have been cheated on that some psychologists have coined the term and used the term PISD, post-infidelity stress disorder.
Come on now.
What is the research that stands out to you the most around love, relationships, and intimacy in a modern world?
The research on what we know impacts success in romantic relationships. So there are very simple things that you can do to improve your romantic connection with someone.
What would you say are the 3 clear signs that a man may cheat on his partner that he's committed to?
I don't even know if I should share this, but...
Wow. Jeez. Inquiring minds want to know.
A lot of women have an overinflated sense of self-worth.
Yeah, she's really good at sucking dick. Did you hear that part?
Some of the most popular ones is the Whatever podcast and Fresh and Fit. Bringing on guests who usually do some type of adult content which aren't being compensated and manipulated, used to generate these crazy clips. They don't even live the life they preach. It's not real. They're exploiting these females with the intention because they know it's going to generate some controversy back and forth and fuel their revenue and their growth and continue to grow their podcast, get these viral clips. But then what do they do behind closed doors is they're sliding in these girls' DMs, immediately simping and doing the behavior they say that you shouldn't do. If you're preaching they're the problem, then why are you exploiting and trying to gain more attention and revenue by plugging, using clickbait, using them in order to fuel your own growth? Don't be a hypocrite.
It's just business, brah.
Interested, if you're really prioritizing like, oh, I just want to date the hottest girl possible, it's like maybe that's why you keep getting cheated on, is because you're not thinking about deeper qualities. I know of an anecdotal case. I know a woman who told me, she was like, my boyfriend was accusing me of cheating so much that I actually just did it. She was being falsely accused so much that it was like,
Might as well just do this.
Yeah, it's like I'm
He's
the
not gonna
bad.
believe me
Yeah,
either way.
I'm the bad guy regardless of what I do. So what's the point in being good? So I'm not saying that that's what causes it. Some people hear that, they hear, oh, if I was cheated on in my last relationship, I'm more likely to be cheated in my next relationship. And they think that couldn't be true, and it's like, well, there's actually several ways that it could be true. And I think one set to look at changing would be in picking. It's like, okay, well, I keep getting cheated on. Who am I dating? Well, I'm only dating hot narcissists. Maybe I can pick someone more settled down, more reliable, and maybe they don't have that same sexy cockiness and party atmosphere, but maybe they're going to be more reliable.
Maybe you don't have to wait for that anymore.
Technologies like virginity, body count, and even the dress code are all completely made up. They were made up by society, by a bunch of people a really, really long time ago to control.
And who would those people be?
All the bodies of women and what they do. It is insidious, and it is a huge part of purity culture, which is rooted in shame. It's based on the idea that someone who has had no sex or little sex is...
And what does it mean whenever we put the word culture behind another word? We're trying to make it seem endemic.
Somehow inherently better than someone who has had a lot of sex. It's a very systemic structure that not only shames women, but also promotes toxic masculinity, misogyny, patriarchy, and a lot of homophobia and transphobia. None of these
So pretty much anything
ideologies actually empower someone to take care of themselves or to feel like a sexual being, which they deserve to feel like. Everyone should have the space to discover their own bodies, to make the choices that they need to about their own bodies without any sort of external society.
Let's see this one. Oh boy, you love this.
Little feature, he's 9 months at the time or whatever, and he crawls in my lap and
it was like, you know, this is going to be my responsibility. God, I remember leaving that night and God saying, God saying to me, raising this child, it's going to be your responsibility. And realizing that, pray to God, are you sure this is what you want me to do? Say, son, this is for you.
The first night?
Yeah, the first night. This is going to be your responsibility. And was
that scary?
Oh yeah, I mean, I think scary just in the sense of, not scary, but it was more so an opportunity. Like, okay, God, this is what you want me to do. This is, you know, stepping in to raise, you know, a child with C and this and that, and realizing that, okay, God, like, I know she's the one for me, but also too, I'm gonna take this responsibility as well. Like, okay, like, and I was ready for that. I was ready for that. I was ready to, you know, I love children, as you know, I love kids and everything else, but it was like, man.
Grace to men when they want to make physical improvements. Like, I don't hear, you know, any talk on red pill platforms about a man getting a hair transplant, but if
You mean besides Justin Waller, Myron Gaines, and God knows who else?
she's had plastic surgery, she's an HO3.
Did you catch that? An HO3?
Okay, she's an HO3. Yeah, I'm learning the terminology, apparently. They're encouraging men to change their bodies, actually, by going and getting fit in the gym, right? Building their muscles, right? But again, that counter isn't true for a woman. If she's too fit, she's too masculine, and now she's in her masculine energy, so shame on her. But if she's had too much work, you know, then she's, you know, conceited, narcissistic, and an HO3.
Yeah, sure.
Found it.
Grande chai latte, please. Actually, just make that a venti.
Visit Buc-ee's. Aaron's got some explaining to do. How do you guys like that? Is my audio okay? I've been trying to work it out. I'm sorry. I had to actually run and gun and do all of this on the fly because I don't have. Is this okay? Can you hear me okay? Put a one in the chat if it's good. If not, let me know. Try to audio's good. Okay. Audio's good. Audio's good. Audio's good. Yes. Okay. Okay. Wow. All right. I'm going to go like here. It's not, I don't sound like I'm in a bathroom or something. Sorry. I'm using one of the best versions of this Rode mic. I'm going to just see if I can do that. Oh, when I'm disconnected. Oh, How about now? Is it okay now or does it sound like shit? Yes? No? Okay. When I disconnected it from my shirt, it got better. Okay. Maybe it just needs to be up like right up here. Should I just do this? Is that better if I just go talk into it? Yes. 1 2 1 2. Good. Just a little echo. Okay. It might be. I don't think I put echo compensation on. Let's come over this way where the camera is over here. All right. Much better. I'm just going to leave this here. If you guys have a problem with it, let me know. Good enough. Good enough. All right. So why am I doing this here? Yes, I have a ring light here. If you could see the ring light, didn't you always do that? I always look for the ring light in the either. I'm going to answer some questions today. I do have one really quick announcement before we get started, since I've got about 1,500 of you guys right here. The big announcement is this, is that on Friday of this coming week, I will be on the Tim Pool Show. So I got the call last week. We were working out dates. That's one of the reasons why I had to cancel the both are fine. Okay. Both. It's funny. I made this announcement on Access Vegas on Thursday night. We had to. Well, obviously, I'm going to have to cancel Access Vegas for Thursday, but we'll be back on the following Thursday. So we've already got that loaded up. So the 28th will be the next show for Access Vegas. But I have been in contact and actually talking to someone from Tim Pool's show. Her name is Lisa Elizabeth, and I've got a little bit of a story to tell you about that today. So we're going to get into that story a little bit later. However, I will be heading out to Tim Pool's show. I believe it is in Knoxville, Tennessee. And I don't know if that's where he shoots the Culture War. Did he move? I'm not really sure where he's gone. I thought he was in DC for some reason, but yeah, it's interesting. Well, let me tell you something, Eugene. Where'd you go, Eugene? Come here, Eugene. Come here, boy. Come here, boy. There you are. Yeah. So what? If you've noticed, if you have been, catching up with me on Twitter recently, I've been kind of low key mostly for this week, but certainly more low key than I was the week before. And the reason for that is you don't. Was this a line in Napoleon? I think this is Napoleon. So this is like, never interrupt your enemy when they're making a mistake or tactical error or something like that, or they're committing suicide, whatever. I've come to the point where it's like, I'm just going to do what I'm going to do. And if people have a problem with that, that's fine. But I was talking with Mike Sartain, and Mike was like, you know what? We just got to keep doing what we're doing. We just got to grind, and that's all. And just keep going. And just keep doing what we're doing, because at some point, am I too loud? Am I way too loud? I hope I'm not too loud for you. I can back it off a little bit if you need me to. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go to settings here. I'm sorry. This is a whole new rig. I've got my traveling rig cam. I've got a ZV E10. That is my traveler. If you're wondering why I am doing this from my home studio here in Las Vegas, how about this? Is that better? Does that work better for you? I'm going to use the settings for not too loud, bit distorted, but not loud. Okay, well, how about that? Okay, so let me explain to you why I'm here first. The studio, Red One Studios, yesterday we gutted Red One Studios, myself and Kyle. Kyle Munoz is Miguel Munoz's younger brother. And so we went in there and we gutted the studio. And but that's actually not the reason I'm not doing it. I was really hoping we were going to be able to do it. However, we couldn't do it because the internet dropped and it was a hardware issue. So they're fixing that right now. And I thought, you know what the hell? I've got this extra room here in the place I'm at right now. I'm like, I'm just going to go give it a go and see how it goes. So there we go. Not noise, but reverb. But yeah, I'm sorry about that. You're going to get, that is unavoidable because the walls here there's not, as you can see, there's nothing on the walls. This is actually a dead, there's nothing in this room except for this desk and my setup. That's all that's in this room. So you're going to get a little bit of reverb. Sorry. Until I can find some way to deaden the sounds. But that being what it is, I'll tell you, I bought this nasty thing right here. I know they're like, wow, why aren't you using that? Because it's an XLR, and I don't have any way to put it into my laptop just yet. So I didn't have the connector for it. That's why I'm using the lav mics today. So there you go. So yeah. Okay. So let's actually, you know what? I'm just going to remove Twitch because Twitch is bugging me today. There we go. I just pulled Twitch. So we gutted the studio. We have I don't say all new look, but we're rearranging things in there and moving things around so we can get it to the point where I can actually have guests on this very show. So we're working on that right now. And I don't know if I'm going mainstream, Sam. So thank you for the compliment. But I was talking with Mike Sartain, and Mike said, hey, look, we just need to keep doing what we're doing. Because he's been noticing this too. When you look at, say, Chris Williamson, for example, and you guys know that I don't necessarily have a problem with Chris Williamson. He's just, I think he has a problem with me. And I'm going to tell you this is when I saw the latest video with Destiny on Chris Williamson's show, I'm like, this is boring. And I have for as much problems that I've had in the past with Chris Williamson, one of them wasn't boredom. So when I was watching this, I'm like, oh, here we go again. It's the same narrative over and over and over again, right? Same thing with Pearl. Yes, I've seen the thing with Pearl. I got some inside information on Pearl today too. So just, settle down. We'll get to that. That's actually, I have copious notes today. So we'll get to that a little bit later. However, I understand that I promise you guys, you're going to be able to call into the show, or you're going to be able, I was going to give you the live link so you guys can come on. We're going to do that next Sunday. I promise you we'll do that. I just can't do it here. But we will at some point. Is it red meat? Yeah, it's always going to be red meat. What are you going to do? I got to do red meat at some times. However, we're not just going to stick to one. As I've said in the past, it's like the way I do a podcast is like how I get my dogs to take a pill. My dogs are actually right outside here too. You take the pill, the medicine, and you put it in the cheese. And you take the cheese and you give it to Ned, or usually he doesn't like cheese. It's usually like turkey or meat or something. You wrap it up and put it in, and he eats it, right? So the red meat that's wrapped around the medicine, just think of my shows like that. It's I'm getting you to take the pill. Sometimes you got to wrap the pill in red meat, right? So that's how it works. Bring Ned on. I would, except for he's downstairs right now, and I would have to actually go down, lift him up, and bring him in here and have him come. But I could just angle the camera sometimes. I haven't done the Ned cam in a long time. I need to do that. So that being said, I got the okay. I got the call from Tim Pool's people. Her name is Lisa Elizabeth. She does the booking for them. I am supposed to be on with a guy named, I want to say it's Tom Gordon or Tim Gordon, something like that. Let me see if I can find that guy's name. What is your name, brother man? I have no idea who the dude is, but they're trying to pair me off with the TradCon, and I don't really know who the dude is. Oh, Timothy Gordon. I just looked him up on YouTube like probably about half an hour before I came on. Seems nice enough guy. I'm definitely an ortho bro, but I don't know. We'll see how it goes. I've never heard of the guy before, so we'll see. So that being said, I want to point out a few things here before we get started. This is my main announcement, of course, is I will be on Tim Pool on Friday. I know that they shoot the show from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. In the morning. So that's why I have to fly out on Thursday. And I don't know if it's live. I hope it's live. I think it's live. But I'm not really 100% sure. Maybe it's because I know he does two different things. Like he does Tim Gordon, very Catholic. There you go. Thank you. Well, thank you for Crucible. He's a Catholic apologist, not Orthodox in any way, very skilled at philosophy. Okay, well, good. Maybe we'll have a good conversation then. What's this? Thomas V. I'm all in for. Yeah. Okay. Well, don't worry, Tom. I know you were. I got your message, and you even emailed me. But don't worry, we will get to that. I promise you. I just can't do it today. So yeah, this is the reason why I'm even starting with this is because now Tim Pool wants to take his shot, anyways, at TradCons versus Red Pill. Now we have to go back in time, right? To go back in time a little bit to, I think it was the end of January. And the end of January, I had Brian from Whatever Podcast hit me up. He calls me up. I have his number. We talk occasionally. And he hits me up and he says, hey, I want to do a show with you and Mike Sartain and Justin Waller versus Chase and maybe Lila Rose or whoever else he could get. But like basically it was the Red Pill versus the TradCons, right? I'm like, okay, cool. Yeah, no problem. And then I think Justin, Brian reached out to Justin, and Justin wanted a rematch. He wanted to have us to rematch versus Lila Rose because of that one viral clip from way back. I mean, it was just last year, right? And he really wanted to have a rematch. So I'm like, yeah, we could do that. Myron caught wind of that, and he says, guys, loyalty, I want to do this show. He really wanted us, like me and Justin and Mike, and then we added another name to that list, and that was James Sexton. We want to get James in there, or we want to get Andrew Wilson on with us as well. So however we wanted to arrange that, and I said, okay, well, we can do this. So the problem is like, it's a great idea, but the execution is something that like, I'm not picking on Myron. A lot of podcasters do the same thing. Brian does this. When it comes to a good idea in podcasting right now, it is, you have to hit it while it's hot, appear or disappear. So what was going on at that time was Chase was coming at the red pill and everybody else was coming at the red pill. And it was like, oh, the red pill is just feminism for men. And we're throwing barbs back and forth across Twitter. And it was like, well, okay, if you guys want to have this debate and really want to have a one-on-one, or if you want to have a 3-on-3 or however you wanted to do it, we were willing to do this. Well, Myron wanted it. And so in the meantime, myself, Mike, Justin, and I mean, maybe not Andrew Wilson so much, but like certainly us three, we were like, well, Myron, if you want it, we'll prioritize your show above all others, right? It's because you're a boy, right? And so we were about ready to do this. It never really materialized. And then, as I said, execution is always difficult, and timely execution. So it's one thing to say, hey, Justin, Mike, Rollo, James Sexton, whoever, can you be here on this day at this time in this studio? And can we do it? And then I'm going to also see if I can go get Chase and Lila Rose and all these other TradCons and get them in here. There's nobody that I know of that is actually doing bookings like that at Fresh and Fit. Hell, we at Access Vegas, I'm the one that does the bookings for things like this. Mike does the bookings for the girls, don't get me wrong, but there's a lot of logistics involved. And me and Mike do the logistics for our shows. So I know how difficult it is to actually, it's one thing to have a great, brilliant idea. It's another thing to execute, and it's another thing to execute timely. Because by the time you get everybody together and everybody's schedules on, like, okay, we can all be here on this Thursday at 8 p.m. in this studio, and we can make it work out, yada, yada, yada. Great, we're all ready to go, okay? But now it's 3 weeks later, and nobody remembers cares what was going on, or the original sort of outrage that was going on 3 weeks ago, because now we've moved on to, I don't know, Nala from whatever podcast, going Christian now. Oh, now we're going to go over here. Unless you can execute on the fly like that, and most podcasts can't do that, you're really kind of at the mercy of whoever happens to be in Vegas, in Miami, in Fort Lauderdale, in wherever you happen to be, in Nashville. Right? So you have to go with the show that you can actually produce at that time, and then hope to God something timely is going to happen. So you have two choices. You can be really fast on the fly, or you can manufacture your own bullshit. And that's what a lot of people are doing, is manufacturing bullshit, because they want that bullshit to be timely, so that when somebody shows up, okay, we've got this guest and this guest and this guest booked, well, nobody cares about them anymore because they're 3 weeks ago's news. Oh, here's a great idea. We'll get them in the studio, and then we'll start some shit. So you can do it. You can be timely and do a show on the fly, or you could get people in your studio and go and then start some shit, right? So, and a lot of people are starting the shit right now. So, as a result of that, though, now you've got Brian, who wanted to do TradCons versus Red Pill. Then you got Myron, who wants to do TradCons versus Red Pill. Brian, at least to his credit, got Michael Knowles to fly out, and he got Jasmine Jafar, Farah, and Pixie, all Destiny's angels, right? Good morning, angels. All Destiny's angels shows up, and we've got then you got Michael Knowles. Michael Knowles is up for fucking anything, as you could see from the intro video here. I mean, anything. So he's there, and they do that show, and it's a missed opportunity. It's just a fucking missed opportunity. It would have been a great show if you could have got myself, Justin, Mike Sartain, and then you have Michael Knowles on the other side, and then you've got maybe, I don't know, Matt Walsh, maybe Lila Rose, whoever else. I think Matt Walsh thinks he's above all this, and probably is, probably rightly so. Yes, Michael Knowles equals Boy Scout. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Absolutely. I think he's the one that's most willing to engage with sort of the manosphere, or this. He's willing to like sort of slum it with the rest of us here. Us, Joe Rogan, the bottom of the barrel podcast. At least, you know what? I got to give it to Mike. Mike, thank you for at least engaging with us. As bad as it gets, okay. At least you're willing to try, right? So yeah. Oh, by the way, yeah, we had this girl Naomi who was on Access Vegas this last Thursday, and apparently she's doing a podcast now with Jasmine Jafar in Scottsdale, Arizona. I'm like, when did that happen? I thought she was a Miami chick, but apparently now they're doing a podcast there. And Naomi, gorgeous Filipino girl, fantastic. I mean, God, smoke show. And she's talking about Jasmine Jafar. Me and Mike are like, yeah, we would love to come. We'll go on your show. Yeah, hi, Jasmine. And so it was funny as hell. But so anyways, now you've got Brian, who did TradCons versus Red Pill. Then you've got Myron, who didn't really get it out of the paper bag. But then I told Mike, hey, why don't we just get everybody in Vegas? Let's do it in Vegas. So about, 4 weeks ago, Myron and Fresh happened to be in Las Vegas. We're like, fuck yeah, let's get everybody in. And that was the show that I did with Aaron Clary, myself, Mike Sartain. We had Jake Shields, who's been on Fresh and Fit just like recently. And then Myron and Fresh. And then, to my surprise, Marquette from Saint and Sinner was there as well. Now, I put out the call on Twitter to everybody else, anyone who wanted to show up to that show, who wanted to challenge us, you're more than welcome to come in and debate. We'll clear the area for you. We'll give you the table. You come on in. Nobody did. And people keep saying, Rolla, how come you won't debate Alex from Dateside? How come you won't debate Mac and Murphy? How come you won't debate head injury guy? Oh, Alex from Playing with Fire. How come you won't? I will. I have said this since November of 2022. Come to Vegas, sit across the table. I will book the time myself. Do it fucking live. Come on here, talk to me, and we'll do it live. It's still on the table. The door is still open. I will go. That offer's still good. Anybody who wants to come to Vegas and debate, come on in. Nobody does. Well, I shouldn't say nobody. You know who's come on? Gary the Numbers guy has come on. We were supposed to have Jasmine Jafar and Farah, but they bottled out. They would rather go talk to Marquette and go to some place that's a little bit more safe because they know they couldn't handle the smoke. Then I had Sergio from Purple Pill Podcast, who, to his credit, actually showed up. So if Gary the Numbers guy shows up and Sergio Solis shows up, what the fuck is how come you guys can't show up? So yeah, I mean, yeah, fuck it, we'll do it live. Yeah, let's go Bill O'Reilly, right? Nobody wants to do it live, apparently. So that was my stab, or me and Mike's stab, at doing TradCons versus Red Pill. Still didn't come out, right? Well, guess who wants to throw her hat in the ring? Now we've got Pearl trying to manufacture the same kind of outrage and do the same kind of bullshit. I already mentioned this about 2 weeks ago when I was outlining the fact that Daily Wire had essentially called me to get me to come on board with a debate, I guess, for whatever that means to these people. I got, it was supposed to be myself, James Sexton, Pearl on one side, and then I guess Matt Walsh was supposed to be on the other side. And I know that it was now, and because I have new information. I come to find out that, of course, what had happened during all of this is that I was the one my name was being used to get Jim Sexton to commit to Daily Wire. So essentially what Pearl was doing is trying to manufacture this entire show based on using my name because she knew damn well that Jim wouldn't do it if I was not part of this. So what did they do? They give me the offer. 4 hours later, they say, oh, you were too slow in responding. We filled your slot. They wouldn't tell me who. That who was Michael Knowles. Because from what Jim was telling me is that was the guy that they wanted. They wanted Pearl and they wanted Michael Knowles. They wanted Pearl and Jim versus Matt and Michael Knowles. Well, I'm sorry to say, but last week, all you got was Pearl and Michael Knowles. And we'll go over that. I'll dig into that a little bit today too. But all you got was Pearl and Michael Knowles. Once again, missed opportunity. Bad logistics. Right? Oh, well, Rollo, you're the one that told Jim to pull out. I didn't have to. Jim's the one who pulled out on his own. He doesn't know Pearl from Adam, right? He doesn't know who she is, right? Because this is not his world. And I think that, and I'm sure all the people, I'm sure Pearl and her producer are watching this right now, let me explain something to you about Jim Sexton. He's not of this planet. He's not of this world. He's not of the manosphere, okay? The dude has been making a healthy living being a divorce attorney in fucking Manhattan for 21 years now, 22 years now. So as long as I have been in the manosphere, he has been a divorce attorney. And he's got his own story and everything else. And I'm kind of hoping he still does Daily Wire, just without Pearl. Right? I would love to, like, Daily Wire. If you want me and Jim to come on your show, great. Just leave the kid, leave your redheaded stepdaughter, your 12-year-old little sister, leave her back home. And then the adults will go in and we'll have a conversation, right? You'll leave her at the kids' table on Thanksgiving and we'll be happy to go in there and have a conversation with you. And so come to find out that this was pretty much a setup. And as I said, I won't go into all of the details again. But if you want to understand all of those, I did about 2 shows ago. I broke it all down. Well, I had some new information last night because I'm going to be doing, once again, the Tim Pool show. I think it's a culture war show. I'm not really sure. But I was talking to Lisa Elizabeth, and Lisa Elizabeth has no love for Pearl. And so she was informing me of something that was going on with Tim Pool, because apparently there had been some conversation between Daily Wire and Tim Pool. And you know when it was happening? Right exactly at the same time that they were putting my name on, doing the bait and switch, right? Using my name to get Jim to commit. Now, I promised Lisa I wouldn't show the email, but I have permission to read it, so I'm going to read it to you here. But she sent this to me. I talked to her for a little over an hour last night, and this was very enlightening. So let me see if I can pull this up here. This is I won't read you the whole thing, but I'll give you the salient parts of it here. Let's see if I can find this. Where'd it go? Here we go. This was to Jen Smith. I don't know who Jen Smith is. Apparently she is one of the higher ups at Daily Wire, or she's one of the bookers at Daily Wire. She was not, I think it's Tessa is the one that I was talking to. And there's some other, it's funny, for as much shit as I get for doing our shows in Access Vegas, I'm doing all the logistics. I am the person going and doing the booking. I am the person and then Mike is the one who's doing all the booking for the girls, right? I mean, it's not like I can't give them suggestions when I do. But I do this one-on-one, and I don't have even a fraction of the budget that Daily Wire does. So it's interesting to see how human error contributes to all of this bullshit. Hey, Lisa, sorry, but there's just not a way for us to navigate Matt's schedule to handle the trip up for us. That was for Tim Pool. They wanted to get Tim Pool, I think, on Daily Wire for all the, or excuse me, Tim wanted to get them on. It looked like the 15th, March 15th. What's the date today, children? Oh, March 17th. Would free up, but no such luck. Oh, happy St. Patrick's Day. I should have wore green, huh? Shit. I'm not Irish. My wife is Irish. It looked like the 15th would free up. I wonder why the 15th wouldn't free up. Well, let me explain to you something about, I should give you the preset here. This email is from February 27th. The email that I was given for the offer to come on that show was the 28th. We'd love to keep culture war on the radar for Michael as we were before. Every time a Washington, D.C. related item comes across my or Tessa's radar for Michael, culture war is the first thing that pops in our mind. It's very well entrenched there. Promise we'll make something work out. Long story short, there was already talks. This is already in motion before, well, maybe it was at the same time that myself and James Sexton were going to be on this show. So they're trying to set this up as far back as February 27th. And as you know, the infamous email that I received that sort of like sold Pearl out was on the 27th as well. So just saying. Anyway, so now we've got the Tim Pool element added in this. And by the way, like Lisa Elizabeth was just like livid. I don't know if you guys follow me on Twitter, but like I responded to her on this, and she was just livid at this whole thing because she saw where Pearl went on with Michael Knowles, and it was like Pearl preempted Tim fucking Poole because there's something there. When people keep saying, "Oh well, Rolo, she's not getting a paycheck. She doesn't like draw fucking. She's not getting health care. She doesn't have a 401k with Daily Wire." I know, but she most definitely knows people there. You don't have to actually punch a fucking time card to work for somebody or with somebody. And I don't think it's any coincidence that right after Myron does a show with Pearl, now we've got Candace Owens. Then the week later, we got Laura Loomer. This coming week, you got Charlie Kirk. And I would not be surprised that after Charlie Kirk, you're going to see Michael Knowles will be on Fresh and Fit. Guaranteed. I mean, they'd probably love it. I'm going to have a problem with it, but I'm just saying, like, if you follow the entire, well, thank you for that, James. I appreciate that. And James, I hate to sell you out here, but like going on Chris Williamson, I'm glad you did. But I'm glad you made it. I'm glad you made it onto the show. But it's like, okay. But I was watching the Knowles Pearl video. I could stomach about 20 minutes of it. I think it's boring. It's boring. Because again, it's like your 12-year-old sister who wants to be at the big kids table. As I said before, she is Ben. She's the kid. She's the autistic child that they throw up there. She's the straw man. She's the one that they put up there and say, she's the female Andrew Tate. Knock her down. That's all and that's basically what Michael Knowles did. And so if you were wondering why I was a little bit like less vocal last week, because I didn't need to do anything. I didn't need to say anything. Anything that I could have said about that, I'm going to opine about that today on my show because it's my show. But I didn't get too wrapped up in the back and forth with Pearl and Daily Wire and her producer and all this other shit because I didn't need to. Like anything I could say would not be nearly as damaging as the performance that she had with Michael Knowles. And we'll see that here in a moment. But anything that she could have done, like anything I could have said, it just seems petty at this point. I just let her hang herself. That's why I said never, or Napoleon said, never interrupt your enemy when they're making a tactical error. There you go. I don't think I need to do that. Exactly. Thank you very much. She's a straw man. And I'll tell you who else is taking L's left and right. Destiny, because Destiny is a Ben too. Destiny is basically the male version of Pearl right now. They built him up. They built up his ego, and I think Destiny started to believe in his own bullshit until he started going on Piers Morgan, until he started trying to debate Palestine versus Israel with like actual people who know what the fuck they're talking about. And he's been taking L's left and right. And I think what's interesting now is like Destiny. This time last year, Destiny was on Fresh and Fit. They're platforming him left and right. He was on with Der Fuhrer, Nick. He was on with all these people, and now he's gone from sort of being, oh, he's a great debater, he's really intelligent, you should see what he can do, to taking L after L after L after L. And one of the things I'm going to talk about today is his performance, a very boring performance on Chris Williamson. And this once again now we can come full circle here. So we've had Brian try to do TradCons versus Red Pill. We've had Myron try TradCons versus Red Pill. You could probably say, well, what about Candace Owens? Candace Owens basically walked into that show and owned that show. She ran the show. They didn't say that there was no pushback. There was no, hey, but there was no, for a guy who comes into our show with a chip on his shoulder saying, I'm going to show these guys in Vegas how to Frank Castle a girl within the first 5 to 10 minutes. Where was that guy? Where was Myron Gaines when Candace Owens is on there and like he's talking about stuff they want to, that if anybody else had been on there, they would have had a problem with. But it was Candace Owens, Daily Wire. Then they get Laura Loomer. Again, Laura Loomer is Jewish. And if you know anything about how what Myron has been saying about Palestine, Israel, like no problem there. And great, but it's just business, right? It's not about ideology. It's not about like your mission. It's not about honor. It's not about duty. It's not about your convictions. It's just business. So if you're going to say, well, it's just business, well, then that says that your conviction is just business. That says that your beliefs and all your mission statement and everything else is really just change all of that and say it's just business. So if that's just business, well, I've been doing this for 22 some odd years now, and it's not just business to me. I take L's all the time. I take cost hits. I lose money because I stick to how can I not, right? I've been doing this for 22 some odd years. So if it's just business to you, it might be time to sort of reassess what your business is going to be after November 6th, once the election cycle is over. As I've said before, I'm trying to help. I'm not being a dick here just to be a dick. And I'll also say this is iron sharpens iron. All these people want to talk about stoicism and Marcus Aurelius and ancient Rome, right? Everybody wants to talk about these, these stoic virtues and these manly, positively masculine. And God knows, my third book, Positive Masculinity, right? We want to talk about being a man of your word. Say what you mean and mean what you say. It's in the Bible, right? Let your yes mean yes and your no mean no. Okay. Well, when you talk to me, that's what you're going to get, even if I got to lose money to have my yes mean yes and my no mean no. And I also have been trying to help. Even Pearl, you can get some help here too. I know you want it. Myron, everyone else, Brian, hell, Sergio, whoever, right now, if your pivot is to get into sort of like social issues and into geopolitical stuff and everything else, great. But just understand, after November 6th, the whole chessboard gets wiped away and we set the pieces back up again. And you better be ready for that shit. Because that's how it happened in 2015, 2016 election cycle, 2019, 2020, and now in 2023, 2024 election cycle. Election cycles, by the way, happen 18 months before the election. Understand that all of that stuff is sort of like down, like where we're at right now, all these guys pivoting to politics, pivoting to social issues and whatever it is, moral degeneracy, let's save the West. All of that is as a result of what is popular, what plays. What plays right now is pivoting to politics, pivoting to Israel versus Palestine, pivoting towards, and by the way, it's not just going to be that, it would be whatever comes up in May, because May is usually the time where you get like the social upheaval. That's when they start pulling statues down and start, spraying graffiti, and Antifa comes out from whatever rock they've been hiding under, and they start bashing in, Wells Fargo banks or something like that. Trust me, by May, shit's going to hit the fan. And people go, oh my gosh, can you believe this is what's really happening? Oh, I can't believe it. Because now we know who's going to be in the election, right? So once the revolution is over, what are you going to do? I believe in anarchy. Great. Okay. Well, once we've taken over the government and society and we've overthrown the tyranny, what do we do then? People don't see, they don't look past even 6 months. It's called, Grand Strategy. And this is straight out of Robert Greene's book, 33 Strategies of War. There's a idea, it's called Grand Strategy, where if you're only looking at battle, rather than how all of those sort of come together to win a war, then all you're going to do is just grind yourself down in attrition. So, and by the way, this is a lesson for life. It's not just like about playing StarCraft or something like that, right? It's something that like when people say, well, Rollo, what do you think is wrong with girls today? Grand Strategy. From between 18 and 28 years old in the party years, in the hoe phase, they are not looking ahead. They're not looking grand strategy. Thank you, Sambot. Sambot just gave me this gave me the definition here. Let me read it for you. Thank you, Sam, for looking this up. Grand strategy is a function of vision, of seeing further in time and space than the enemy does. Your task as a grand strategist is to force yourself to widen your view, to take in more of the world around you, to see things for what they are and for what they may play out in the future, not for how you wish them to be. It's seeing the whole forest for the trees. It's seeing the grand strategy of how do I win the war instead of how do I just win this engagement? How do I get Laura Loomer on my show? How does Pearl get in front of Michael Knowles? Great. Where does that go? What's the end result of that? What's the end goal of that? This is a conversation, by the way, that I have I think I just had it with James Sexton not too long ago. Like, to what end? Aaron Clarey, great grand strategist. Aaron Clarey's got it, right? As you would probably expect. Aaron Clarey knows this shit, right? Because he's an actuary. No, actually, he's much more than an actuary. But now, grand strategy being like seeing forest for the trees. Where do you want to end up? And basically, and remember, getting up to that mark and then not going over that mark. So what's going to happen? What's going to happen after November 6th? I don't think a lot of people realize that, if you've got a very, like, especially today, if you've got in the influencer sphere, people are popular for maybe 18 months. And I just heard Destiny talking about this. Like, oh, the red pill's over. These movements come and go. It's only 18 months, 2 years, and they're out of here, right? Well, we'll look at this here in a moment. And the reason why he mouths off like that is because, first, he's not a grand strategist. He's just an autistic carpet cleaner. And he's what I think, what was it? Michael Crichton. Michael Crichton used to call a temporal provincial, meaning like you don't care about what happened in the past. You don't really care about what's going to happen in the future. It's all about the now. It's just what's going on right now. You're temporal provincial. It's just in this. You don't learn from the past. You don't even know that there is a past. You don't even bother yourself with like studying and seeing, how long has this red pill thing been going on? Everyone thinks that the red pill begins and ends with Pearl, or begins and ends with Andrew Tate. It doesn't. Andrew Tate doesn't exist without my book. Seriously. Pearl Davis most definitely doesn't exist without The Rational Male. Well, where did all that come from? Hell, I don't even exist. The Rational Male doesn't exist if it wasn't for people like Mystery or was it Cosmo, who we're trying to get on the show, by the way, or all the characters, all the cast of characters that were in the game, which was published in 2005, but all that shit happened in 2002, 2003, 2004, right? All that was 20 plus years ago. People don't care about that. They only care about if then maybe they think back as far as like say 2020, and that's just like people when we talk about Tates. Oh, the Tates are going up the river, man. They got new charges. They're gonna end up in prison. Blah blah blah. What's gonna happen when they're gone? What's gonna happen when they go? We're already hearing Andrew Tate talking about, well, I'm most likely going to go to prison. Literally out of his mouth. Not me trying to fuck with him. He said that those words came out of his mouth. I'll probably be in prison. And so at what point do you go, maybe we should start thinking ahead. Maybe we should figure out where this brand is going to go. Maybe if we're going to pivot now and stick with the fucking pivot. Don't try to come back. Okay. So let me see here. Don't worry, I'll get to your super chats here in just a minute. But once I get past the opening rant here, actually, let's get to this right now. I'll just do them real quick. Pew Life, thanks you. What's up, Rolo? As a Kali guy, what do you think about LSWC, Winchester? One of the things I don't like, thank you for the $20 super chat, Pew Life. But here's the funny thing is if I give you that opinion right now, if I say, it's very functional, don't get me wrong. But so is Hapkido, so is Aikido. So there's fun. I hate to badmouth Taekwondo. Taekwondo is probably like the least functional that I've experienced, anyways. But Kali is much more. I think it's much more practical. And probably John Fitch will disagree with me, but I think it's just when it comes to Kali, it's defang the snake and get away. That's pretty much what it is. So the only reason, like I was a confirmed red belt. I was almost a black belt in Taekwondo. And then I had a kid. This is a very long time ago. And then I started picking up Kali after that. And it was a natural fit for me because I'm also a competitive fencer. I was a competitive fencer back when I started. And so like using weapons was something that I was a little bit more familiar with. You start out with, eskrima, you start out with like, the rattan sticks and everything. And then you move up from there. I actually found a really great Kali instructor here in Vegas that I have not got to yet, but I will probably by next week. But yeah. I'm always hesitant to talk about martial arts. You'll notice that there's two things that I don't really talk about. Like I kind of try almost deliberately avoid. One of those is talking about martial arts, and the other one is talking about weapons, like handguns, right? Which I don't have. I have none. They are at the bottom of Lake Tahoe in a tragic boating accident. There is no weapons whatsoever in this house. Okay. But the reason why I don't is because everybody gets bogged down in, Tarzan could beat up Superman. And it's usually like Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, which, by the way, I know James Sexton is into. I really was hoping Jim, I was really, if nothing else, don't do any podcast. Just come out here and let's go work out, right? Let's go to your, I forget the guy's name, the MMA guy. Damn it, you just told me to. Anyways, Jim is a really big guy on Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. And I was really kind of hoping to be able to go do something with him. Maybe we'll still make it happen. We'll see. But the reason why is there's always some guy in the chat or in the comments who's always like, hey, man, they don't know what they're fucking talking about, man. It's Bruce Lee style karate or something like that, or it's Kung Fu is the best. And everybody's got an opinion, and it's like, oh God, I don't want to get in trouble. Thomas V, yeah, okay, I got you for that one. Arsene, what is your general algorithm for guiding a 60+ year-old man out of the blue pill? Seeing from miles away my dad's second marriage collapsing and preparing myself to save him. Okay, I'm glad you brought this up because this is one of the reasons I moved here to Vegas. Is I'm working on a program with my friend Joe Marin. And we're going to be doing this program through MOA, which is Men of Action. That's Mike Sartain's group. And I'm working on a kind of like a booklet, I think. It's not a full book, but it's specifically written for this sort of group that we have in mind. Joe Marin is just a little bit older than I am. I think he's like 58, 57. I hope I'm not aging you, Joe. But we're working on a sort of a mature seasoned men's sort of derivative, I guess, of MOA, which is still part of MOA. And definitely the target demographic of that is between 45 and 65 years old, and usually for guys who are coming out of divorce. Joe has been divorced himself, and then sort of reintegrating them back into society after their imprisonment. But these guys who are coming out of divorce, who are, by the way, 8 times more likely to kill themselves as a result of that. So we're taking that into account. And we're, again, focusing on the core 3, which is money, muscles, game, but we call them, health, wealth, and relationships. And the reason why we call it relationships is because it's not just about game and fucking chicks. It's also these guys don't know how to socialize with other guys. So that's part of the relationships thing. Building tribes, building networks, sort of like seeing that there's actually, you give them a reason to live kind of thing. Because a lot of guys, when they get out of a divorce or they get out of the reason why they get sort of suicidal, I guess, is because the idea or the happily ever after or the retirement, fantasy that they have with their wife and all the things that they built up, say between 45 to 65 years old, all that goes in the shit can, and now they have to rebuild themselves. And if you've read Positive Masculinity, there's 4 chapters in my third book, Positive Masculinity. There's 4 chapters in there called The Reconstruction. Those will definitely be part of the course. So, Arseni, I would say first thing you need to do is pick up my third book. It is The Rational Male, Positive Masculinity. And in there, it's towards the back. I think it's towards the last third of the book. There's 4 chapters in there. It's called The Reconstruction. And I specifically wrote those essays, which became chapters, for guys who are your father's age. It's actually the first place I took Robert Kiyosaki. And I've had some other people who are in the 60 to 70 plus range. Like Robert is 76 or 77 now. So when he was going through a divorce, which was 4 years ago, he was in his 70s when he was splitting from Kim. And so the first thing I did was I had him read that because he'd read the first book and he was just really enamored with the first book. So read that part, at the very least, those 4 chapters. And then dig into those and then sit down. I'm going to tell you the same thing I would tell you anyone else, right? Sit down and have conversations with them. Because most people, when they say, hey, here's Rollo's book, read this, it'll change your life. The first thing, they're very resistant to it because they think, oh, that sounds like misogyny. Oh, this guy's one of those red pill guys. Is he like Pearl? Is he like Andrew Tate? You got to drive him past that and then say, look, no, read this part here. And then let's have a conversation about that. Read The Rational Male and read like the first couple chapters. And then let's talk about those things. I wrote all of my books, but certainly the first like 3 to have conversations about. If you read the introduction, I specifically say that, like, if you have this book, I encourage you to give it to somebody like free. Here, have my book for free. Please read this, and then so you can have conversations about it. I mean, buy another one, but so that you can have conversations about the material that's in there. And then really the growth or the sort of moving past where he is in life right now and moving past that comes from the conversations. And there's no one better to have those conversations than you, that somebody they're related to, or maybe your best friend. So read those things and then just go and make a point to do that. Say, hey, look, why don't you read these 2 chapters? Tell me what you think of them. You could text me and we'll just have that back and forth. And don't make it a big, like, come to Jesus thing. Don't make it like you're not evangelizing the red pill. Just like say, what do you think? Let's have this conversation, because it will help him understand how you think about the material in the book by having a conversation, things that he might not be thinking about because he's resistant to like sort of hearing those things. So that would be my best advice for you. The elusive, is that a band? Rolo, they won't debate you because they can't hit you with but you wouldn't know because you've never been married comment. Oh yeah, of course. I can hardly wait for that one on Tim Pool. I've got some expectations, let's just say. I don't know if they'll come out, but I had some expectations. I knew that was gonna when I was going on with Dr. Phil, I kind of knew what I was getting into, and I had a hunch what they were going to ask me. So I prepared for those things. There's a few things I got blindsided with, but I think I recovered, or I think there weren't anything I hadn't fielded before. So TradCons say the red pill has the right descriptions, but the wrong prescriptions. No, they don't have any prescriptions. But at the same time, they say the red pill is just the male feminism, even though feminism doesn't get any of the 2 correct. I'm going to talk about precisely this towards the end of today's show. I am sick to death of hearing these TradCon fuckwits come at me saying, well, the red pill, they want promiscuity and they want abortions on demand, and they're just like feminists. No, we aren't. You know why? Because the red pill didn't start in 1849. We didn't have the suffragettes. We didn't bomb precincts and police precincts. We didn't plan assassinations. We didn't have the White Feather Society. We didn't have the Tender Years Doctrine. We didn't have like the amount of social change of social like civil unrest that was as the result of the suffragettes and feminism. To compare the red pill to feminism, if that's what you think, like even ideologically, you have to take that ideology. First of all, the red pill is not an ideology to begin with, but let's throw you a bone here for a second. There's nobody marching in the streets for the red pill. There's nobody putting on red pill hats, like old pink pussy hats. Nobody's doing that. Men are dressing up in brasiers and panties and stuff like that to prove that they're red pill or whatever the equivalent would be, right? Nobody's doing that. Nobody, nobody is pitching for, nobody in the red pill was around in 1968 or whenever, when no fault divorce was coming around. Nobody in the, it's ludicrous. It's absolutely ridiculous, but it's not ridiculous when you understand that they are that desperate to find some way to conflate the red pill with feminism, because it's the only way that believers of the believer mindset can find some way to win an empirical argument. They just change the nature of the argument. It goes from being an empirical ration-based argument to being an emotionalist argument. So if they can change the narrative, they can redirect. It's called an emotional reframe. If they can take the conversation and the debate and the argument and they go, you know what? Well, I can't win on basic facts. So who hurt you? That's an emotional reframe. Have you ever been in love? Do you know any real girls? Go out and touch grass, right? That's even that stupid, like snarky shit. Snark is an emotional reframe because they're trying to provoke an emotional answer because they have no counter argument. That's why. And it's this constant effort on the part of certainly TradCons because they want to be able to conflate it with feminism because they can understand that. They can't understand the red pill. They can't understand that it's a praxeology, that it's not an ideology, that it's not a list of prescriptions, it's descriptions. They can't wrap their fucking heads around that. And everyone who is pivoting to this TradCon social narrative, this political narrative, who should fucking know better, they're doing exactly the same thing. Oh, well, you know, we're not red pill anymore. We're red pill adjacent. After the last 18 months, you've been doing nothing but rattling off my shit, Andrew Tate, and who knows, Pearl, whatever else. Right? Rolo, I think you also have a lot of non-red pill insights. I do. I just not on this show. Would you consider talking or writing about other psychology topics that are not related to the red pill? Yes, and in fact, I do, Dylan. A lot. When I started my Substack, and if you want, please subscribe to the Substack. It's right there. It's the third link down. Substack. See? Click on that link. You can sub to my stuff. And if you go and you read my stuff that's there, please do. Not all of it is necessarily like super duper red pill. I talk about like psychological stuff. I talk about, I don't say philosophical stuff, but sort of like, I like to connect dots. And so when I was starting Substack, I'm like, okay, I'm going to still do my own shit. I'm going to still do my red pill stuff. I'm going to do like the meat and potatoes essays, of course, but I also want to be able to, I reserve the right to sort of break out of that mold. And I'm trying to think of what I've got my, where's my Scrivener here? Hang on, I'm going to pull up my Scrivener because my Scrivener if you don't know what Scrivener is, and they don't pay me to say this, Scrivener is the best application if you're a writer of any stripe. I love Scrivener. It's an app. It's my writer's app. And it helps you organize as well as write. Like I was doing let's see. Oh, this is actually published. I did an essay on professionalism. It has some red pill elements to it, but professionalism. I wrote about guys who don't fuck. Okay, well, so that was kind of a red pill one. And it was Act Your Age, right? I have another one, the etymology of YouTube. I talk about like how YouTube like fucks with people, right? What else is on here? I talk about suicide too, but like not that much. It's not in that way. I'm trying to think what else I got in here. I talked about the Lost Boys generation. I have a new take on the Lost Boys generation. So anyways, I'm just looking at like the stuff that I don't have. I have like a huge list of things in my drafts folder. So if you want, please subscribe to my Substack. But I don't just talk about like red pill stuff on there. I try to get into like psychology topics that are related or semi-related to the red pill. But yeah, go check that out. That's where you'll find it, Dylan. And bring back 4-hour shows. You're probably going to get one today because I got nowhere to go. James Sexton, thank you. Yeah, Pearl plus Knowles was a snooze fest. Yeah, and you're going to see just how much of a snooze fest it was. You know, here's the thing, James. The thing that got me about the whole thing is it was such a wasted opportunity. So much more could have been done. So, like I see this and I go, why aren't you saying this? You have all this shit down by rote memorization. You can't defend a goddamn point, Pearl. And I'm like looking at this, and I'm like, oh, why the fuck didn't she say this? Why didn't she say that? Why did she? And I mean, I do it to myself too, but like these are like no-brainer things for me that don't even occur. It's not even an afterthought for her. And I'm watching this and I'm like, this is some boring ass shit. And she doesn't know the art of debate. She doesn't know how to debate. She might have like, I think she believes that like debate there's no such thing as debate. Another topic I talked about on my Substack, debate is dead. Like formal debate is dead. Like the debate you learned in your logic classes in college, or if you were on like the high school or college debate team, that debate, dead. Not online. I mean, it might still exist in universities, but formal logic with the Venn diagrams and everything else, formal logic, logical fallacies, all that. Logical fallacies, fuck, that's the meat and potatoes from Twitter. Are you kidding? Hell, fucking Pearl is a walking logical fallacy. She's a straw man. She's a straw man argument. She exists to be a logical fallacy. But debate is dead, man. Debate is long dead. But it's it's sad because like I go into like when I went into Dr. Phil and I got done with Dr. Phil, Rollo always talks about Dr. Phil. Well, just hear me out here. Just throw me a bone here. when I went on Dr. Phil, I knew what I was getting into. People said, "Oh, you shouldn't go do that. You're walking into a trap." I knew it. Wait, you think I don't know? Especially after all the bullshit that had been going on since then, and Andrew Tate getting like canceled off of all of his platforms and stuff. I knew exactly what I was doing, but I was prepared for it, and I had a different. I haven't changed my mind about doing debates. I'll do debates that I think I don't owe anybody a debate. So if anybody wants to debate me, you at least do me the solid and understand what I talk about, because the first thing I'm going to say is you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. If you don't know what you're talking about, I'm going to say you don't know what you're talking about. If you start your argument off with, well, I don't know much about the red pill, but let me tell you for the next 45 minutes what the red pill is. If you start it like, I don't know much about X, just bye, see you. What's the point of talking? What's the point? Why would I want to do that? Waste my time. You're wasting time, and I'm wasting time too, because you don't know what the fuck you came unprepared. So let's go have a beer together. Let's go fucking, I don't know, shooting. Let's go do something other than this. Anything would be more productive than talking to somebody who doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about. You're wasting our time. You're wasting my time. You're wasting the people on line's time, and you get Michael Knowles and Pearl. It's boring as fuck. No, nobody debates anymore. There's no, if the debate is happening on YouTube, it is not a debate, unless it's like some sort of like video of like, I don't know, C-SPAN or some shit like that. Unless it's like on the floor, like, was it in Congress? Even in Congress, they're still slinging shit at each other, but they have a certain amount of time. They're supposed to debate this. They're supposed to bring their topics. They're supposed to bring their proof, their evidence, blah, blah, blah. They're supposed to make, coherent, cogent, valid arguments. And if you don't have a counter argument to that, then the other guy wins. And there's never any sort of outline as to like what are we trying to achieve with the debate. Remember what I said about grand strategy? What am I trying to achieve with this debate? Well, clearly nothing, because we're sitting here wasting time, because you started your sentence with, I don't know much about this. Well, get the fuck out then. If you don't know anything about Andrew Tate, or you know anything about Fresh and Fit, or me, or anyone else for that matter, then why are we here? Why are we talking? What do you think about people still using Rollo said do vasectomy when you explained ad nauseum multiple times that was simply theoretical? What do I think about that? I think it's so tiring. It's so tiresome. Because anytime for instance, well, by the way, thank you, Eugene. This is one of the things I have in my notes here about the Tim Pool show. I know this is coming. I know this will be there. This will probably be the first fucking thing they say. Rollo, Exhibit A, you on May 3rd said or tweeted this out. And people just simply cannot let it go. It's become, how do I feel about that? It's become the telephone game. Like one kid talks to the other kid, and the other kid talks to the other kid. And so you got like 10 kids in a circle, and they get one story. He gets the original story, and it goes all the way around to the 10th. So by get to the 10th kid is like the story's completely different. So it starts out as Rollo said vasectomy, and then goes to next and next and next and next and next and next. And by the time it gets to the kid, it's at the end. It's like the red pill believes in gender transformation drugs, and they want the red pill guys are all for gender surgery and to cut your nuts off and your dick off and it went from that one like kind of like throwaway tweet to the red pill's all about transgender surgery. That, so if that comes up, I'm going to point out the ridiculousness of that, first of all. Second of all, is there was the vasectomy thing was one article on a 7-article list. How come nobody talks about avoid marriage? How come nobody talks about avoid what's it, marriage, family? Nobody wants to talk about stay in the gym. Like that was part of that too. Another one was resist the urge to ease up on your focus, which was me paraphrasing Robert Greene, for instance. Nobody talks about those. No, it's all that number 3, which is get a vasectomy when you're like in your 20s. Why did I say that? Well, again, I'm over the top when I'm saying this. Let me clarify this once again, because I can't even believe I'm like it. That tweet came out in May, and by the way, that was me retweeting or responding, reacting to Richard Reeves. Nobody even knows that. They think that I just threw this out there willy-nilly. I was actually responding to something that Richard Reeves had said. And it was meant to be over the top. It was meant to be in the extreme. And the reason why I even put that tweet out there was because I was thinking about this. I was just I think I was just driving. And this was before I made the tweet. And I was listening to, it was, what's his name? That's the guy on Fresh and Fit who's, what's the dude's name? He's a fitness guy. He's a health guy. I forget the dude's name. He's been on there a million times before. Anyways, the guy was on the guy had been on Fresh and Fit for forever. I met him too, and God damn it, I'm blocking his name right now. Anyways, he was talking about how he would arrange his life to how people have to love money. I think that's what it was. You got to love money. And I thought, well, that's really kind of like, oh boy, the Christians are going to really have a tough time with that. But he was right. You do have to love money. And he was talking about how he was going to teach his kid, I think he has a son, the importance of money and to prioritize and focus and learn how to make money. It's very similar to what Robert Kiyosaki was saying in Rich Dad Poor Dad, right? And somebody's got this. Somebody tell me what his name was. God damn it. I'm trying to remember his name. Brandon Carter. Thank you. Yes, it was Brandon. It was Brandon. You win. Bravo. You get a no prize. Thank you, Damien. Yes, it was Brandon Carter. Brandon Carter was on the show, and he was talking about how he would, or no, it's not Adam Sosnick, it's Brandon Carter. And I met him. Brandon Carter, he should be a stand-up comedian. That motherfucker is funny. But one of the things he was saying was like, you have to love money. You have to. And I thought about that and I go, you know what? That was one of my biggest, so it still is kind of like to this day, as I don't think I love money enough to sacrifice certain things, to sacrifice family. I love my dogs. You know how much money I've spent on Ned thus far because he got attacked by a Rottweiler? Anyone else, anyone just working a day job, Ned would be dead. If I was still working in my 9-to-5 job, I would be crying my eyes out because he's the best damn pet I've ever had in my life. He's my best, literally my best friend. I would not have been able to keep him alive this long if I was still working, in the casinos or working for a liquor company or something like that. I wouldn't be able to do that because it took me a while to understand what Brandon Carter was saying. And then I thought about it and I go, you know what? I mean, maybe it's just because I'm a big softie or something like that. There's things that I like to do. Like I like to go play guitar in my band. I like to go play Warhammer 40,000. I like to paint my miniatures like a fucking 40-year-old virgin dork, right? I love that shit. I play D&D, Dungeons and Dragons with the guys from Masculine Geek at least once a month these days on Masculine Geek. Go check them out. Please go check out Masculine Geek on YouTube. Good channel. Good dudes. Aaron Clary used to play with us too. And Ryan Stone plays with us now still too. So if you want to see Ryan Stone be a real nerd, you got to watch Masculine Geek. And I'm the dungeon master. Thank you very much. I'm the guy who's telling the story. I think I'm a pretty good storyteller. Anyways, Brandon Carter was talking about you got to love money. And then I got to thinking about this and I go, you know what? He's right. You have to have that sort of love for money. And I don't say you have to be obsessed with it or love money. There's your shot. The clutches. You don't have to be like Scrooge McDuck, like sitting on your big pile of counting your gold in some dungeon somewhere. But he was saying something like that. And then he got into this, he's known for this, but he got into the what he usually talks about, which is how he arranges his life. And his life is like this. He doesn't own a car. You don't really need one in Brickell anyways, because you can't drive anywhere because the traffic sucks so bad. But he doesn't have a car. Doesn't go grocery shopping. You won't see him at Publix. He doesn't go to grocery shopping. He has a laundry service, do his laundry. He doesn't like all the things that you would like probably have a maid or maybe your wife would want to like do your laundry for you kind of thing. Doesn't do that. Anything that takes him away from what he does to make money, it's farmed out. It's like somebody else is doing that for him. He's got enough money that he can like afford his own like personal chef if he wanted to, right? But he does that. Like his thinking is this, and I know he doesn't drink that much. I mean, maybe he drinks a little bit, but I don't think he drinks like excessively. But the guy is on focus, on game all the time, and he is very mobile, very maneuverable. To my knowledge, maybe he's got some. He probably has a lot of girlfriends, but I don't think he's like got a serious girlfriend. Maybe that's changed since then. Thank you for that. Yeah, he is his own mental point of origin, and so when he has to make a decision, when he's doing things, the first thing that comes into his head is himself. Right? That's mental point of origin. And I was listening to this, and then I was thinking about like, well, then there's like, you got like Richard Reeves was talking about, I think Andrew Tate or some shit like that. I can't even remember because it was so long ago, right? And I thought about this, and I don't know, for whatever reason, I just kind of lost it. And I was just like, look, if you the quickest way to being a quote unquote high value man is to don't get married, don't prioritize family, get a vasectomy in your 20s, resist the urge of easing up on your focus, live in the gym. What was there's some other ones on there. I forget the other ones, but build your business, build your empire kind of thing, right? Those were like, nobody's had anything to say about that. They just like reflexively, obsessively fixated on vasectomy because everybody was talking about like gender reassignment surgery at the time. And that's why it was such a big deal. But that was not the intent of that. And this is what I will say on Tim Pool if I get. So here's what, if you are planning and trying to, paint me into a corner here, this is what I'm going to say, is that if you want to be a high value man, those are sacrifices that you must make if you want to stay ahead of everybody else who's trying to do the same fucking thing that you're doing right now. Is it worth it to you to give up family? Is it worth it to you to give up marriage? Is it worth it to you to protect yourself from getting baby trapped and getting a paternity suit by ensuring that you don't by getting a vasectomy? Now, if there was some other way in 2023, 2024, for men to not get a vasectomy, but ensure that they would never get a girl pregnant, I would have said that. But in 2023, that's your fucking options. We've had hormonal birth control, and women have something like 41, 43 different forms of birth control today. Men got 2. Keep your dick in your pants and wear a condom. Now, you can also throw a vasectomy in there too, but people, don't you know that's permanent? Don't you know that you're killing those red pill guys? Want men to end their genetic legacy by getting a vasectomy because they only think with their dicks. No, I was being over the fucking top because I was trying to explain to people, what are you willing to fucking sacrifice to get ahead, to get to that point? And of course, everybody just loses it because it goes against whatever their fucking religious or their ethical convictions are. Right? And of course, then that was just enough like red meat for Lauren Chen, certainly Rabbi Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh, anyone at Daily Wire just jumped all over that. You know why? Because it sounded very close to some firebomb that they would normally get from Pearl, but we got it from Rollo for free this week. So let's make a big fucking deal out of it and let's just not give it up. That's what I think about that. There you go. Thank you that's your $10. That was a $10 super chat. That was a $100 super chat for $10. Rollo, do not be an a-hole. Okay. But if there is no leader, not to be an a-hole, but if there's no leader of the red pill, why get pissed off when Pearl doesn't know what she's talking about? Because Pearl is a patsy. I'm not saying that there shouldn't be a leader. I don't know. Let me harken back to about this time, March of 2021. If you'd like to see the video, I probably have it like somewhere. I probably got it on my external drive right now. But I was asked by Myron and Fresh on Fresh and Fit. It was probably like the 3rd or 4th time I'd been on the show. They said, Rollo, do you think that the red pill is going to go mainstream? Now here we are. Right? And what did I say back then? I said, I hope not, because the red pill is not the red pill if it is mainstream. And here we are. And now you fucking know exactly what I was talking about back then. You know why? Because I'd gone through 2019 and 2020 and dealt with the same bullshit. I had to deal with Anthony Johnson at that time, right? Anthony Johnson threw me under the bus in June of 2019. Know why? Because he wanted to go and do politics too. That's why he still wears that fucking red MAGA hat even today, obsessively. And he declared himself the president of the Manosphere. I thought we already had a leader. Isn't it Anthony Johnson? Because in his, reality distortion bubble, he's still the president. He's going and building like podiums and big presidential seals on the front of them to pretend that he's giving some sort of State of the Union address. I mean, people think he's insane, and he is insane. But the autistic, clinically, he's not altogether there. How come you're not calling him the president? He's already claimed leadership. Why aren't you looking to him? Why? Well, why not? Because the red pill has to stay underground to be the red pill. It's not about because what happens is you put a leader. Maybe I'm the sort of the titular leader of whatever that means, of the red pill, right? I'm the one who put the books out there, and people are going to go, "What about Patrice O'Neill? What about Tom Likas?" Patrice O'Neill died in 2011. Patrice O'Neill hasn't been on planet Earth for quite some time now, and I like not to take anything away from him, but the dude's dead. Kevin Samuels is dead. Tom Likas is not dead, but he lost his mind somewhere around 2009. So you can say, well, Rollo, you just take you didn't come up with all this. Okay, fine. I don't care. Even if that were true, fine. What are you gonna do? Tell me what else. Tell me how I'm wrong. Tell me instead of like trying to give me shit about like my credibility, tell me show me the better idea. I'm all ears. Show me where I'm wrong. Where in the math equation did I make a mistake? Oh, maybe Patrice O'Neill did the first part of the fucking equation, but you know what? I did the lion's share of the rest of that fucking equation. So again, this is not me trying to get my fucking flowers or anything like that. I'm just saying the red pill needs to remain fundamentally apolitical, areligious, aracial. Take your fucking ethno-nationalism and go to. If that's your thing, take that over to those podcasts. If you want to talk about conservative politics or progressive politics, take that over to those people over there. Because I still am having to deal with idiots like Destiny saying the red pill's dead. I would not say Destiny is a conservative-minded guy. The dude works for progressive victory. Like he works for a PAC, for a political PAC. It openly said so. Like they go out canvassing. God, where the fuck was that? Where the fuck was that, Myron? Where? Nobody? No? Crickets? Left, right. I have to deal with fucking, Michael Knowles. I got to deal with Matt Walsh. I got to deal with God knows whoever else. Oh, the red pill is really feminism. So I'm in between two fucking conflicting things here, and they both want a piece of the red pill because we're the boogeyman for both sides. And if there is no boogeyman, no one gets paid, children. So that's why Pearl is an easy target. She's an easy mark for the right and for the left. That's why they love her so much until they got no more fucking use for her. And that day is coming very soon, if it hasn't already arrived, because I'm seeing that happen to Destiny right now. Destiny is getting his ass handed to him on Pierce Morgan. What was the Jewish panel that he was just on? I've got the video here. I'll throw it up here in just a minute. Just getting raked over the coals. And Destiny is not a good debater. He's not that intelligent. Take away his tablet, take away his cell phone, and if you take him, you unplug him from his network of his hive mind of his Discord server, his Reddit, or his people who follow him. It's like the Destiny's army. Unplug him from that, and he collapses, as we've seen happen like in the last week and a half, 2 weeks now. If anything, Destiny's brand is dying, not the red pill. I mean, come on over, right? Everybody else is pivoting. Why not you? So. Let's see. Yeah, I'm a colleague. Okay, wait, I answered colleague. Hi, King. What's up? How are you doing? Fine. And Ned's good. We took Ned to his first vet appointment here in Vegas this week, and we've also got a specialist that's looking at it next week. So actually, it's almost better that we're here in Vegas because there's more people who do what we need them to do on Ned. So why feels so bad to be my mental point of origin? Because you probably have been conditioned to think about yourself as being selfish and being a prick, and there's nothing selfish about mental point of origin. A lot of people have a problem with that. They think, oh, I don't want people not to like me because I'm self-important. You're already self-important. You just don't own it. When you mention you don't like hearing people say red pill adjacent, does Michael Sartain fit into that category? I wouldn't say he's necessarily. I have heard him say that he's red pill adjacent, but I don't. I think if you listen to him, if you listen to us, like he did. I was on his 100th podcast. And if you listen to that interview, you could definitely tell he's not red pill adjacent. I think he would like to be, but Mike works with me. There's no getting away from it. You can't leave. You can't. No one leaves the red pill. No one actually leaves the red pill. And by the way, I'm going to steal some of Ryan's thunder here real quick. Ryan has put these videos out where he's like, he will go and he'll look at Joker. And he'll get, and Rich Cooper is one of them too. I'm trying to think, John Sonmez, some of these other guys who we're leaving the manosphere. Goodbye. You won't hear from me anymore. You won't have me to kick around anymore. See you later. And literally all their videos since then are basically red pill videos. So it's nobody leaves the manosphere. Even MTR, by the way, who I thought did a pretty good job of the breakdown of Destiny and Chris Williamson. Bravo. You actually inspired me to do something here. But even when MTR just said, I'm leaving the manosphere, literally all of your videos are about the manosphere. No one leaves the manosphere. Probably already discussed, but how do you maintain hope after seeing the reality of women and relationships, hypergamy? It's tempted to dwell in the negative, of course, because you're staring in the abyss right now and you don't know what to do with it. You just don't. When guys give me this question, where's the hope, Rolo? Well, I'm gonna quote CGA. Yes, hope is not a strategy, but hope is necessary. You don't have imagination without hope. Hope is a necessary element of being a human being. I hope I can make extra gains at Powerhouse Gym in Las Vegas this week. I hope I'll be able to put more weight on the squat rack. I hope I can do that. Or should I go, no, I'll never be able to do it. I have no hope to actually squat 400 pounds or bench 305. I can do 305. I'll never be able to do that. So you get what I'm saying. Hope is a necessary element to being a human being. Rich, I'm going to point you, and the easy answer here is read my 4th book, which is Religion. And in the introduction there, I point this out. I said, I believe it was Albert Einstein who said this, is what's more important, imagination or knowledge? And he says, oh, imagination is more important. No, wrong. Imagination and knowledge are equally important, because without knowledge, you don't know what you can use your imagination to build. If you don't have a functional knowledge of a topic, a subject, your surroundings, what you want to create, if you don't know what is possible and knowledge, then you will never have the imagination to make more with what is possible. Imagine what is possible, hope for what is possible, but also understand what you're working with. I only have these building materials. Okay, that's great. Imagine we build a bridge to go across that river so we can see if there's more building material on the other side of the river. How awesome would that be? Congratulations, you've used imagination and you've used knowledge together. Simpatico. Salute to Dalrock. Gotta go to the archives to find his work. Yeah, I should probably announce that, huh? Dalrock took his blog private, which is shocked, I say, shocked me. I apply because he took it private, but you can apply. There's an application thing where you can do it. I don't know if he'll ever let me do it. I think he just took it private because he didn't want to kill it outright. But he took the blog private. He might be doing something with it. I don't know. But I have not talked to Dalrock since 2020. Dandelion. Michael Knowles won't debate red pillers because but he did. He just debated the female Andrew Tate, Dandelion, because he said most lack followers and are assholes. Are you going to take that from him? Are you guys assholes? Because I've got quite a few followers. I'm pushing 250,000 right now. I don't have as many as Joe Rogan. But no, he lacks the fundamental ability to have a real debate with somebody. That's why. I think Myron Sartain and Andrew would destroy him. I think we all would. It'll never happen, though. He goes for soft targets. That's why. My girlfriend said she is going to commit suicide if I leave her. Aren't you glad? Aren't you glad when things work them out? Great. All right. Have fun with that. How severe is it as a man to get a false grape alligator in a small city for your mating opportunities? How to restore your reputation? You don't. What I would say, move to a different city, if that's the case. I did did you see the episode? I think me and Mike did this. What was the guy who was the baseball player who got the false rape allegations, and it took him forever to get out from under them? Nothing pisses off Mike worse than allegations like that like are deliberately meant to squeeze money out of this guy. Basically ruin this guy's Major League Baseball career. Good pitcher too. What the fuck was his name? It's on the tip of my tongue. Why am I blocking on names today? So anyways, but you guys saw that episode that we were talking about. And really, if that guy has to rebuild his reputation, like he's a young, good-looking dude who, no homo, but he was making, and hopefully he's going to get back into Major League Baseball now that he's been sort of like exonerated from all of this. But even being exonerated, and by the way, this only works if you're a man. It doesn't work if you're a woman, right? If you've been exonerated, you still have that. Did you really do it or did you not? Like there's always that kind of asterisk next to your name. In a small town, I would say move to a big town. You got to, if that's even possible for you, make a fresh start. What's next to counteract OnlyFans? Passport bros? No. You could, what, you can't get OnlyFans in Thailand? There's no counteraction. People want to enjoy their 20s, then live off their memories after 30 and beyond. Tragic, isn't it? Thereafter, try to live through their kids, nieces, and nephews. Red Pill teaches longevity and long-term living. The Red Pill doesn't teach anything. It doesn't teach. It doesn't prescribe. It is not an instruction manual. It is a Chilton manual. It is not an instruction manual. It's not, here's what you do for a better life. It is it's a textbook. How's that? It's not a self-help book. It's a textbook. Here's how this works. Here's how these things work. We don't have it all figured out, but we've got enough that you can build a predictive framework out of it. That predictive framework is up to you. All right? It teaches longevity and long-term living. It can. It's not about teaching. You could put it this way. Can you use the information and the education and the data sets that the Red Pill makes men aware of? Can you use that for longevity and long-term living? Yeah, of course you can, if that's what you want to use it for. You could even be married for 27 and a half years with a 25-year-old daughter who just got married as well, and you can have 3 greyhounds and have a fucking great marriage, and my wife's probably going to fuck the doors off of me tonight at 55 for now. My birthday's coming up. You could use that. You could certainly use that. I've said this a million, and I will say this again, by the way. So if you guys want to try to corner me on Tim Pool, I'll tell you the same thing. Like Michael Knowles wouldn't know what to do with me, as we were saying before, because I've been married. I think I've been married longer than he has. I've been married for 27 and a half years. I got a kid. I have 1 kid. They'll say, oh, that's a failure. You should have had 4. You're not repopulating the West with white people. I still reproduced. So apparently not all Red Pill gurus are unmarried. Not all Red Pill gurus don't have kids. Not all Red Pill gurus, blah, 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 blah. That's why they don't want me on, because they can't run me in any way. They can't say, well, what about, you always say, what do I always say? You're not living the way you say you. How am I not living the way I say I am? Would you like me to go down? I'll take the camera right now and go downstairs and show you my wife and my dogs and everything. Would you like that? I could probably do that if I could untether it. Could do it now. Sam Botta's seen my wife several times. Sterling Cooper has met my wife. Not in that sense. They've never done content together, if that's what you're asking. Sterling Cooper. Who else has? Justin Waller. Justin Waller and Justin Waller's wife, who I can now say is his wife, has been pretty good friends with me and my wife for a long time. I remember when his first kid was born. Let's see who else. Well, Michael Sartain has met my wife. Who else has met my wife? I think Ryan Stone met my wife way back in like 2017, I believe. Yeah, it was a while. Let's see. Thereafter, try to live through their kids and Yeah, it's tragic. What are you gonna do? Red pill is like the mob, blood in, blood out. No, the red pill, as it stands right now, is well. Thank you, Joe. I appreciate you too. Would you like me to? If Rollo is the red pill, it means that Andrew is son of God and Pearl is the Mary Magdalene. Thank you, Caps Lock Hustler. Carl, when women and I tell betas that changing a girl's tire doesn't make him attractive. Oh, acts of service. Why do they get angry at me and then go back to simping, even though women and I tell them, are you like trying out like your English with me? Because maybe you want to, Carl, get Grammarly before you get another one. What you're really describing, and not to be too flippant with you, what you're really describing is what's called the savior schema. If I do X for a woman, she will reciprocate with intimacy, love, and fucking me. That's why. If you say don't change a girl's tire. Don't change a girl's. Here's a better one. Don't change a girl's tire if you think that by doing so, she's gonna suck your dick. The end. See how easy that was? Well, I'll be sure to tell her, Sam. Yeah, she could. Actually, what's funny is I have. There's a. I'm going to give them a free plug, but there's a website or an online sales site for swimwear and lingerie called Plumeria. They give me like the frickin' they will sell me stuff at cost. They like me for some reason, and so like their owners and the people from Plumeria like send me like exclusive offers and stuff. And I hardly ever take them up on it, but like when we were moving to Vegas, I was like, hey, do you like the swimwear? I'm going to get the swimwear for you for there's a bikini. It was going to look really good. And so I was like, I hope they don't expect me to like take my wife to like Wet Republic and like, take a picture of it and put it on Instagram or something. All right. So let's move on. Let's see. We've got on through TradCons versus Red Pill. Sorry, I'm kind of getting off track here. I want to, I think I'm going to move on to, this is easier to take care of. I'm going to do Myron versus H3H3. Did you guys check this out? Ethan Klein. I couldn't watch this for very long, for much of the same reasons that I couldn't really get behind watching Pearl and Michael Knowles. I think what's funny is I'm going to show you some Michael Knowles clips and these are the clips that Daily Wire and Michael Knowles people took from this to make their own clips. I'm sure Pearl will have some too, but because there's the main 2 and a half hour interview. And it's interesting to see the clips that come out and literally within 24 hours, the clips are, if they weren't out before. What's this? Let me see. The James Sexton interview with Chris Williamson went well this week. Did you already mention it in this live stream? Yes, I did. I mentioned it at the very beginning. In fact, James was just here a little while ago. Yeah, I'll save that till the end of the show, Sterling Wheel. But yeah, we did talk about that for a minute. Let's see. Oh, so anyways, as far as Michael Knowles and Pearl's concerned, they took these clips like almost instantly from this because no one does live. I guess it was a live stream, but nobody does long form video without the intent of like mining it for clips right now. In fact, that's the only reason you would do it. If people could just directly do just these hot clips, these shorts, these like 59-second shorts, and get 10 of them, and you would, and if it would only take them 10 minutes to do it, they would do it. They have to go through a 2.5-hour interview to get 10 clips out of it, so that they can brand build off of those clips. No one brand builds off of watching or doing what I'm doing right now. I will tell you this before I jump into this the H3 thing. I want to tell you guys this. No one else is doing what I do right now. No one else is doing what Carl, I got to you. Thanks, bro. Jay Waller just, oh, okay. Well, I'll come back to that in a minute. That was too good to let go. I'll come back to you. No one does what I do. You want to know why? Because I'm doing this live with you guys right now. I'm doing a live stream. No one's like the people who used to do live. I mean, maybe you could argue, you could say, okay, so Myron and Fresh do, but they're all like, and let's see who else. Brian from whatever podcast. The only reason I'm going to put an asterisk by Brian is he only reads like $100 and up super chats. I could be totally mercenary on a Sunday and say, guys, sorry, I ain't going to read any of your bullshit $5 super chats. I don't care. I want you guys, because I'm about it. I'm about engagement. I'm about having this conversation. Maybe this is from me doing this at So Suave and in the forums for so long, but I am more interested in having that dialogue and that back and forth. Even if you want to tell me to go fuck myself, I would rather have that conversation. I would rather have the engagement right there. But you know who wouldn't? Michael Knowles. You know who else doesn't? Matt Walsh. You know who else doesn't? Pretty much anybody at Daily Wire, because they don't do live streams and they lose their shit when they do. Candace Owens has to go on Fresh and Fit to do a live stream. And they're still not reading the super chats. I mean, maybe a few of them they did, but nothing that's too hostile. I know that, because they don't care about engagement. They don't care about engagement media. I said this when I got back from doing the Dr. Phil show, is they're old school. That's 20th century media. Everything is controlled. This is what really stuck with me after that show, of those two shows, is that everything is super controlled. All the audience members who asked me questions in the Dr. Phil, they had a 3x5 cue card. This is what you're going to ask, and it's at a certain time cue in the show. That's why they will cut you off in certain parts, because Dr. Phil is supposed to say certain things at certain like time cues in his script binder of things. It's how the show is going to proceed, right? You will see, now we're already seeing, you see this happen, this control, this really like tight ass control happening on Daily Wire, certainly on PragerU, certainly on, and maybe you couldn't say the same thing of Patrick Bet David. Patrick Bet David does go live, but they rarely read super chats. They rarely have that engagement. You'll have it streaming by and people will talk with each other, but they don't really engage with the audience. I engage with you guys on every single show. And I do that even whether it's Access Vegas. I feel bad when I miss a fucking super chat. Like Sammy would be like, oh, you missed this one. I'm like, I feel bad if I don't get to everybody's super chats. I mean, not because of the money thing. It's just because somebody took the time to write that and then said, you know what, I'm going to give him $10. Oh, here's some money for Ned. Thanks. You guys don't understand. Like, for me to produce this show today, I had to race over to Best Buy so that I could get this mic, this boom. I had to get that ring light. What else did I get today? See what else? The tripod here. I spent $333 on hardware just not even an hour ago, 2 hours ago, so that I could produce this show, so that I could do exactly what I'm doing with you guys right now. I lose money. Please, somebody give me $333 super chat so I can pay for this show. But I will lose money so that I can do this stuff, because I like to be able to have that engagement. And that's what I call engagement media, right? Having the ability to have the people who are in the chat or people who are viewers, at the very least, to feel like they have some sense of, I'm going to direct the course of this conversation by Carl Bennington asking me about like Justin Waller changing diapers, right? Some stupid shit like that. I pay for this shit. Most of these people, like a Daily Wire, don't do this. Everything is very, very controlled. They might as well be doing a commercial television operation, because everything is very controlled. And the reason they control it is so that they can pull buzz clips out of it, So that, because it's not the long form video that grows the brand, it's the short form video that grows the brand. And how do you get those? Doing the long form video and then mining the clips out of it. That's what they do. And you can't mine clips out of shit if people are mouthing off about Justin Waller changing diapers. Not here. We only talk about the facts right here. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's see. This was a stupid video, and this was another stupid video. Okay, what I'm about to show you, I'm going to kind of dig into this a little bit here. And this is the shortest part of this whole thing. Once again, when I was mentioning Pearl Davis going up against Myron, going up against Mike Knowles, that was a wasted opportunity. I think that when Myron is going on with Laura Loomer, going on soon to be with Charlie Kirk, soon to be going. Charlie Kirk, by the way, has been on whatever podcast, God knows how many times now. I would argue, like, if you think about this, I'm just going to point this out. I'm going to point out the obvious here. Myron and Fresh go and do a show with Pearl in the UK. What did I say? Well, now they have a connection at the Daily Wire. What happens 2 weeks later? Candace Owens is on. Oh, we've been trying to get her on for a long time. What are you talking about? Rolla, blah, blah, blah. Okay, fine. A week later, Laura Loomer comes on. And then a week later, Charlie Kirk comes on. And then a week later, probably Michael Knowles will be the next one because he probably wants to go on and give Myron a piece of his mind, I'm sure. So there's definitely, if they're not, well, I'm not saying Myron and Fresher, but like Pearl, if there's not something going on between them and, I don't know, whoever the higher ups are at Daily Wire, even if there's no like formal contract, but there is a contract, then now here, I'll show you. This is an old contract. This came into my inbox not too long ago from my spies. By the way, this is a consulting agreement. This agreement is made effective July 2022 between Just Pearly Things in Illinois. I think she's probably shown this before, but this is Kobe DeVito. Kobe DeVito was part of, if you don't know, Nashville, Tennessee. This was the, I guess, I don't know if he's still a manager for her right now, but he was a Daily Wire guy, and that's back as far as 2022. So I just work here, man. You tell me. Anyways, the connection is there, if nothing else. Maybe it's not. Maybe she doesn't have a 401k. Maybe she doesn't have a healthcare plan. But, you know, by hook or by crook, she's working with or for these guys. Let's see. Rollo, show me a pay stub. Here's your pay stub. Here's a pay stub. Here's a proof of contract, at least from as far back as that. Now, is that still something that's valid today? I don't know. We'll see. Okay, so let's get to Myron versus H3H3, which was interesting to me because when I was watching this episode with H3H3, I know that Myron has been trying to get a one-on-one with H3H3 and Hassan with myself and Myron for a while, as far back as 2022, if memory serves. And that never was forthcoming. It never happened. And I'm like, God, what the fuck, right? And Myron was pushing it, trying to get, well, Hassan was part of it. I don't know, is he still on H3H3? But you got Myron going up against Ethan Klein on H3. And by the way, he was the guy dancing around shirtless in the very beginning. Let me see if I can find those shots of him. Where'd that go? Oh, God. Okay. Can somebody explain this to me? I have a real tough time with this. Hold on a second. I just saw this tweet from Date Psych, from Alex from Date Psych, and he was talking about how, like, all those red pill guys, the reason why women don't want to talk to them is because they seem like nerds and they're all fat and they're not in shape. And those red pill gurus, they don't look like anyone these women would want to be receptive to listening to them. But this guy is, and apparently this guy is. I don't know if you guys have seen me lately, but I mean, TRT is great. I'm not going to lie. But also working out with Hida Yamagishi and working out at Powerhouse Gym in Las Vegas, kind of gives you a little bit of an advantage too. So, but why? This is Ethan Klein. So just so you guys know. Let's see. So don't tell me about gurus not being in shape. Chin bun. Here we go. H3H3. Now, this was a clip taken from the back and forth between Myron and Fresh and Ethan Klein. So let's just jump into it.
That watch this show, if they've learned anything, it's probably how to respect and how to have a long-term healthy relationship with a woman that you can call your wife and have a family with.
How do you get a wife, Ethan? Because my thing is like you're like you're talking about the finish line. What about the race?
Yeah.
You understand? Like you have to get
Are
to a
either of
certain
you married?
where you can even identify a female that's worthy of marriage.
Okay, did you catch that? Are either of you married? Ethan's going to try to flex, like Ethan said, because Ethan's married, I believe. Right? Are either of you guys married? This red pill stuff is, there's no gurus that are married in the red pill.
A family with, etc. And unfortunately, in today's day and age, it's not that simple anymore. So we live in a very complex world where it's difficult to identify women that are marriage material.
And most aren't. Simply, that's just what it is.
So you guys are...
This is not Myron Fresh's clip. This is Ethan Klein's clip of that show.
Right. If you guys' method is so good, why aren't you married?
Again, because men...
I am. You know why I'm not on this show? You know why I'm not talking to this son of a bitch? Because he doesn't get to use that. That's what somebody was just saying a minute ago. You know, Orolo, Ethan, or no, Michael Knowles and the rest of these guys don't want to talk to you because, like, well, am I too prickly? Am I not nice enough to have you on my show? No, it's because of shit exactly like this.
Men are the ones that decide if they want to get married.
Choice.
Imagine I'm on this show. Imagine I'm talking to. Imagine I'm actually included in all this, like I was supposed to have been, like back in 2022.
So you choose not to be married.
Yes, because men are the one. We're the gatekeepers to marriage and commitment. Women are the gatekeepers of sex.
Right. And you're 34, right, Myron?
Yes.
And do
cue the piano music. Oh.
You plan on getting married someday? Do you think it's important?
Eventually, the nuclear family is the backbone to any thriving society.
Oh, thank you for saying that about me.
Yeah, thank you for saying that about me too, asshat.
Good job, but a lot of guys don't have that ability to find a woman that's worthy.
Most guys. Some of those guys who do, they're also red pill fuckwit.
You don't have that ability.
I don't have that ability?
You're not married.
I do. Is that the litmus test? Do I get my daddy cool points now? I do. 27. I've been married longer than this motherfucker. I can tell you that. I got more kids than this motherfucker does too.
That's by choice.
Oh, but no, the ability to find a woman.
And I'm married by choice.
You clearly don't have that ability. So you use the sugar daddy websites as dating sites.
Yes. So we did a whole episode
and
on
then
this.
you complain about women being shallow.
I never complained about women being.
Okay, this is the missed opportunity right here. I'll let him finish.
You say it's hard to find a good woman because they're motivated by material things and stuff, and yet you're seeking women, specifically a certain type of woman, obviously that would be on a sugar daddy website. So it seems like you are confirming your biases by even going there to find women.
What? Okay, so you.
Sorry, Walter. I'll say it. Do you want me to say it again slower?
Then there's the snark. Okay, that's the emotional reframe. Just so you know, guys do it differently. Women will go, "Who hurt you?" Right? For this guy, for shirtless boy here, that's the emotional reframe. So missed opportunity. Like, you got my number. Like I could have owned the dude in half a second. Yeah, exactly. Thank you for that. George Gammon isn't married either. Is he a failure? No. And I know some of the women he's been with too. So absolutely not. Yeah. So, okay. So number one, thank you for pointing that out. Number one, marriage is a goal state. Marriage is the litmus test, right? If red pill was so great, then how come you're not married? Well, because the red pill's great. And I've decided that that's not what I want to do because I have this knowledge, right? Because I don't want to be married, because I don't want to have maybe I want to have a religious marriage. I don't want to have a state marriage, which by the way is one and the same now. Thanks, Jim Sexton just showed me there's a new ruling, I guess it sets legal precedent that you don't even necessarily have to be, if you have a religious marriage. I think it was a Jewish marriage. It was a rabbi that married them, but it was a case of a couple who kept the state out of their marriage. I don't know if he's red pill or not, but the guy never got a marriage certificate, no marriage license, no nothing. They were just married before their families and God, right? Well, apparently that ceremony is enough to set legal precedent that they were actually married, and that a license does not necessarily validate whether or not a marriage took place or not. And so if that is the precedent and that is the case, it makes no difference anymore. All this shit about like, oh, well, I'm just going to have a religious marriage. No, I apparently, according to this statute that's just been released, and again, another missed fucking opportunity, because I don't know, Jim Sexton got a bad taste in his mouth because of fucking Pearl. I would have loved to have brought this up on Michael Knowles. Would run him to ground with that fucking information. Just destroyed his ass for that missed opportunity. Here's another missed opportunity. H3H3. Oh, well, you guys, how come you're not married? Well, why is marriage the goal? Well, that, of course, because Myron makes it the goal by saying, oh, well, the Western society and the bedrock of Western society is the nuclear family. Well, we can have a full show about that and decide whether or not that's true. I would tend to agree, at least in part anyways. But that shouldn't have been part of the conversation, because you're not debating marriage, you're debating the red pill. You're saying, well, is the red pill a hindrance to men, or is it a benefit and a boon to men? And that's really all believers try to do. Is it good? Is it bad? The red pill doesn't care whether it's good or it's bad. It just is. Is the data accurate? And so when you're having a conversation with a believer of any stripe, and I use that term loosely, like not just religious, but like political, are you woke? Are you based? Are you red? Are you blue? Are you whatever? Your ideological stripe, those kinds of things can also be a form of belief. Or maybe the way you're brought up, maybe ethics. I mean, it doesn't have to be morals. It could be just simple ethics, right? Is that a system of belief? Yes, it's a system of belief. It's a system of best practices. Well, are we debating the red pill as a praxeology, or are we going to debate it as if it's something that is best practices? And that's the crux of all this shit. The reason why this was a missed opportunity is because Myron fell into the trap of is versus should. You will miss it. That's why I pointed it out here. This is the missed opportunity. You will miss that opportunity. You'll miss that distinction right there between believers and an emotional argument. Is it good? Is it bad? What's the end result? Are you a good person? Are you a good witch, or are you a bad witch? Neither. I am here to tell you what this is all about, and give you this education and give you this information, and then you get to decide whether you want to be good with it or be bad with it. I'm here to give you this data and let you go and draw your own conclusions, because I believe in fucking free will. I believe in people being able to make their own choices. I believe in people being able to be independent. That's my belief, right? I think that's best practices. So, but in having a obligation to objective truth, you can't just tell somebody how. Here's the data. Here's the stats. Here's the numbers. Everything. You can't do that without telling them how to feel about it, especially people who are emotionalists, people who think that it's all about social construction, people who think that it's about the blank slate, people who are morally invested in the concept of marriage think that marriage should be the goal state, because that will solve all problems. When in a lot of cases, and even Pearl, I'll throw her a bone here, was trying to make that case with Michael Knowles, but she doesn't realize she's not having a debate with Michael Knowles. She's having a debate between emotionalism versus rationalism. She's having a debate between empiricism and a believer. They're talking past each other because there's no goal. There's no who wins the debate. Michael Knowles wins the debate if he can make her a bad person. It's not about, are you right or are you wrong? Is your data right? Is your data wrong? It doesn't matter, because that's not his goal. He wins the debate by making Pearl look like a fucking idiot, which they've been doing effectively for quite some time now. And she's made a pretty good living off of being an idiot, the idiot that they want her to be. But she doesn't understand that the reason they're trying to do that is because it makes her a bad person. And anybody who believes this red pill stuff is a bad person and they're contributing to, that's why the red pill is quote unquote feminism. It's never about the data. It's never about how we're going to use this. It's never about what can we draw? What conclusions can we draw? What dots can we connect? What are the corollaries for this? Is this valid? Is this not valid? That's the goal of an empirical argument. Is this objectively true? Is this something that is founded in fucking reality? Great. If that's the case, then you can take that and go and figure out what the best way to live with is. But that's not where they're going with this because, well, Pearl's too stupid to see that. And Myron is smart enough to see that. He just got dragged into an emotionalist argument with H3H3. So you want to debate? Let's go. I'll give it to you. Because that wasn't really a debate. It was just shit talking. Most of that, that's why I only pulled that one clip right there. Because the rest of it was shit talking and bitch slapping each other that should have happened as far back as 2022. It's the same. I have the same problem with this that I had with Abba and Preach when Myron. And I'm not saying he shouldn't have gone after him. He should have. Back in August of 2021, that's when they should have gone after him. They should have nipped this shit in the bud, but they sit on it and just blow it off and don't make a big deal out of it. And maybe make a good chunk of change off of super chats because they were still monetized when that was going on. But the time to have had that conversation and to have that bitch slapping should have been when let's see, Hassan and Ethan Klein were making sexual assault allegations against them. I'm sorry, maybe I'm old school, but if somebody is like accusing me of SA, I don't have them on my show. I don't give them a fucking platform. Why would you do that? I can tell you why they do it, but no. Why would you do that? Okay, let's move on. Let's see. I want to get to some of these Destiny clips here too. Now, again, missed opportunity. Today's theme is missed opportunities here. I want to start with the Chris Williamson thing. Unless you guys have questions about H3H3, which I probably think you don't. Starting to feel like you don't. Let's see, where's the Destiny clips? Here we go. Which one shall we start with? Let's go. Okay. Let's go with this one first. I hate to even bring this one up. Now, this is him debating like Israel and Palestine versus like these Jewish guys who know exactly what they're talking about.
Hiding behind civilians. Civilians
every
die.
time they target a kid, I'm sure they believe it's Hamas. When they killed the 4 kids in the
they believe.
Yeah, I know they believed it, even though they were diminutive size. Even though they were diminutive.
Angle, you don't see the size.
No, they saw
you don't see the size.
Let's leave it aside.
Oh, I know what he's quoting from, but you've lied about this particular instance.
Okay, I love this. So I'm going to stop this real quickly here. Look at these guys, and then you got Destiny here. It looks like he just rolled out of bed. It's like three rabbis enter a room to have a podcast, and a homeless guy shows up.
In the past, those kids weren't just on the beaches as often stated in articles. Those kids were literally coming out of a previously identified Hamas compound that they have operated from. They literally did. You can Google it.
Okay, if you think that the video is sped up here, it's not. Mr. Banel, whatever, Steve, Destiny here is probably on some really good Vyvanse right now.
With all due respect, you're such a fantastic moron. It's terrifying. That wharf was filled with journalists. There were scores of journalists. That was an old fisherman's shack. What are you talking about? It's so painful. It's so painful to listen to this idiocy.
If the Hamas.
That was L number 1 for the week. There's some better ones on here too, where he just basically just dresses him down. I was being charitable with this too. Like this whole thing is really tough to watch. Half of the shit, I'm just like, why do you invite this? Does he know what he's talking about? Does he actually like have some sort of like background in this? That's why I keep on wondering, like, why is it that we take Destiny seriously about, well, pretty much anything, but why do we take the guy was a former carpet cleaner. He's been divorced twice, cucked God knows how many times. And I'm not saying that other chicks aren't fucking. Who knows? I mean, he does make millions. He even told Candace Owens, "I make millions of dollars, and I travel to all these great places. My life's pretty great, right?" Well, Candace is trying to dress him down, and now I guess Myron wants to throw him under the bus too because he's a professional contrarian. I guess he wasn't a year ago, but now he is. But like, why are we taking him seriously? Why does let's see, hold on a second. I got another one for you. Why does anybody take this guy seriously? About, well, like I said, anything, but certainly about topics like this. Why is he even on this show?
But you're arguing with something I didn't say. I'm saying the official narrative was that it didn't come from the lab. If you get the vaccine, you cannot get it and you cannot transmit it. These were huge stories that were flatly wrong. No, you're shaking your head. That's not wrong.
The official position of the NIH or the government was not that if you get vaccinated, you will never transmit it and you will never get sick. I know that there is the one quote that people. Yes, I'm aware that there's the one quote, but for anybody that honestly followed any of that or saw all of the statements, nobody actually thought that. It is unfathomable to me that people that will make so many excuses for every single Trump gaffe will come out and take like 7 words quoted by the president.
What excuse have I?
Somebody, maybe Andrew Wilson, if you're watching, he reminds me of the guy that was on Starship Troopers when they were having the debates about whether the bugs were intelligent or they weren't intelligent. Have you ever met a bug? I've never read it. I find this whole line of questioning ludicrous or something like that. He reminds me exactly of that character on that movie. Oops, wait a minute.
I know that there is the one quote that people. Yes, I'm aware that there's the one quote, but for anybody that honestly followed any of that or saw all of the statements, nobody actually thought that. It is unfathomable to me that people that will make so many excuses for every single Trump gaffe will come out and take like 7 words quoted by the president. And go, oh my God, Trump? They said the vaccine was 100% effective. It would never. That's unbelievable. Nobody really thought that. That's an unbelievable.
Okay, fine.
During 2021. We should be able to manufacture a lot of vaccines and that vaccine.
All right, the rest of it goes into the vaccine thing, but I just wanted to show you that one too. It's like where he's just basically getting like that was like L number 3 this week. Okay, so people are saying, I got this. Granted, I get you. Yes, well, you're talking about it right now. Okay, yeah, I am. You know why? Because this is the same asshat who's giving me shit about this time last year. Why is anybody taking him seriously as a red pill pundit, as talking about the red pill, or like he knows anything about the red? He doesn't. He doesn't know anything about Palestine versus Israel, apparently. He doesn't know anything about the vaccine. I'm sure Candace would probably ran him up the flagpole for something like that. Who even knows, right? I mean, the fact that Candace kind of ran him to ground in his own apartment was interesting. But what's funny to me is this is my description, okay? He's the same as Ben from the Dr. Phil show, right? He's the same as, he's basically Pearl. He's there to be a foil now. Prior to all of this, he was probably someone that they were taking seriously because he had something to say. He had a large following. He was a Twitch guy. He was a Twitch kid that came over from Twitch and successfully moved himself from Twitch all the way over to YouTube. He's got a big network. I'll give him that. You know, he's not stupid when it comes to like fucking with people. But now he's the one that's getting fucked with. And my main concern, I think I'm probably more concerned with the sort of the mental welfare of Destiny than I am of Pearl at this point, because Destiny was on top for a while. And now here we are 18 months later, right? Or close to 18 months later. And he's the one who's taking the L's. And the reason he's taking the L's is because he's more useful as a foil than he is as somebody who's actually someone with any kind of legitimacy or in anything that he's talking about right now. So that's why Piers Morgan has him on and is very complimentary to him, has him on with Tommy Lahren of all fucking people, right? And is like the thing about Piers Morgan is this, and Pearl, you need to listen up here. This is why you got fucked. Okay. The thing about Piers Morgan is like he'll bring you on like he did with Andrew Tate. He was impressed with Andrew Tate the first time he came on. Like he was trying to like sort of softball Andrew Tate. In the consecutive ones, he gets harder and more like in your face afterwards. So what Pierce does is he gives you one good show, and then all the other shows that are after that are gotcha shows. And I don't think Destiny really picked up on that. So Destiny's on Pierce Morgan. He's kind of like, oh, Pierce really likes me. No, he doesn't. He's just fucking lulling you into a false sense of security so that the next show that he invites you on, he can use you as a fall guy. He can use you as the patsy. And that's exactly what's happening to him right now. And the thing about Destiny is, I don't know if he's mentally there enough to really wrap his head around that. Number one is that now he's more useful as an idiot than he is as somebody who's like a legitimate source for this shit. That's number one. The other thing is, like, when guys get to that point and their egos get sort of built up and thinking, well, I must be smart because all these people are asking me on their show. I must be a genius because I got $1 million in my bank account. No, you're just fucking useful. That $1 million in your bank account is not because you're a fucking genius. It's just because you're useful now. And Pearl should know something about this, because this is exactly what Pearl does. She'll pull people in and then she'll fuck them. She's only your friend insofar as she can use you. Once you outlive your usefulness, if you're more useful to her being thrown under the bus, trust me, she will fuck you as soon as smile at you. And by the way, she's not the only one who does this. Clearly, Pierce Morgan does this shit too. That's why I keep saying Pearl's a shit human being, because that's exactly what she does. Will use you, or she'll be your friend and hang out with you and have some sort of smile at you and be fun, talk about the kids and the dogs and stuff like that, until you're no longer useful. Or I should say that, until you're more useful with her fucking you than being cool with you. And Pierce Morgan does the same thing. And by the way, a lot of people do this too. I could name some other names here, but I'm gonna shut my mouth and be cool about it. But that's the way this shit works. The podcasting world right now is like the Wild West. Most people, like, I think one of the reasons that it's so difficult to sort of prosecute people for slander and defamation and all the rest of this stuff is because the people who would have to actually judge that case, like if you have a jury or you have a judge that's trying to sort of wrap his head around what the fuck is the red pill? What the fuck is the manosphere? What the fuck is this? Well, do you have a trademark? Do you not? Like, they don't have any frame of reference for what we do. And so as a result, it's like trying to, it's like gangbusters in the Roaring '20s, right? When there was prohibition. You didn't want to rat out the guy who's making bathtub gin down the street when you're making bathtub gin too, and he's out selling you, and you can't go to the cops, because if you go to the cops, they're going to shut you both down and take you to jail because it's prohibition, right? So you've got this kind of like lawless black market for alcohol at the time, but in this case, it's content. Think of the alcohol of prohibition as content today. So if you're going to go and steal somebody's shit, I can't go and say, well, oh, well, Myron ripped me off here, or Pearl ripped me off here, or Kevin Samuels ripped me off here. I can't do that and then actually have any legitimacy in saying that, because everybody else is using everybody else. So it's kind of like the Wild West. It's like there's only justice in the Wild West is frontier justice. And so some of that frontier justice bites you back in taking L's on Pierce Morgan, and also taking L's right here. Don't bring up Sadia Psych. If you want to talk about somebody who's got no legitimacy, there you go. Okay, this is what I wanted to show you guys. So that was my build up to getting to this.
Dying. That's something that both of us have spent a little bit of time orbiting in one form or another, either you debating it or me getting abused by it. What do you think's happening with the red pill at the moment?
Yeah, I think most stuff has probably like a 2 to 4 year shelf life for internet content. And I think it kind of came and it kind of went. Andrew Tate and the pre-trial or pre-indictment imprisonment probably hurt a bit because it took away a lot of the publicity. I think that the nature of like the conversations for the red pill stuff, I think, was really bad. I think the content strategy from a lot of the red pillars, I think, was very subpar.
How so?
Okay, so he's presuming that there was a strategy to begin with. He's also presuming that the red pill has only existed for 4 years. Again, the red pill begins and ends with Andrew Tate, a guy who has no frame of reference and has no idea what the fuck he's talking about. He doesn't know the Rational Male. The first book was published in 2013. He doesn't. When this guy was watching Jimmy Neutron and Fairly Odd Parents, I was writing on So Suave at that time. We were having these conversations. We were hashing out things like alpha widows. We were hashing out things like the war brides dynamic. We were hashing out things that are staples in the red pill right now. the manosphere. We didn't even call it that back then. Well, the desire dynamic, right? You cannot negotiate genuine desire. That goes as far back as like 2004, 2006. What the fuck was he doing then? He would have been 15 years old. He would have been a sophomore in high school when all this shit. When I first started writing, let's say, if you go back 20, 22 years, he would have been like 13. Maybe he was in middle school. Really? So when I see shit like this, like why Chris Williamson, why? This is a missed fucking opportunity. And this is boring as fuck, because you got the same dumb kid who's been taking L's left and right on your show. I would love to see what the analytics, I don't know, I could probably go look him up. I would love to see what the analytics are on this show, because he's asked him the same thing before. He's asked exactly the same question before. What do you think, the red pill's dying? No, it's not. As a matter of fact, here's the funny thing is you go and you take away me and Myron and Pearl and everyone else. You take away any Kevin Samuels, God rest his soul. You take away every luminary, every personality, every influencer that is not red, that's red pill adjacent and red pill, right? You take away all these people. You still have the red pill. It's still there. It's an idea whose time has come. The red pill is an idea whose time has come. When people conflate you want to know why, what drives me insane? Why is Rolo talking about this? Well, because Andrew Tate single-handedly fucked the red pill. Pearl is still single-handedly being the straw man, fall guy, patsy that fucks up the red pill. You know why he has this opinion? Because he doesn't know anyone except for Pearl or Andrew Tate. He thinks that my work begins and ends in 2020, apparently, right? So why is anyone taking him seriously? Why does anyone take him seriously about the red pill? Why do they take him seriously about Palestine and Israel? Why do they take him seriously about the COVID C-19? Why? Well, now they're taking him seriously because he's easy to fluster. He's easy to get cheap fucking content out of. That's all you are, Steve. You're just cheap content. Pearl, that's all you are. It's just cheap content. You want to know why they don't want to, you want to know why you got to use my fucking name to get James Sexton so you can get on, so you can like pull me out and put, so you can get yourself and fucking James in there, because you were worried about what was going to happen that already happened with Michael Knowles. You're going to be there on your own, ass out, because what her plan was to get herself and James Sexton and have James Sexton do all the heavy lifting with Michael Knowles and hopefully Matt Walsh. Well, it's supposed to be Matt Walsh, as we've heard earlier, right? Now that I know that they preempted, Matt Walsh preempted Tim Pool because he thought he was going to get a shot at James Sexton, courtesy of Pearl, who was going to deliver. I'm glad to say that didn't work out. I kind of wish, again, missed opportunity. Imagine myself and James Sexton on a panel where it's going 2-on-2 against Matt Walsh and Michael Knowles. You would have a much different show. You would have Daily Wire, you would have had a much better show if it would have been myself and it had been James Sexton. You hadn't fucked around. If you hadn't fucked around with Tim Pool, if you hadn't fucked around with me, you would have had the content that you wanted. And we would have run you guys to ground, but it would have been great engagement. Even though you don't even have live streams, you would never do that live. They would never want to do that. None of these guys want to do it live because they can't control it. That's why I keep saying, you want to know why people keep saying, well, Rolo, why do you always want to have these guys come to Vegas? Why do they have to come to you? Because I can do it fucking live. Because I would do it exactly what I am doing with you guys right now in the chat. So you can see it happen live in real time. And you can also feel like you're a part of it. You can ask questions. You can drive the course of the conversation. You can't do that at Daily Wire. You only get what they want you to fucking see. I want to be fucking way more transparent than that. You'll still get the clips. You can still mine them for clips right after the live stream. But everybody who's watching that live and putting in super chats and talking about it, I got much more respect for Tim Pool, who does it live, than I do for anyone at fucking Daily Wire. Because they had, at least Tim Pool and myself and me and Mike, and when we do Access Vegas or whatever, even Brian, even Myron, they do it live every single day. That takes a lot of fuck. I don't know if people really understand how much balls that fucking takes. to go on there because you know people are going to be in the chat going, hey, fuck you. Trust me, when last time I was on Fresh and Fit back in November with Mike and everything, I'm looking at two chat streams. One's from Rumble and one's from YouTube. And the guys on Rumble, you could say anything. I mean, the worst, most heinous shit. And I'm watching now. Well, it's Rumble. What are you going to do, right? People are going, fuck this old guy. Fuck his grandpa. Fuck him. I'm like, yeah, dude, but I can fucking kick your ass and I lift more than you at my age. What's your fucking excuse? Right? But I can at least have that. I can see it on the screen. I could be like, yeah, I could do that. I don't get to do that on Daily Warrior. I don't get to do that on Dr. Phil. It's all controlled and you only see what they tell you to see. So unless you're doing it live, it takes a lot more balls to do a live stream than it does to do what Chris Williamson is doing right here. There's no live element to this. He's just hoping to God that somebody wants to watch a 2-hour, another boring ass video interviewing Steve Bunnell. Destiny is here. Let's talk about is the red pill dead? Okay. Didn't we talk about this like, I don't know, 8 months ago, 6 months ago?
Like for me, the way that I've stayed fresh and relevant for 15 years of content creation is because I'm always finding like new stuff to talk about or a new angle to kind of like hit something from, or like I'm kind of moving on with contemporary events.
Yeah, because you're a fucking flake in the wind. And for the last 15 years, let's see, StarCraft, League of Legends, you were a Twitch streamer right up until what, like 3 years ago, 2 years ago? You're not staying around. See, this is a guy who believes his own bullshit. Or I should say that he believes the bullshit that other people have like led him to believe. This is like the reality. This is a pathological personality, by the way. This is a reality distortion bubble right here. Well, I stay relevant and everything. This is my content creation platform. And I'm like, no, you stumbled into this like most of your Twitch kid friends did. The only reason you even came over to YouTube was because you got banned off of fucking Twitch.
I feel like for Red Pill stuff, I feel like I could have written the script for those shows after being on 2 of them, to where it's like, okay, guys, today we're going to talk about, does body count matter? Do guys value you for the amount of money that you make? Do women fuck over men in divorce? Are men lonely because they're simps? It was like,
yeah, it's boring in the same way that this is boring as fuck, because here's Chris Williamson asking you the same thing he asked you, what, the last time you were on, what, 8 months ago, 6 months ago? How come it's not like, hey, why don't I do a show with Destiny and talk about Melania? That doesn't show up, right? Because it's controlled. You want to know why Chris Williamson doesn't want to talk to me? It's because he can't control the narrative. He can't control what he doesn't know what I'm going to say. I'm a loose fucking cannon. So and by the way, there's other people he won't. It's not just me. There's other people he won't talk to because he can't control the narrative. He's not going to get what he wants out of it. That you want to talk about your platform. You want to talk about your like keeping it fresh. You want to talk about like doing something new. Well, that's the thing. It's like, yeah, it's red pill content, and it's been around a lot longer than he's probably even been alive. Pull that out of there real quick. But again, this is the useful idiot. So when he goes on Chris Williamson and he's all in, 6K, 8K, high def, very well produced. Don't get me wrong. Valuetainment, very well produced. Chris Williamson prides himself in a very well run, well produced show. Certainly better than what I'm trying to do right here today. Very much so. Yes, it's live, Project Althea. Would you like to ask a question? Please feel free. So yeah, it's funny. Yes, that's all I've been talking about right now. This is live. You're live right now, bro. Welcome to the party. But yeah. So I have more respect for guys who actually do, and it's the only thing I've ever done. I've been doing live streams since the Pat Campbell days, since 2018. I haven't seen any reason not to do it. I've always been about this kind of content. Yeah, that's why I stuck around SoSwab for as long as I did, because I liked the back and forth. I like the engagement. I like having those conversations because it helps me think about shit. I sometimes I'll even use like comments on here as like starters for an essay or certainly an idea. That's the problem. The problem is everybody wants these really tightly controlled shows like Michael Knowles and Pearl. Of course you're going to look like an idiot, Pearl. Well, I mean, you're an idiot anyways, but like, of course you're going to look like an idiot because they're going to make sure you do. The best thing you can do, like when I went on, like granted, okay, I went on Dr. Phil, but I knew what was going to happen. And so what happens is if I can't go into the Lions, if I can't go on Tim Pool and know that and be confident in what I'm going to say and not make an idiot of myself, and I knowing full well that even the slightest gaffe is going to be taken and turned into the next vasectomy tweet. I know that. I have to be bulletproof when I go on there. Now, maybe not, I mean, Tim Pool is probably not like out to get me, right? But if I went on to Daily Wire or something, I would know I had to be bulletproof, and I would have to study up. I would have to know what my opponents know, what their conversation is going to be. I would have to be prepared for that shit. And even Mike Sartain was saying the same things. Like, if I'm going to go head to head with Destiny, if I'm going to go head to head with anybody, if I don't know them, of course, I'm going to spend even that much more time on them. But even if I do know them, I'm going to go back and look at the last 10 videos that they've done. I'm going to go back and look at their stuff. I'm going to have do, I don't know, OPSEC on the guy that I'm supposed to go after, right? I knew going in to Dr. Phil. I knew Dr. Phil, that was number one. Then Richard Reeves, who I was the one who actually suggested. I knew what I was getting into with him. I didn't know Marilyn was going to be on there. She was the divorce attorney, but it was good because I was on friendly footing with her because she's a divorce attorney in Reno and she'd been on Donovan Sharp's show. Then there's Imran Ahmed. He was the wild card. He was the X Factor. I didn't know who he was, so I did all of my fucking homework on this guy before I went on there. So I knew what I was going to get into. I knew what he was going to say beforehand. If I can't do that, Pearl, if you can't do that, you got no fucking business being in doing this period, but you got no business being on those shows at all. If you can't go in there, oh, I'm going to look like an idiot. Oh, I'm so worried they're going to make me look bad. Yeah. Go in there knowing that that's what they're going to say and be ready for it. All right, let me get to some of these real quick. I got to whip through these. James Sexton interview with Chris Williamson went well. I think so too. I have already mentioned that, yes, but I will I got a few other things I need to get to before I go get to Jim's performance. I do have him on tap though. Carl Bennington, why does Jay Waller talk about changing diapers and going around killing people? Dude, you cannot be that autistic. You cannot be that literal. What he was saying is this: women want a man who has the capacity to kick ass, kill a motherfucker, slit throats, and change diapers in the same day. He was making an analogy: alpha fucks and beta bucks. That's his way of saying it, right? A woman wants a man who is parentally invested enough to know how to change a diaper, but also alpha enough to kill the motherfucker if he comes and breaks in the house. That's what that meant. Does that clear it up for you? That's what he meant. Thank you. The end. Looks for danger. Ethan debates like a middle schooler. Yeah, they both did. They both, when the name calling goes back and forth, everybody sort of like the level of conversation decline. Ethan Klein declines the conversation. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He probably has a note. I will give Ethan this. He probably had a notebook full of shit that he wanted to get to because Ethan drove that conversation. Myron did not drive that conversation. Ethan, here's what I have a problem with you. And he basically took over the show. Same thing with Candace Owens. Candace came on the show and she directed the conversation of that show. And they were just like, they might as well just like Myron might as well get up and let her fucking take over the show. Right? Let her drive the conversation because that's really what happened there. Same thing with Ethan. It's like he's driving. Now, Myron, at least with Ethan, took it back on several occasions. If I had to say there's a clear winner, it certainly is Myron Fresh on this. But that's the goal of Ethan is not to win the conversation. The goal of Ethan Klein was to get that fucking clip. That's what it was. That's how he builds a brand. Look, I took down Myron and Fresh, the whole video for 2 hours, 3 hours, 3 hour video. They get one minute clip. That's the one everybody remembers because he gets it out there. It's salacious enough for people to remember. And they go, look, this fat, pasty, white kid took down the biggest names in the manosphere. Boy, take the L. That's what he was after. That's why I said it's a bad idea to quote unquote debate the guy. The time to debate him was 2022 when he was making sexual assault allegations. And granted, did they do a really good show to sort of exonerate themselves? They did. But the time to have that live conversation and to insist upon it was about 2 years ago. What did I say before? Appear or disappear. The one thing that has taught, I mean, this is a marketing principle anyways, and you guys all know my background in marketing. One marketing principle is appear or disappear. If it bleeds, it leads. If it's red meat, then people want to jump in and just gobble it right up. It's the same thing, same principle. And I'm talking as a guy who has been in marketing, brand management, graphic design, art direction, photo editing. I've been doing this for just professionally for a long time. So to me, I see this all naturally. But when you got guys who've only, like Myron and Fresh have only been doing this for like 3 years, a little over 3 years now. There's still basics that you have to remember. Even Pearl's what's she, 26 years old? She has no clue what she's doing. She's just got flying by the seat of her pants and just happy as a pig in shit that she got like picked up got the attention of anybody at Daily Wire right now. Probably because daddy paid for it. She comes from a very rich family. We already know that. But has no real background in marketing, has no real background in branding or anything like that. And you say, well, it's different. It's the Wild West. Yeah, it is the Wild West, but the same marketing principles apply. So if it bleeds, it leads. If it's hot now, it's not going to be hot by Friday. If tomorrow's Monday and then Friday is the day that you can get somebody in to talk about what you had going on Monday, it's over. It's fucking over. Especially in this business, because everything happens so immediately. It's all about immediacy and urgency. That's why nobody could get it out of the fucking paper bag for TradCons versus Red Pill. Brian tried to do it. The best he could get was Michael Knowles versus Jasmine Jafar, Farah, and Pixie. Really? And even that was like weeks after the Chase versus Myron thing and the Lila Rose versus, Justin Waller thing. It was hot. People were talking about it for the 2 days. Poof, like a fart in the wind. Yeah, he does debate like a middle schooler, but he's not debating. He's just there to get it. He's just there to speak the emotional language that he knows would be a good clip. I love Ned. Fend for yourself. Yes. I love Ned too. Ned is my best friend. He's literally my best friend. If I had one criticism of Myron, it's that I'm not like beating up on Myron because I don't have a problem with either one of these guys. But I will give you tough love. Iron sharpens iron. I say, well, you should take it off the air. Well, apparently that's not working, right? Apparently I don't get taken seriously. The only time I get a call is when there's a problem, right? If the only time your friends call you is when they either need something or there's a problem that you need to like assess, that's not your fucking friend, right? If I had one criticism of Myron, it's that he cannot seem to weave his way in and out of emotional subjectivism. Yeah, he gets wrapped up some. I've done the same. Don't get me wrong. I have, like in the Pat Campbell days, oh yeah. What I didn't know, what I know now, yes. That's just being human, okay? And that's a crucial part when debating the Red Pill. Yeah, again, debate is not what it is. It's just back and forth. It's crosstalk. But and this, if you are Red Pill, and you even if you find yourself having to defend this at a dinner conversation, right? It doesn't have to be in a podcast. Understand that people will always try to reframe the language of the argument. The language, it's a debate principle. They always want to reframe the language of the argument, right? To their most favorable position. Usually that's emotionalism because we live in an era of feels before reals. Emotionalism preempts everything, including in fact, to be rational is almost like that's a point of ridicule. Oh, you're the rational male. point and sputter. Rational. What do you mean rational? Give me that. I'll read this book. You're not rational. Men are emotional. They love that. And the reason why they do that, because that's an emotional response. oh, there might be something in here that could like really like change my mind about things. Give me that. Let me read this. What's he talking about? Let's see. With all due respect, you are the mature adult in the room relying on Myron Gaines to represent the red pills, like handing your 12-year-old son the keys to car to go to the grocery store. I 100% agree with you, but what am I going to do? At this point, what am I going to? You know what's worse? Actually, it's not even Myron. It's having a guy like Andrew Tate take the keys. It's a guy like, I mean, God rest his soul. I liked Kevin Samuels, but even Kevin Samuels was not. They jumped into this because it was the hot topic. It's like the guys who people were asking me about, like CGA and Joker and stuff. I don't have a problem with them personally. It's just like when they came into the space, it was when all these guys were coming in on the MGTOW tip, right? Oh, I'm going to start my own channel and my own personality brand, and I'm going to start a YouTube channel. What's hot? What hashtags are trending? MGTO. What is this MGTO stuff? Oh, well, all the kids like it. All young men are men going their own way. Sounds so good. I'll put that in my profile. And it worked for a time. They weren't about it. They didn't have a history of it. I'm not saying they couldn't get a history with it. It's just that they didn't know enough they didn't know enough to like understand what MGTOW was about. And so they just jumped in and called themselves MGTOW. I was funny. I laughed when I saw, and again, I don't have a personal problem with Joker or whatever. He just does what him leaving the manosphere and then coming back again, or never having left it in the first place. Okay, that's a brand move. Right. How's that? That a little better? Can you hear me now? No, you can't. Where do we go? Where do we go from here? 1 second. One, two, 1, 2. Is that better? Oh, wait a minute. How about now? Is that better? Can you hear me now? Can't hear you? Good. How about now? Good. I got this other one here. I have a backup plan. Still probably low on batteries, but I have a backup plan. That's what I get. That's what I get. All right. All right. All right. See, this is me flying by the seat. Like I said, I'm a one-man show. I'm my own audio and I'm my own video producer at the same time. Sorry. Thank you. I got it now. We're good now. Everything's good now. Okay. Yeah, this one's dead. Actually, you know what's funny? I'm gonna see if I can power one of these up here. Let me know. Thanks for calling, but I was giving you shit for calling. sorry. Okay, we're good now. Excellent. Let's see. Oh, geez. Well, all this has been going on. You know, I don't think you guys can hear that, can you? I'm trying to get my Stream Deck to play sounds. Okay, let's go back to Sadia. Sorry, Sadia Khan. Hopefully that's where I left off. Sadia Khan is in no way a psychologist. She is in no way should be in any kind of teaching capacity. The only thing is people go, well, I agree with what she says. I go, that's fine, but she's basically stolen valor at this point. So like, don't take take Sadia with a grain of salt, please. Although it's just business, so maybe I should get her on the show. What does having Loomer, Rubin, Kirk, Fuentes have anything to do with the red pill issues being on FNF? It doesn't. Thank you for bringing that up. Well, would you like to know? Would you like to know my opinion on this, since you've asked? It doesn't. It has nothing to do with that. Fuentes, I'll just be upfront and honest. I think probably the biggest mistake that Myron Fresh ever made was having Sneeko on there. And I kind of like Sneeko. I just think that bringing him on was just a business move. And then that led to Fuentes, that led to Zerka. And I like Zerka too, right? I like, then it was Destiny, actually. Aiden Ross, I think. Like the Twitch kid like invasion that happened in the beginning of last year, I think. That was, I understand why, but it had nothing to do with the red pill. I mean, having Zerka on the After Hours show, okay, I understand why you would do that, but there's nothing constructive that's going to happen with it. It's very entertaining. It's entertainment versus like constructive talk. If you want like nuts and bolts, come see me, come see Ryan Stone, definitely see Cappy, Aaron Clary. That's his name, by the way, Pearl. I also caught that. I don't know if anybody else did, but when Pearl was fumbling around over herself, trying to remember some stats on, employment stats, where she's trying to quote stats from Aaron's latest book, which is A World Without Women. Fantastic book, too. I listened to it on Audible on the drive down from Reno to Vegas. And I did that because I didn't do that just because Aaron's a friend. I did that because it was actually a very good read or listen, as the case may be. Yeah, very good. He needs a great producer. I do need a great producer. But she's fumbling around trying to like remember like these stats, and then she says, "Oh yeah, there's this book. It's called World Without Women, and it was written by some actuary." Bitch, you just had him on your show. He was on your show like 2 weeks ago. Like, how dare you? Like, you can fuck with me all you want. Don't fuck with Cappy. Like, it's Aaron Clare. Say his name. I don't have the drop right now. You should say his fucking name. Like, he's the author. He took a long time to fucking write that book, and the author of more books than me. He has a fucking name, man. But I don't know if that was like just she couldn't remember. She just was just fumbling around for words or whatever. But like, if you're gonna quote people, please, especially if you know them, please throw it out there. I shouldn't have to tell you this shit. Yeah, I don't either. And it's a pivot. It's a brand pivot, is what it is. Well, let's see what works. And apparently, some of it worked and some of it didn't. I think the association with Destiny was a bad move. The association with Nick Fuentes, definitely a bad move. And again, it was a move that didn't need to be made. But I don't know, maybe it got them to where they wanted to be, but now they're demonetized. And now they had to jump through a lot of more hoops to get remonetized. What's the red pill got to do with what we see? Dave Rubin's I think Dave Rubin will probably do Fresh and Fit if he hasn't done it already. Hasn't he? I don't know if he's been. I know they've met up before. Maybe they've been on Valuetainment together. Red pill started with Hulk Hogan in the 80s. Thanks, Three Diglets. Andrew Wilson believes we can fix all the issues the red pill points out by adopting his religious Christian nationalism. Yeah, well, get used to it. That's probably going to be the hot topic right up until November 6th. Yet stats Christian membership is in steep decline. Thoughts? Well, he's just going to say it's because everybody's a degenerate coomer. Coomer, yes. Don't know what that is? Go look it up. I'll let you go and educate yourselves on the lingo. If you're using coomer in casual conversation, you might want to rethink things. No, but see, the problem, we're going to get to Nala here, Nala Fit, who, by the way, damn shame if she's actually going to go off of OnlyFans, because she's a piece of ass. I would love to have her on Access Vegas. I don't think it's a real deal, but we'll get to that here in just a second. I gotta move things along. I don't think, again, it's just best practices. We got into this with Andrew. This is one of the points. Like, I agree with like Andrew, and he probably agrees with me on about 80%, maybe 85% of the stuff that we talk about. That's why I wanted him on the show of like the TradCons versus the red pill. I wanted him on our side, right? Because he understands our arguments. He understands the stats. He understands the data. His best practices, his resolutions, like he understands the diagnosis. It's the prescription that he has a problem with, and his prescription is always, well, just pray it away. And it's like, no, that we need a little bit more than that. We need something that's tangible. We need we need legislation. We need marriage reform. We need to change things, and not just like on a legislative perspective, but also sort of on a each one tell one. People always ask me like, "Why, Rolo? Why do you endorse Men of Action?" It's because you're partners with Mike Sartain. Like, well, that's half of it. The other half is that MOA, Men of Action. And if you want to join, my link is right there. Men of Action is bottom up. It's not top down. Everyone, like, and again, no disrespect to the guys in the war room. Well, maybe a little, but it's not, we're going to change the world from the top. We're going to go and just storm the Capitol. We're going to go and do this. We're going to change the world, right? I've never been about that. I've always been about bottom up. Each one tell one. Help your fellow man. Like, as I've said before, the red pill is like triage. You help the ones you can, you save the ones you can, and you read Last Rites to the Dying, and you move on to the next one. And because that's the only way you can go about doing it. That's the only efficient way. That's why I say don't evangelize for the red pill. Just have those conversations. I was saying before, that guy was asking me about his 60-year-old father, right? Have conversations. Get together, have conversations, talk about these points. You're not going to hand my book and they're going to magically become red pilled, right? It's not a fucking verb. You have to be interested enough to have those conversations. You know, what's funny is I can actually lift this desk up. Can I do that? There we go. Is that better? How about this? I'll bring it down a little bit. I can stand up here too, because I'm like completely wireless. This is actually working out pretty well. But again, elevated. The reason why, if you read my my fourth book, Religion, I talk about it. It's called the Orthodox Paradox, and it's also, you can't argue against God, because what happens is when, not to take anything away from Andrew, because I like Andrew quite a bit, but like when guys who are like really super orthodox, like ortho bros, when they run out of gas, they fall back on, well, it's in the Bible. Well, God said, so marriage is nothing but a downside risk. I'm not against marriage. Clearly, I've been married for 27 and a half years. But the way we do it now, it is an all downside risk for men. How are we going to change that? Well, there's incentives. And I even had this conversation with Andrew. You have to disincentivize certain things and re-incentivize other things if you want that to work. If you really think that marriage should be a goal state for men and women to save the West, which I disagree, but that's a podcast unto itself. You have to change the incentives. Oh, you want girls to get off of OnlyFans? Then ban OnlyFans. Then kill only. Is OnlyFans a detriment to society? Is it a societal scourge? Is it? Yes. Okay. Bye. Not in this country, not in this state, not in this community. Ladies, you don't get to be on OnlyFans in state of Nevada. It's legalized prostitution, but you don't get to be on OnlyFans. If there's something that everybody's doing and it is ending up hurting society as like the greater good, it's hurting that. This is just like basic deductive logic, right? You remove the incentives. It's me being the Rollo Tomasi, the behavioral psychologist, which is really what my background is in. You remove the reward. You remove the incentive for that behavior. That's really all behavior is. It's like classic conditioning, right? It's operant conditioning. Remove the reward. You won't do the behavior anymore. End of story. Nobody wants to do that. Nobody has a will to do that. They'll find some way, some social way to say, well, we don't want to take away our choices and crush why would you want to judge me? Don't judge me. Okay, well, how about I just remove the incentive for you to do that behavior? That's judging. Okay, well, then I'm fucked. Well, now we're back to square one. What are you going to do? So anyways, I have my pluses and minuses on that. Slept with my ex's best friend today. She confirmed my ex is the trash 304 owl. You mean the HO3? I always thought I'm using that. I'm going to make a shirt that says HO3 for girls. I saw the red flags from the beginning, but the sex was good. Why am I emotionally hooked knowing she is trash? Because you don't think you can find a chick that is that hot in bed. All comes back to sex, dude. Seriously. Don't build it into a bigger deal than it actually is. The reason why you can't get her out of your head is because she fucking sucked the chrome off a trailer hitch, dude. That's probably why. You just said, you just admitted, oh, the sex is really good. Yeah. By the way, sex is the glue that keeps relationships together or marriages together, but it's also the glue that keeps you really stuck to a bad bitch. Dude, just throwing that out there. It's it has its pluses and its minuses. Rollo, please never give up. I won't. I can't tell you how grateful I am to have people like you, Ryan and Aaron Clary. I've shed weight. Oh, good. And some ablets. And I've got some ablets. My inner self is unchanged. Okay. Thank you. I'm going to continue because you continued. This is your continuance. I find the basics like starting and holding conversation. You could just give me a $30 super chat. Like starting and holding conversations with people hard. Okay, that's the networking part. That's the relationships part. I hate it when all I can conjure up. You did voice to text, didn't you? Is I am fine when people ask me about my day. That they don't care about your day. That's actually the answer you should give them. I need tools. I'm currently reading a few books of small talk, but have made little progress. That's because you need to practice it. Is there something you can point me to develop my pregame social skills? Yes, I can. It's called The Player's Handbook. It is book number 5 in the series of The Rational Male, which I actually wrote specifically for those things. I'm probably going to end up doing a series of videos that are like sort of back to basic videos that are based on the Player's Handbook, like why it's a why it works kind of thing. I've already got the first set done, but is it gonna? Here's the thing: is the problem is this: is it's not like I gotta figure out what to say and what do I memorize? And it's like that's the wrong way to think about it. You have to change your mind about yourself. You have to learn conversational skills, not scripts. That's where a lot of people say, well, I got to remember all these lines. That's a pickup line. Oh, I'm not really like that. That's not the real me. Yeah, you're right. It's not the real you. That's why you need to learn conversational skills, not learning particular scripts and lines and shtick. Okay? Pick up the Rational Male, the 5th book, the Player's Handbook. Is it going to give you like specifics? Well, here's what you say when she says this. No, but it will help you develop conversational skills for sure. So try that out. And then Amin Gil, email me too. And by the way, if you want to join my Patreon group, I'm going to be doing, we do our one-on-ones, our group sessions, I guess. We do it once a month. It's on my Patreon. It's $200 a month. And you get 2 hours with me. And what do we have? We have like 10 guys right now. We have 6 regulars and then 4 people that kind of come and go. I cap it at 25. If you have a specific question and you're like, oh, I can't afford the one-on-one. My one-on-one is anywhere between $800 and $1,000 an hour. I'll tell you that right now. Okay. I'm unashamed when I tell you this. Okay. Because I don't want to waste your time, and you don't want to waste my time. So if your problem is so bad that you want a one-on-one with me, it's just going to depend on really like how deep in you are. 800 to 1,000, and I always go over an hour because I can talk. But if that's like, oh man, it's too rich for my blood, then join my Patreon group. That's why I started it. So like I could actually spread it out amongst them. Everybody shares the cost, basically, is what it is. So. And then if that's not enough, then you might want to consider joining MOA. You would have to talk to, you just use my link and you click on the link and then you can see if you want to join it right there. If you do, please use my link. Let's see. Culture Club USA. Culture Club USA. Rollo, is Pearl going to end up being the next Cassie J with her divorce documentary? No, because she's never going to get it out of the plastic bag. She hasn't shot fucking footage 1 on it yet. My theory is that she was at the Daily Wire to sell it. Yeah, but she's been trying to sell it for so long that it's stale and old. Another reason why she was trying to get James Sexton involved, because she doesn't know what she's talking about. This is me spitballing here, but this is what I believe anyways. I think that her objective goal was to use my name to get James Sexton to get on the show with her so she could just sit there and bask in the glow. She needed James to be there to make the cases and understand and remember all the stats that she couldn't remember. And Aaron Clary's an actuary. She needed James there as a crutch because she knew she couldn't go up against Michael Knowles, much less Matt Walsh. That's why Matt Walsh wasn't even in this whole thing, because he's just like, fuck it, I'm out, you know. And Matt Walsh had to blow off Tim Pool for this bullshit, right? All these shenanigans that she was trying to pull. But my understanding is that she was using my name to get James to commit to it, which he did. And I would argue that if they didn't know that I was so tight with James, and I talked to James quite a bit, right? Like, I'm gonna call James, guys. You just tweeted, or you just put a super chat in here not too long ago. James and I are tight, man. We're good, right? We're bros. If you're going to try to pull some shit like that, like, just know we're going to talk. Okay. I don't know how hard it is to understand that. But he's a hot commodity, as you can see. You know who didn't get, you know who got him? No, it wasn't Michael Knowles and it wasn't Daily Wire. It was Chris Williamson who got him. Ha ha. You don't get him. He doesn't know you. He doesn't know that. He doesn't know your fucked up world, Pearl. He barely knows my fucked up world. He's a hot commodity, and you're certainly not going to get him for the Daily Wire, much less a documentary, a divorce documentary. Certainly not if this is the kind of bullshit you're, apparently willing to pull. So anyways, thanks for that. Sam Whiskey, they are scattering like 12 disciples on Crucifixion Day. Yeah, the cock has crowed 3 times. Ziggy Stardust or Marilyn Manson? Oh, Ziggy Stardust. Really? David Bowie. David Bowie is, what's funny is I always had an appreciation for David Bowie. I didn't in the 80s because he was like more into like the pop kind of stuff, and I didn't really like him all that much until I got into his older stuff. I love David Bowie. Girlfriend broke up with me after 3 years. She said our values didn't align. No, she just doesn't want to fuck you anymore. I didn't want traditional marriage. She said she's sorry for knowing this whole time and dragging it out. Been working out. Good. Yeah. Okay. You're done. Good. Here's the thing. At least you're done. The advantage is like now you're not wasting any more time. I think a lot of guys, when they have a problem like this, they'll ask me, they'll say, well, Rollo, what should I say? What should I do? Like, you don't say anything. Like demonstrate, don't explicate. Be above board, be 100%. Say, hey, look, I have other girlfriends, I have other people that I'm seeing, if that's what you're going to do. So let your yes mean yes and your no mean no, right? But also demonstrate it. Don't explicate it. You don't have to make a big grand production out of it. You don't have to make it an ultimatum. You just say, look, we're in the Breakfast Club. Remember Bender? He's like, are all these your girlfriends? He's like, well, some of them I consider girlfriends and some of them I just consider. If you can exemplify that in sort of your attitude for the next girl that you're with, assuming that's what you want to do, I see. Here's the thing: is like people think that like the red pill is like hella mercenary, and they think that it's like this. Oh, it's manipulative game playing. No, it's not. You will never hear me tell you, "Yeah, get her." That doesn't seem like best practices to me. Okay, manipulative game playing. In fact, they don't even like the term game. Oh, you use the term game. It's all a game to you, Rolo. No, that's just for lack of a better term. You can use the red pill to be married for 27 and a half years and have a fantastic marriage. And you can also use it to fuck random bitches. What do you want to do? It's on you. It's just the data set. I'm just kidding. I'm not Rolo's preach. I'm not preaching shit. I'm giving you a set of data that you get to go and use and build whatever the fuck you want to build with it. If that's fucking random bitches, then so be it. If it's not, and it's like saving the West and it's being married and having a great relationship with your wife for 27 years, so be it. That's all it is. The red pill teaches, no, the red pill is a philosophy. No. You believe that? No. Rolo, can you help me with my twin flame? Your twin flame? Not sure what you're asking. I would help you if I think I know what you're saying. I'm gonna let you clarify that. They want men to shut up and man up, whatever that means. With the red pill movement, die off, or will men simply move on? No, the red pill is an idea whose time has come. As I said before, you take me away, you take Ryan away, you take Real Zero away, you take Mike Sartain, you take everybody who is red pill or red pill adjacent. The red pill, the manosphere is still here because people are aware. They can't not be. They are on Twitter all the time. They see it live in real time. They're going, even if you took all of us away and the red pill's gone. No, it's not gone. There's still the forums, there's still blogs, even if there's no red pill content, formal content whatsoever, guys, it's unignorable. We live in the 21st century. We live in a interconnected mass communication society. You're gonna get the red pill, no matter what. That's the problem. You want to know? Here's the biggest fucking problem that TradCons have. I'm gonna ruin TradCons for you right now. Their problem isn't with the red pill. It's reconciling 20th century ideals and 20th century memes in 21st century communication, in 21st century technology. It's trying to figure out why isn't marriage like such a great deal that people are just lining up at the courthouse to go fucking get married? Why is it that we are at the lowest marriage rate in recorded history in the United States? It's 6 persons per 1,000. Since they started keeping records, it is at the lowest point it has ever been. Why? Oh, it's because you red pills, you guys have ruined it for everybody. No, fuck, that's been going on since, 1965. It's been on a steady decline since hormonal birth control. Oh, well, it must be those boomers. It must be the free love generation. It must be the sexual revolution. No, those are just downstream effects from one invention. That happened in the 20th century. And now here we are in the 21st century. We have mass communication. We have access to information in unprecedented ways. And the problem and the struggle that TradCons are having right now is they're still mired in this 20th century way of thinking. And they're trying to reconcile it with 21st century data. That's why. Again, this is nothing new to me because this was in the introduction of my book, Religion, which is book 4, which came out in 2021, after 3 years of writing it anyways. Exactly. I'm paraphrasing myself at this point, but like almost verbatim, that's exactly what I said in the introduction. And had you read that, Pearl, had you read that, Michael Knowles, had you read that, anybody else, you would be at a distinct advantage coming at me on Twitter or in debate or whatever if you just understood, if you read just the first 4 paragraphs of that book. You would be in a better position to have some informed opinion, but you don't, because you don't have any fucking interest in doing that. No one does. Except for you guys. You guys are my boys. Yes, they want men to man up after telling them to man down for 50, 60 years. Is Princess Kate Middleton dead or alive? I don't know. Dead or alive? You know, here's one good thing about this rig right here. I could plug my guitar in and play for you, like right through the computer on this one. So far, I'm doing good, but the anxiety is annoying. I'm constantly in the gym, eating healthy diet, but it's just those moments like right before bed. Yeah, when there's no distractions. I'll be okay. Just trying to find ways to avoid the sleep deprivation. Here's what you don't do. Don't try to replace the dopamine hit or the chemical high. What did you guys? Oh, don't try to replace the chemical high of the sex or the thought of sex or the people say it's the dopamine. Okay, whatever the dopamine, the potential for orgasm, right? The good feelings you got from that. Don't replace that with a bad form of like dopamine hits, right? One of the reasons, would you like some practical information here? Here's some practical information. The chemical signature that is created in the human brain, I'm going to go Andrew Huberman on you here. When a guy is infatuated, or woman for that, and human beings are infatuated with each other, they're aroused and they want to fuck, they have that sexual urgency, they have like genuine natural desire for each other. People call it infatuation or lust. When you have those, for lack of a better term, that's the words, the emotional words we give to the physical, emotional, and chemical effects of like really wanting to fuck that other person, like genuinely, no matter what. We love to give like these big cosmic, meaningful, esoteric terms to the shit like that. It's really, you're just describing the chemical reaction that's happening in probably your pituitary gland. But when that happens, it's very chemically, the chemical signature is very close to heroin or cocaine or something like that, right? It's an addiction, literally an addiction. So you get, it's Addicted to Love, like that song. Yeah, there's a reason for that. Because it is a very similar chemical signature to that hit, right? That you get. When that's removed, you're removing the incentive, like I said before, and you're removing reward. That's the behaviorist Rollo Tomasi talking, right? So you remove the reward, and by removing the reward, you're removing the incentive to go after that reward. That's why you're having a problem, like sort of processing this. It's also why guys have a much more difficult time getting over a girl than a girl does over a guy, assuming that guy wasn't the best she could do. So that's number one. The other thing is, don't go trying to replace that chemical hit with alcohol, with opioids, with weed, with whatever it is that you think is going to like make you feel better. That's why when guys, well, especially guys, but women do the same thing too. When you go through a breakup, what's the first thing you do? Call up your girls, call up your boys. Hey man, we're going to go down to the bar. We're going to get fucked up. I'm going to get blacked out drunk and forget about this bitch. Right? The reason why that's your first instinct is because you're trying to replace that hit with alcohol. Well, I can't feel good because the potential for orgasm and the potential for me to be fucking this chick is gone now. And that reward is taken away. Well, what can I replace it with? Well, the Jim's bar is just down the street. All right, hot damn, let's go. Liquor store time. Cold gin. It's cold gin time again. That's Kiss song is actually, the cold gin, Ace Frehley wrote that. That song is exactly what I'm talking about right there. Just don't replace that. Here's what you do. Replace that dopamine hit with a good source of dopamine. Go running, go lift. Play loud ass fucking music. Go see Lamb of God. Go see Slayer at what is it? They're going to be at Riot Fest. They're coming out of retirement. And then they're at Aftershock, which is where I'm going to, if you want to go to Aftershock with me in Sacramento in October, hit me up. I'm going just because Slayer's there. Go listen to Slayer. Go listen, if that's not your thing, go listen to whatever the music that you listen to when you're working out. Go and listen to what like really drives you and kicks you in your ass. Go see go see some war movie, right? Get that high from something that's not bad for you. Let's see. What's your opinion of sugar dating? I could use hypergamy to my benefit and get easy hookups. Why wouldn't I? Well, I'll tell you what. Because if you teach a man, or if you buy a man a whore, you get him laid for a night. If you teach a man game, you get him laid for a lifetime. So why wouldn't you, right? Why not just go the direct route? Why not just go rent it? Just go buy some pussy. There's lots of ways to do that. You can go on, why would you even, I wouldn't even use sugar dating. Why would you want to do that? Because that, and like even sugaring, even like seeking arrangements still has the attachment. It's like a subscription service. Why would you do that? What, you want to subscribe to fucking this chick? Hopefully, right? You're sugaring. I want to be a sugar daddy. Some guys don't have a problem with that. Like, if that's the only way you can do it, do it. Whatever. You know, I wouldn't do it that way, but some guys, like, they're like, I just don't want to waste time. Okay, if that's the case, then you go to tryst.com, or you go to Skip the Games, or you go to any of these escorts outcall sites. And you probably have to put a deposit up, or you probably have to put some kind of money up front, I'm sure. But why would you sugar? Why would you go sugaring? Sugaring is for guys who see, like, women, like, what these are guys who really want to have the girlfriend experience, but they have to pay for it. If it was just about the sex, you'd be stroking off to porn online, or you'd be fucking hookers. A lot of hookers. You'd be fucking quite a few hookers. Well, that's what they are. They're basically prostitutes. I'll just call a spade a spade. They're prostitutes, but they're escorts. They're outcall. They're in call. They're, here I am. Come and get me. Right. I love it when people like say, well, Rollo, did you think that prostitution should be legal? Because then it would really level the playing field. It's already legal. We don't call it, I mean, not in a formal sense. It's not. Well, here in Nevada, it's legal. I think there's places in, like, isn't there a red light district in, like, Vancouver? I think there's a red light district there. And then there's the red light district in Holland, in Amsterdam, which I've been to several times, but I'm not to use the facilities there. But why? Why would you, it's amazing to me, because we have sort of like democratized prostitution so effectively right now. I'm like, why is even sugaring a thing? Well, it's a thing because the guys who are into sugaring, they want to be daddy. They really want to have a steady girlfriend. They really want that, but they can't get it, because nobody wants to fuck them. Or they have to get to a point where they are going to share. Like, guys get into sugaring not because they want to fuck a lot of chicks. They want to fuck one chick a lot. That's why. And they can't get that any other way. And you can also make the case, like, what, everything's prostitution. Marriage is prostitution at that point. Was it seeking arrangements? Is that, would you call that? I wouldn't necessarily call seeking arrangements a sugaring site, but you could certainly get through sugaring. If that's where you're at, if that's where your head's at, like, there's a lot of guys who are, like, very rich men, and they're like, I don't see the practicality of getting involved with a woman in the long term. If that's the case, I don't know why you would get into sugaring. You probably just want to fuck random bitches, as long as they're, their health check clears. I didn't say it's good. I'm just talking about the pragmatism of it. I'm not saying that everybody, that's not a suggestion or an endorsement of any of those behaviors whatsoever. But if you're going to talk about things in, like, efficiency, practicality, pragmatism, that seems to me to be how it works. I wouldn't do it. Rollo, thank you. I found your book in 2020. I read it in 2 days. Wow. Really? It changed my life for the better. I was in a bad spot, and your community really helped. Thank you. Thank you, Lewis. Please go post this on Twitter. Please go get it. It's great. I love the testimonies. Thank you. Oh, by the way, testimonials will be next Sunday's show, because you can see, I'm not here. I'm not in red one. I am in purgatory. I'm in limbo. We should call this studio limbo. Trump should, limbo studio. Trump should replace YMCA with Hello America. Def Leppard. Hello America. How come we still haven't seen a guitar collection action video? Would you like to? I've shown you the pictures of, here, wait, I even still have, here you go. This doesn't work for you? Just so happens I have these still. This is my music room. This is my cedar room, and this is my Reno studio, though. You want to know why I didn't let go of my house in Reno? This was a major reason for that. Oh, and would you like to see Ned? See, Ned even comes in there occasionally too. It's like the acoustic room at Guitar Center. There you go. Is that enough? Probably not. I should give you a live tour at some point. But I'm not in Reno right now. Next time I'm in Reno, maybe I'll do that. I'll be in Reno probably in April. I got some other announcements to go through about that. But there you go. You're going to have to deal with just pictures for right now. Name your favorite pedal. Mine is a JHS pedal, like a guitar pedal. Oh, you know what mine is? What is it? It's God, it's a boost pedal. What is it? TC Electronics. Is it TC Electronics? No, Horizon. It's a Horizon boost pedal. That's the only one. That's the only pedal I use besides, because I have a Helix. I usually use my Helix, but I have one patch because if I'm playing live and I'm playing through, I'm a Randall man. I play nothing but Randall half stacks. I have well, not exclusively, but I have numerous Randall half stacks. My favorite, my live rig is I have a Scott Ian. It's 120 watts ultimate rectifier is what it is, and it's evil. But when I play it live, I make it more evil with the boost pedal, with my Horizon boost pedal. That's probably my favorite pedal. Right now, it's my favorite pedal, anyways. Never said I should say my crybaby wah-wah, but CJ would kick me out of the band if I said that. Any advice for farmers who can't move to meet chicks? Oh, I know you. All women. You know what you should do, Trace? You should join. Hit me up on email, and I will give you a free pass to tomorrow's Patreon group, because I have a guy in there who suffers. He is going through the same thing that you are. All women seem to move to the cities, leaving little options out here. Yeah, they will. All these women who want to talk about churning butter and, oh, I want to get back to living the ranch lifestyle and catching catfish and noodling. Trust me. I got a guy in my Patreon, Justice. I have a guy in my Patreon group who makes shit tons of money by breeding cows, like high end, like Wagyu beef cows, and like bull studs and stuff like that, and sells them for quite a bit of money. And I want to say he's in Minnesota. I think he's in Minnesota, like in the rural areas up there. He's got a family ranch where they breed high-end cattle. And his problem is, like, he's got a lot of money. He's a good-looking dude. Like, he works on a fucking ranch, right? Family ranch. Can't get no pussy because girls don't want to come out there. Like, all these women who say, oh, I want to just live the rural lifestyle. No, they don't. None of you do. Just stop the bullshit. Cut the shit. But Trace, email me, and I'll see about putting you in touch with my friend Justice. Tom Anderson, Rolo, I recommend borrowing material from 12 Steps of ACA. Oh, really? For your Blue Pill Recovery Program. Also, I need you to sign my copy of my 5th book. Okay, I will do so. Just catch me at the green room at Access Vegas. The knowledge you have accumulated and worked incredibly hard to give us is the most important thing men can know. Thank you. Please keep telling people this. It's the answers to relationships. Thank you so much. And you always play it cool. I try. Tell people maybe not cool. All right. So let's see. We've got through, let me look at my notes here today. We've got through Destiny. We got through Myron at H3H3. Guess what time it is, children? Should I do Pearl and Knowles at the end, or should I do Nala Fit? Let's do Nala Fit really quick. Nala Fit's first because she's easy. She was just in the news. Well, not news. She's just in making a big splash, pun intended, on Twitter recently. Where's Nala? Where's my girl Nala? Boy, do I have a good one for you. You've probably seen this. I used this as an intro video about 2 or 3 shows back. So let's go.
Okay, so listen, cheating, it's not that difficult. I've been in relationships and I'm like cheating with someone else and I'm like, this is so hot.
There we go. Sorry, I had to kill the music because I'm going to get a copyright strike for that. Essentially, she got baptized because now she's found Jesus. Anybody know how old Nala Fit is? I know that's not her real name. Can somebody look that up for me? How old is this chick? Now, that was video number 1. you already saw that. This is the baptism. Like it's the bad girl, it's the prodigal son or the prodigal daughter narrative. The prodigal daughter returneth. Well, guess what she did? She deleted her OnlyFans, but did she? Let's find out. Oops, here we go.
Morning, everybody. Okay, so really quick, I have a couple things to address, and I just need you to listen to me.
Okay.
So
I've
had quite a few people reach out to me, comment, just truly curious about what and why I changed. So listen, I was a pastor's kid for almost all my life. I grew up in church. I was always in church. I was also homeschooled. So my life truly felt like a cage. And I'm not saying Christianity is a cage. I'm saying religion was the cage.
And my release was sucking guys' cocks and doing 3-ways and everything. She is a piece of ass. Don't get me wrong. She's definitely maximized her sexual agency and talent set. I'm just going to say that right now.
I was a Baptist, I was a Baptist pastor's child for the longest time, right? Me and my family did not have a good relationship, and I'm the middle of 5 children. So I'm talking about my other brothers and sisters and my parents. It just truly felt like such a cage. I was a very rebellious child, like sneaking out when I was like 16 years old. I was just going the wrong way, right? So about 4 years ago, I started my OnlyFans because I think truly it was out of pure rebellion. And like, honestly, I'm such a like independent person that I never felt the need for a man to provide for me, like have a man in my life to provide for me. So I started OnlyFans about 4 years ago, and I climbed to top 0.01%. I'm not saying that to brag.
You catch that? Top 0.1%. Let's see. Hold on, Sam. I know that Rugby just sent me the 2024 stats for OnlyFans. Can you like call those up for me real quick so I can like give you how much a 0.01% earner on OnlyFans would make?
I'm saying that the devil can truly give you things in this life. He has a budget though. He can only go so far. So a couple million, okay, great.
The devil only has a budget. Oh, okay. Who's giving him the budget?
The devil can do that sometimes, right? But I truly have gifts and talents. I just did not use them in the right way.
Definitely.
And I'm reaching out to anyone who's like questioning what they should do in their life. And I turn to Corn. That's what we're going to call it.
Corn, god of war. Corn, blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne.
Okay, so this is just me sharing my personal experience with you. So I reached out and did Corn for 4 years. And I showed myself all over the internet. I said crazy things on podcasts. If you don't know
you did formal pornography and OnlyFans. Just let's clarify.
I love cheating podcasts. And so I met this person who's now my partner, and he truly showed me God's love.
Does this sound familiar to you? I'll tell you where I've heard this before.
He was sending me Bible verses, praying over me, and we were just friends. So like the Holy Spirit was truly working and moving, but I was in such a rebellion against it because I was like, God doesn't love me. I've had to work this hard for this many years because no one cared about me. My family didn't care about me. Christianity is a cage. It's not Christianity. It's religion. Religion is the cage. And unfortunately, I didn't have like good role models growing up. My parents, my siblings, I didn't have good friends.
Does this sound like a lot of cope to you? Because this sounds a lot of cope to me. Let's look here. OnlyFans. Let's see how much revenue. Okay, well, this overall revenue. You know what? Fuck it. Hang on one second. Hold on, Nala. We'll come right back to you because this would not be a complete show if I didn't show you the OnlyFans stats that I have right here. Oops, go away. Okay, here we go. OnlyFans 2022. Oh, this is 20. Oh, this is okay. So this is actually current. Okay. OnlyFans profits. That's how much the company's making. Let's see. Year. Look at this. It went from 2018 at 34.8 million, and 2022 is 18 billion. So let me explain something to you here, children. Although marriage is on the decline to where we have, what is it, 6 per every 1,000. Okay, thanks for that. 6 per every 1,000, 6 persons per every 1,000 people. However, we've gone from 34.5 million-ish to 18 billion inside of, let's see, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, 5 years. 5 years. And Lord only knows what the projection is for, like, well, they're probably tallying for last year. What could that be? My goodness. There we go. Sorry, I'll push this up for you. 34.8 million to 18. So you know what's going up and while marriage is going down? The number of OnlyFans sites that are coming up. Boy, there's a number that the actuary that you were trying to quote, Pearl, didn't have. Maybe that would have been really useful. Look at the users here. 2017, 100,000 users. 2021, 187.9, almost 188 million users. And there's 2.1 million content creators. OnlyFans number of users, we got that. OnlyFans gender statistics. Creator earnings. Here we go. Was this the one you showed me? I think it is. Those are other interesting facts. We'll get to that. Scroll down. Keep scrolling down. Is that where that is? Okay, I got it. What do you got here? Okay. OnlyFans creators. This is what they made. 12.5 billion. Now remember, top 1%. Here we go. Top 1% of creators earn 33% of the income. Top 10 earn 73% of that income. Okay. How much does the average creator make? Not that much. About $180, I think is what it is. So number of creators, 300 at 1 million plus per year. 16,000 of them, 16,000 of those creators earn $50,000 per year. All right. Now, granted, the average creator only makes 180, I think is what it said. Let's see. 55% of OnlyFans visits come from direct links. Oh boy, here we go. The number one creators here, Black China. Look at what she is making yearly, $240 million yearly on OnlyFans. Bella Thorne, they can't even give you her projected earnings. Her monthly earnings are $11 million. Cardi B, Bella Thorne is out earning Cardi B. Holy shit. Mia Khalifa. Oh, Mia Khalifa, who left porn. Yeah, she's making just a little over $77 million. Million dollars. There you go. You can see these other stats in here. I just want to find out what like the top 1% are making. She's got to be making do you think she's making the millions? I think she's probably making in the millions. What did you give me here? Okay. Other interesting stats about OnlyFans creators and earnings. 300 plus creators earn $1 million or more per year. 16,000 creators earn $50,000 per year. The median account makes 180. Top 1% creators earn 33% of the income. Okay. The average OnlyFans subscription is only $7.20 out of $5.76. Out of that, $5.76 is kept by the creator. $1.44 is kept by the platform. Well, that's way better than Spotify, isn't it? Wow. Okay. Gotta kill that out. What else we got here? Here we go. Thank you. The top 1% of OnlyFans creators earned $4.125 billion. That's of all of the top 1%, right? So they're like splitting that take, correct? Yes. Okay. Got it. Okay, let me get this out of here for you. There you go. What do you got? I just handed a friend a copy of The Rational Male and Volume 4 Religion. We've been having an ongoing conversation about things are gynocentric. So far, he's agreed with what I've said, saving those who have an ear to hear it. Thank you. Each one tell one. That's what I'm after. That's better than any accolades. I'm not looking for flowers. I'm looking for that super chat is what I'm looking for. This is for Ned's collection. And Ned is looking for that. Thanks, Sam Whiskey. Much, much appreciated, my friend. Wow. Why is Mystery back? Your thoughts? Because he's divorced and he's got to get back. He's getting back in the game right now. Got to do something, man. Dogs got to eat. Ned's got to eat, man. Got to do something. Got to keep the lights on. Bella Thorne is 11 million. Can you believe it? Wow. Let's see. Yeah, you like that? If Mia Khalifa is making 77 million, I would say do it. You know what's funny is like I've had these people like hit me up and say, Rollo, what would you do if you woke up tomorrow morning you discovered you're a female? Like, oh, such a tragedy. You know what I would do? Start an OnlyFans and start making a shit ton of money because I fucking know what to do. That's what I would do. Yep. No problem. Thank you. Let's keep going with our good girl.
Really fell into darkness. And I was, like I said, I was top 0.01% creator. Like, that is crazy. That is a crazy milestone to reach in that industry.
No, it's a lot of money is what it is.
So I made what I made, I did what I did, but I want to share with you guys the truth of it all, because I am now giving it all up for Christ. I am now truly a believer. I would never take it back. God radically saved me from this darkness.
So you're giving back all the money then, right? You're giving back all the cash? You're going to donate it to starving Ethiopian children?
And let me tell you again, the devil has a budget, but God does not.
I don't care about the devil's budget. I'm sure God's budget is pretty much unlimited. What I'm interested in is, what is your budget?
Literally made you. He made this world. He made the heavens. Like, what makes you think that God can't bless you with anything?
Like a shit ton of money from OnlyFans?
But the devil will give you these things that trip you up and money in front of your face.
Then you're giving it back.
And these worldly friends, your family that isn't there for you, but don't be discouraged, because God has a better plan for your life. And let me tell you, I have felt and started living that plan. And since then, the money.
God, this is so good. This is classic Christianese. This is like evangelical Christianese is what this is.
The fame, the Gucci, Louis, whatever bags, the shoes.
Like she doesn't know. Gucci bags.
The clothing, the huge trips.
Damn you, devil. Those Gucci bags just got me.
That I've taken doesn't matter. Because at the end of the day, do you want to go to heaven or do you want to go to hell?
Well, heaven, but like, can I have a lot of money while I'm here?
And my soul, I'm sorry, but it's not worth going to hell for at all. And God loves you so much that he's willing to give you everlasting life. You need to understand that your life is very temporary here on earth, and we all have a mission, and that's to preach the word of God.
Man, this is playing so well to the TradCons who hate the red pill right now. I'll read a couple of tweets here, but this is playing.
Okay, I love you guys. Good. I just wanted to clear that up and share a little bit of my testimony. All
right, good enough. Good enough. Bye. Go away. Believe that? Wait, here we go. Reminds me of the scene from Little Nicky when those metal guys asked the Antichrist if they could keep the cash. Yep. Well, remember, Mia Khalifa has left porn. It's still making $77 million a year on OnlyFans, but she has left porn entirely. It still calls herself Mia Khalifa, not her real name. I wonder if Nala Fit is going to call herself something different now. Is she going to change her name? Because she's a new creation in Christ, right? Waiting. We're waiting. Now, if you go and you look at her OnlyFans right now, and I'm not suggesting you do, but it is not deleted. It's not gone. And if you go and look at her Instagram right now, which I do suggest you do, because she's a very attractive girl, and keeps herself in very good shape and is very flexible and athletic. those are still, that's still there too. I don't know how her new godly boyfriend feels about that, whoever that guy is, who started sending her Bible verses, and that's really what got her going. You guys still on with this? You still believe? Do we believe this? Put a 1 in the chat if you believe this. Put a 2 in the chat if you do not believe this. I'm gonna go with not believe this. Simply because this is a marketing ploy. And I had a guy who was on Twitter, and I forget the guy's name. Where'd he go? I think I got a bookmark of the dude here. Here we go. Reclaim your throne. Actually, I like this guy quite a bit. He says, this is what true repentance quote unquote, true repentance looks like to fake Christians. It looks like it's true. It looks like it's a miracle revelation. Oh, look, she's come back to the fold, right? Her link is still up, and she just changed it to free for 30 days. This is called removal of a paywall funnel. The removal of a paywall funnel. Her boyfriend is cashing in on the white married Christian men who, by the way, are the #1 OnlyFans subscribers too. Okay, are the number OnlyFans subscribers, by the way, to tempt them into lust and women, and TradCons are condoning it. This is exactly why women should never teach or preach in the church unless they are leading a Bible study for small children or toddlers. They accept everything from whoredom to homosexuality in the church. She was baptized 3 months ago, but her OnlyFans page is still up. OnlyFans slut Nala, the ninja, is a born again virgin after being baptized in Jesus' name. There you go. So would you like my take on this? I will give you my take on this. There's 2 things that are going on here. One, I actually covered in my book, Religion, my 4th book, as I've been mentioning for this whole show. It's still up. It's still up. Thanks, Spartan, for going and doing the tough work. Spartan went out there and went and looked for it. Oh God, yeah. Don't subscribe to her OnlyFans. I know some guys have went looking for her old porn. She's all over every single porn site. So just saying, don't go do that. Do not go do that whatsoever. You should not go do that. But here's the thing that gets me, and this is like I have criticized Sneeko in the past, and even like Andrew Tate for like converting to Islam because it is a convenient thing to do. I've also brought up the fact that like, why is it that like Muslims don't have a problem with Sneeko basically selling out their religion for content, and then yet there's another faction of Islam that will go and like, murder people for making cartoons of the Prophet Muhammad, right? Peace be upon his name. Doing something like that. Now, I am just as offended, just from a sort of like, because if you read my book, you'll understand why, at this kind of taking the Lord's name in vain. That's basically what this is. And I'm not a biblical scholar. I didn't go to seminary. I don't have scripture memorized. I just know what my personal faith is, and this ain't it. In fact, this is the opposite of it. And simply because this is a marketing ploy is what it is. As what's his face was saying, it's a marketing ploy. It's meant to drive traffic. It's not unlike, by the way, Bella Thorne saying that she was going to start an OnlyFans. And now she did later, but she started on OnlyFans and said, hey, it's coming up, pre-buy, whatever. She ended up making like $2 million in her first like 24 hours being on OnlyFans, and basically showed a few black and white, side boob shots and grabbed the bag and ran. Now, since then, she's realized that she can make a whole lot more than $2 million. But it's free to join right now. It's free to check her shit out right now. And who is eating this up? TradCon women. I've had nothing but shit slung at me from all these women who say, well, how come you can't believe that she has had a true conversion of the faith, right? Well, let me explain something to you here. Let's see if I got this. I think I have this all already on tap as well. Here it is. I don't know who this Camellia is. but apparently she's a big TradCon and people are following. Okay. The biggest problem with the argument for mandatory, oh, that's not her. Wait, sorry. Where'd she go? Oh, here it is. I'm sorry, feminist misogynist. As a Christian, when you shame OnlyFans girls who profess a faith and share their testimonies, you're pushing them back into those lifestyles and telling them they can't change. That's no way that there's no way out, and there never will be. This is wrong. Her OnlyFans page is still up. It's free to join. Is that right or is that wrong? Feminist misogynist or whatever the fuck you are. Is that right or is that wrong? Because I only deal in like objective truth. You have to tell me what's right or wrong. I can only go by what the the facts say, and the facts say that her OnlyFans is still up, and not only that, it's free to join right now. So yes, are they cashing in on this? It's almost like, hey, she's going to go off OnlyFans. You better join now so you can get the good stuff, and then it's gone. And then it's gone forever. It's like a loss leader. Yeah, she still needs to make money if she hasn't made a shit ton of money already. Okay, so number one, Nala has taken a page from Adam 22. What? How so? Okay, let me explain to you. Adam 22, when he was selling the idea that that he had a problem with Jason Love banging Lena the Plug, right? Remember all that way back in what, July or August of last year? And everybody made a big deal. The event was, oh, there's going to be this new release of this porn movie between Lena the Plug and Jason, digging her out, right? Okay, all right, let's make a big deal out of this. And what he's done, what Adam's brilliant at this, by the way. Bravo, it's just business, right? He's basically turned engagement media into something that's large. He's expanded. It's exponentially larger than it had been before. So that engagement media was get everybody else to start talking about it. And he was successful in that because you had Tucker Carlson talking about it with Andrew Tate. Free, like completely free. You can't ask for better. You can't pay for better marketing than that. He got it for free. Then you create controversy through, like Destiny was involved in this. Everybody else who had a podcast wanted to say, I would never let a woman bang another guy. They have this moral outrage and everything, which is all that does is build more and more hype. All that does is make more and more money for Lena the Plug and Adam 22. Right. So what's happened here is she's taken a page out of the playbook of Adam 22. And by the way, she's not the only one who's done this. There's other people. I like Jake Paul was doing this with the fight. Was it Jake Paul? Yeah, Jake Paul, who's doing the same thing. It's kayfabe. It's build up. It's a build. Like Mike Tyson is gonna fight. Is it Jake Paul who's gonna fight Mike Tyson right now? The first thing I said is Mike gonna fight? Is Mike gonna trash talk his wife or something beforehand? Because I'm waiting for that engagement media to start. I expect it now. Logan Paul. Yeah, I see that. It was Jake Paul. Who's Logan Paul? But I see that. They're the Paul brothers, right? Jake Paul versus Tyson. Yes. Okay. So Logan Paul was the one. Right? But it's building up this hype through multiple channels, through multiple platforms. And that's why all the chicks in the TradCon sphere are talking about this right now, because they think she's sincere. And all they're doing is driving their husbands and their boyfriends and all these other Christian guys to go and subscribe to her OnlyFans, because that's really the intent and the purpose of this whole conversion to everything else. That's number one. So that's the marketing effort that's gone into this. Now, why is it believable? The reason it's believable is because this follows the prodigal son narrative. Prodigal son is, of course, the son gets his inheritance. It's in the Bible, right? He gets his inheritance. He says, Father, give me my inheritance. I'm going to go out and I'm going to seek my fortune. I'm out of here. See you later. I'm leaving the family. And he goes out and he spends all his time with hookers and blow, and he blows his inheritance. He comes back. He's destitute. He's poor. He's like, maybe my father will take me back and I'll just eat with I'll eat with the pigs, right? Just like let me back on, because having a roof over my head is better than being out here in a fucked up world, right? And what does the Lord do? What does the Father do? He slays the fatted calf, and they have this big, huge celebration. And my son has returned to me and come back to the fold and come back to the family. And it's the prodigal son narrative, right? Well, what we don't understand is that the prodigal son narrative, again, all of this is in my fourth book, but the prodigal son narrative isn't about the father or the daughter in this case, or the son, right? It's not about those two. It's about the faithful. It's about the people. It's about the family that never left, the family that always stayed with the faith, the true and the faithful. In fact, that was part of the parable, right? Which was like, well, why are you slaying the fatted calf for this son of a bitch? He took all your money and wasted it on hookers and blow. How I've been faithful for all this time, and you're going to go and slay the fatted calf and have this big ass fucking party for, big feast. This guy deserves to be in the fucking slops. Why are you bringing him back? Well, the lesson, of course, is like, well, he's come back. My son who was lost to me has come back, and it's worthy of celebration. You have always been close to me, but now the son that I've lost has come back. Got it. It's not about the son. It's not about the father. It's about the true believers who have their faith reaffirmed by that narrative. Well, we're in the right because we have this example, this fictitious example. It's a parable, right? This fictitious example of someone who left the faith, some bitch who was like hot as fuck, and she sucked dick on OnlyFans, and she made a shit ton of money. She's actually almost a reversal of it. She didn't lose money. She made a shit ton of money. And now she's coming back to the faith. Well, that means we were right. That means our faith is reaffirmed. And I'm not saying that faith shouldn't be reaffirmed. I'm just saying be careful how you reaffirm it. You reaffirm it because some chick came back and says, well, now I'm faithful. Well, here's the thing. When the prodigal son narrative becomes a grift, and it's never been easier to turn it into a grift today, that's when you have to reassess what the fuck's going on. That's when you have to be discerning. That's when you have to know, am I being fucked with? Because if you were being fucked with by the prodigal son, and the prodigal son is making more money off of the faithful by pandering to them, by reaffirming their faith, and saying, look, I had this transformative experience, and now I'm like, okay, your OnlyFans is still up. The faithfuls, their wives' husbands are like subscribing in droves now because they know who she is. And now she's coming back with more money than she left with. And she comes back to the faith. Is she going to give back that money? She's going to like sell all she owns and follow the Lord? I don't see that happening. I'm not even saying it should happen. I'm just saying that's part of the grift. That's part of the marketing effort. And they're pandering to you. And meanwhile, I got to hear these dumb cunts talk about like, oh, well, the red pill doesn't want these girls to come have a transformative experience and come back from the epiphany phase. I'm going to get right with God. Now's the time. I'm not even criticizing the sincerity of it. She might be able to pass a polygraph test to say that she really, truly, 100%, heartfelt believes in everything that she's saying. I'm questioning the timing. I'm questioning the convenience of doing it right when she's doing it. And when I asked you, does this sound familiar to you? Because it's exactly the same thing that happened with Michaela Peterson and Jordan, what's his name? We don't even know because she's still Michaela Peterson, her new husband, Jordan, right? It's the same narrative. She was like, where's that? Is she going to church now still? Because according to her, as far back as 2021, 2022, it's 2021, right before I did the interview with her, right? She had given her life to the Lord because she'd had some guy who ended up becoming Jordan, what the fuck is his last name? Fuller, Jordan Fuller, right? She's not Michaela Fuller. She's Michaela Peterson or Michaela Fuller Peterson or Michaela Peterson Fuller, whatever the fuck it is. Nobody knows her by Fuller. They all still know her by Michaela Peterson because she's not going to give up that fucking association. Another one. Oh, I come to the Lord. Well, then why didn't you take your husband's last name? Well, I did. Well, then why do you still call yourself Jordan or Michaela Peterson online? Well, it's obvious, right? I'm not even giving her shit for it, but it's like, look, come on, let's look at the method to the madness here. So now you've got Jordan Fuller with Michaela Peterson. And how did that go down? Oh, I found Jesus. Oh, you did? Well, why is she doesn't talk about that anymore? She's not really into that. She's not really talking about the evangelical tip anymore. Why? That was a transformative experience for Michaela Peterson back then, right? Because Jordan Fuller did pretty much the same thing that Nala is saying that her mysterious boyfriend has done, and gave her scripture, brought her to the Lord, and all this other stuff. And where's Michaela now with this? It's exactly the same thing. And honestly, I think this is more of a grift, and it's more of it's a rationale. It's a cope, yes, but it's a rationale. And honestly, I think this is probably going to end up being a big. What happens if Nala breaks up with religious boyfriend, Jordan Fuller? What happens then? Does she go back to OnlyFans? She's still on OnlyFans, for fuck's sake. So, ladies, if you're buying into this and you think that the prodigal daughter returneth, like, check yourself, all right? Like, give it a little time at least. But see, that's the problem, is they don't want to give it a lot. They don't want to think about it. Oh, look, here's a great example. Those red pill guys are wrong. Yeah, except the OnlyFans is still up. Instagram's still up. All her old porn movies are still up. She didn't give back any of the money. She's still Nala. Is she going to turn down whatever podcast if Brian calls her back? Because the Lord doesn't want her doing that anymore, because it's a dark place, and the devil has a budget, and that budget doesn't include Brian on whatever podcast. Is that what's going to happen? Because I don't think it's going to happen next. Okay. All right. The moment you've all been waiting for, I think. We got to get to this. Here we go. Y'all ready? Y'all ready for this? Where do we go? There she is. Oh my God. Which one to start with? Oh, this is the one I want to start with. I know I want to do this one. Here we go.
See guys that take you guys' advice, and it sometimes, it ruins their life.
What would men do if they begged you for advice?
Again, I'm not in the business of telling men what to do.
I wonder where I've heard that before.
But I think you kind of are.
Well, what % of women do you think are marriageable?
I think you're skirting the issue.
Okay, so from the jump. Now this is actually very super long. This is actually the full length thing. I just want to give you this is what Daily Wire decided to go with as the leader to drag you into the full video. This is the full video, by the way, but I wanted to show you the leader here. Okay.
People are not going to return to marriage until you make the institution more fair.
Well, what they'll do is they'll return. Yeah.
Doesn't matter what you say. It doesn't matter what I say. You guys have been preaching marriage for a decade.
Yeah.
And the rates of marriage have still been going down. Why? Because the cost is too high and the quality of women is too low. How do you fix it?
Do you want to get married?
Oops. Okay. That's intentional. This is the best that they could do. Remember, this is the best they could do. The red pill woman. Notice it's not Michael and Pearl Davis. It's Michael and the red pill woman. Like, she's not even a name. Not even a name in the fucking title, man. This is what you signed up for. This is what you wanted, Pearl. This is what you got. All right, hold on. So that's the lead in there. That's how they till the fields. Right? Remember what we were talking about when I was talking about Ben and how they wanted to have, like, they would say, this is what the red pill is really about. You don't even remember Ben. He's the guy that's the red pill, Down syndrome retard, right? That's who he is. This is what the red pill is about. She's not even Pearl. She doesn't even get, look, I put that up there. She doesn't even get a billing on the title screen. Now, they introduce her later on, of course. But she doesn't even get a billing on the title? Really? I don't know about you. I don't know what you paid for this. I don't know all the hoops you had to jump through, flying out your producer, and who you're paying right now, and also flying your happy ass out from the UK. And God knows what it cost you to do this whole trip, and you don't even get your name on the fucking title. God. I don't know. That right there would be enough for me to lose my shit. Let's see. Where'd it go? Oh, this is a pretty good one. Let's go with this one. I pulled these clips here.
Facts don't care about your religion. So I think facts don't care about the way you feel about them.
What do you think a fact is? What do you think a fact is?
That women are paid to leave marriages. That's just a fact.
Oh, I thought you were
yeah. And so
Michael's trying to Michael's on a different tangent, and she's just going back to talking points. Pearl is all rote memorization. That's all it is. She's rote memorization and can't even remember it for herself. She can't even, when people say, well, Rolla, why do you have a problem with it? Well, okay, my main problem, first of all, she shouldn't be doing whatever she's doing right now. She should not be in this because she's the red pill woman, right? She's not even Pearl Davis. She's the red pill woman. And she's trying to defend points that she doesn't have anything memorized with an ability to defend. Now, the reason why I had to go and just pull clips. All these clips, by the way, are pulled. You'll notice the Daily Wire has their watermark on this the whole time, because these are all coming off of Michael Knowles, his channel, and I think I got some of these from Twitter. This is what he wants to promote as here's what happened during this exchange. I win, she loses. Ha ha. Like they know damn well nobody's going to watch the whole thing. It's hard to fucking see in the first place. All right. So she starts with rote memorization. And if you watch the first 20 minutes of this, and if you can stomach it that long, if you watch the first 20 minutes of this, she rattles it off. She rattles off point after point after point, like just machine guns it off in hopes that something is going to like create a thread for him to get into. He says, what do you think a fact is? He's not saying name a fact about marriage. He's like, what is factual? He's trying to get into the nature of what is a fact, not what is a fact about what it is you're talking about. And that's why he has to shift gears right here.
You know, I mean, that's just a fact. And the way you feel about it doesn't change the way it is.
Actually, the way that I feel, which I like to think I've arrived at that through reason, so I think it's tethered to something, real, does affect the way that I behave. And the way that I behave does, to some degree, affect the social circumstances in which we all live. So in a way, actually, a friend of mine says facts don't care about your feelings. But politics largely cares about your feelings, and your feelings are cultivated through virtuous and vicious habits. And being selfish and sleeping around and not getting married and not having kids is vicious. And getting married is very virtuous.
I don't say that men should sleep around.
But you say they shouldn't get married if you were to give advice, which you don't.
Did you know that, like, by not saying, like, if you're against marriage, you have to necessarily be for women's and men's sleeping around. Like, it's almost as if there's like this binary, like, it's binary logic is what it is. If it's not on, then it's off. There's no, like, two of those things can't exist at the same time. The entirety of this whole thing, what the exchange between, I'm going to do the DNA testing here in just a second, but the entirety of the exchange when it comes to marriage, the whole thing, because this whole thing was supposed to be about marriage, right? That's why they wanted me on there. That's why they wanted James Sexton on there. Again, as I said, remember what I said before earlier in this show today, this would have been a much different show had it been myself and James Sexton on that show. It would have been a much different show had it been James Sexton and Pearl on that show, because Pearl wouldn't have had gotten into words because she doesn't know what she's talking about, but James Sexton does. And she would have been just along for the ride on this whole thing. So when she's trying to defend points here, she's just basically trying to fall back on like other talking points that she has memorized. She has a complete inability to quote stats. She has a complete inability of, like, she can't even get Aaron Clary's name right, for fuck's sake. But she can't say where she got these facts. Like, just like earlier in the interview, she's like talking about, well, 70% of women initiate divorce, right? You can, that's a long drawn out, you could do a whole show just on that. In fact, I have, right? But she doesn't say where she got the stats. If one of my pet peeves, of course, is when, like, people quote the Morgan Stanley, like, rise of the she economy data, which, by the way, is like old now. That was from like 2018, but people are still quoting it today because they heard me talk about. Actually, I talked about it with like Pat Campbell back in the day. They have been hearing it so long they don't know where it came from. And so, just like the telephone game, it goes from what is it? Working age women between 25 and 44. 42% of them will be single by 2030. There's no data, there's no stats, there's not even a quote in there about whether they'll be childless or not. It doesn't say that. But people took that and they said single and childless because it sounds right. There's nothing in that study about that. I try to make a point of that. They don't even want to quote where it comes from because they don't know. They don't know it was Morgan Stanley. They don't know that it was like a projection for the next 10 years. Well, 12 years in this case. They just took that and said, well, look how selfish and stupid women are, right? And that might even be the case, but you don't make that case if you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And that requires you to actually be interested in the topics and be interested and have like a dedication to those topics. You won't be able to quote those things. You won't be able to say those things, okay? Yes, Michael Knowles is most definitely about straw men. That's why she's the red pill woman. That's why they didn't even give her a fucking name. She has no name. I mean, if he didn't say Pearl Davis during the interview, she'd just be the red pill woman. That's all it would be. That right there, god damn, man. I'm sorry. I almost feel bad for Pearl for that. Almost. All right, so that's number one. I want to talk about the feelings part here because I think she really wanted to get more in depth in the fuck your feelings. She wanted an opportunity to say fuck your feelings, right? Which, by the way, is not Myron Gaines and it's not Rollo Tomasi. It's actually Gad Saad who said that. And essentially what it is it's the missed opportunity here is illustrating the difference between an emotional language versus empirical language. Of course, he's all about feelings. He wants to say, well, I'd like to think that my feelings are based on, well-reasoned stuff. No, they're not. Because emotion, I can change your emotion by shooting you up with Tren. I can change your emotion by putting a lot of tequila in you right now. I can change your emotions by fucking with your biochemistry. I can give you mood-altering drugs and change the way you feel about it. I can change how you vote by making you feel bad, or if you feel depressed. I can do things. I could get that behavior out of you if I can make you feel differently, because emotions are not fucking magic. And that's what he thinks it is. Emotions are not magic. They're biochemistry is what they are, essentially. Emotions are meant to be motivators to get you out of one situation and into another. And usually it's based on two things: survival and reproduction. Those are the two bases. So how you feel when we say fuck your feelings, right? Well, he wants to say, well, it's what about behavior and doing virtuous things and everything else? Yeah, that behavior is motivated by those feelings. That never happens. That conversation never takes place in this because she doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. And she's rattling off point after point after point after point after point and hoping that he's going to pick up on something. And she'll be able to keep going with it. She's completely out of her depth, and which is to say something, because Michael Knowles isn't all that deep to begin with. But she's very out of her depth in this. Let's see. That wasn't even the worst of it, too. Let me jump in here. Oh, God, which one should we do? Okay, we got facts and feelings. Let's do this one. God, I shudder.
Who goes to university. I'm sure you get these letters. I get them too.
Mm-hmm.
Woman who goes to a university is told, hook up with every guy you can, study some.
She chooses to, not told.
She's also told, and she chooses to.
Yeah,
she's also told by the culture.
Because that's what she wants to do.
But she's also told to do it by the culture. You can't down.
What gets me is this, I've actually had this conversation with Jedediah Bila in the past. Whenever you put the word culture on the end of anything, you're making whatever you put before it endemic. We've said that a million times on the show. It bears repeating one more time. If it's hookup culture, it's everybody's fucking. If it's rape culture, everybody's raping. If it's bro culture, everybody's broing. If it's marriage culture, I've heard marriage culture too. It's marriage culture from the left. I'm made to feel bad because marriage culture tells me that I need to get married and I want to be an independent, strong, independent woman. Marriage culture. Boom. Everyone's getting married. Everyone thinks you should get married. Heard that one too. So it's on both sides, by the way. Think of examples of culture. Hookup culture is the one. Now, there is no hookup culture, period. End of story. There's a hookup culture for a very small fraction of men. The Justin Wallers of the world, the 4.5%ers, you might be able to make an argument that those guys, those very elite top level guys, can fuck they're sports fucking, right? Okay, we can go there. But you ladies in the audience, or people who are watching this right now, if you ever went to college, was there some hey, everybody, we need to get, it's part of orientation, right? Like you go to university, you got to go through the orientation class, you know, maybe you're there on a Saturday or something like that. It's your first time at college, or maybe it's like some dorm, you know, get together or something like it's orientation. Part of orientation is like this. This is what they think. Orientation consists of, hey, ladies, come over here. Now that you're in university, we need to have the talk. You have to fuck as many guys as you possibly can. This is hookup land. This is hookup culture. Fuck as many go. And it's like this formal, sucking dick 101. Thank you. As soon as you get there, part of the orientation for women is, well, okay, now you have to accept hookup culture and you have to fuck lots and lots of guys here because that's what we do in university. And and he's basically saying, that they tell them this, right? Where? In hookup 101? In college university orientation? Is that when you get it? Because I missed that fucking class. I would assume that they would want to tell the top 4.5% guys too. Like, hey guys, this will be really brief. I know this is part of the orientation, but you got to fuck as many chicks as you can. This is hookup. This is hookup you. This is Arizona State University. Okay, you might have a case for that Arizona State. Okay, but other than that, it's a party school. You got to fuck as many people as you can. It's not like there's some formal like greeting committee. Ladies, fuck as many guys as you can. That's how it works here. You're in university now.
And play that. Right.
You can be told to do so. I could be told to jump off a bridge. It doesn't mean
right. I know, but you
it.
just said she's not told that, and I'm saying she very much is told that.
Well, I'm saying she doesn't have to.
Again, my first thing would be, Michael, where? Who is doing this? Why would, this is so blatantly obvious. This is a gimme. This is a knock it in the fucking hole, man. This is putting a gimme. It doesn't even occur to her to say, where is this happening? Who's doing this? Well, you know what's happening. No, I don't. Who? It's the same thing when people say oh, the red pill always says X. Well, they always want women to be involved in whole hookup culture. It's practically part of the utilities. You get it every time you pay your rent at your dorm. You get a brochure. You get a new reminder. Go make sure you fuck a lot of guys. Who the fuck is he? When's the last time this guy's been on a college campus, man? If anything, they tell you, don't fuck anybody because you're going to get, for guys, you're going to get kicked out for sexual assault charges. Don't want to risk your fucking scholarship. Right? If anything, is opposite of that. But they think that it's because it has a university attached to it, that hookup culture is part of the orientation.
I think it takes accountability off of women when we're constantly saying that the world told you to, and that's why you did it.
No. I agree that their wills have been malformed, and that our entire education system, broadly speaking, now indulges the lower passions and denies the rational will and denies even the place of reason and truth in public life. But she does that. And she makes bad choices, and she picks some dumb major, and she graduates, and she's told, don't get married. You got to move to the city, and you got to sleep with 1,000 men.
Oh, man. What gets me is the same people who pull this shit will also go and give Myron shit for saying, who actually has said this, fuck 50 women. Right? Okay. If you can, and I can probably find the clips, right? Where Myron said something like that. Now, of course, everybody obsesses over that. But now we've gone from, at college, they tell all the women to get involved in hookup culture. And now it's gone to fuck 1,000 guys.
And you got to get a job working as a middle manager at a widget factory. And you're going to do that, and you're going to totally bypass your childbearing years, sleeping around and going out for brunch and working for Mr. McGillicuddy at the widget factory.
To do that.
She's choosing it, and she's making a poor choice, and she's being encouraged to do it by a fallen culture.
So There we go. Can you guys hear me now? I don't know if you can hear me now. Good. Can you hear now? Yes. Good. Yes. Okay, good. Sorry. I had to switch over to the other mic. My bad. Now I'm out of batteries for both of these. I should just charge these things up. All right. Anyways, let me get back to what I was talking to you guys about here. Sorry, I thank you for the alert there, Sammy. Anyways, you got the idea here. Where we go. Essentially, consequently, daughters are less likely than sons to take over their parents' rightist positions, while parent-son transmission is equally large on the left and the right. Daughters thus appear more strongly than sons to be influenced by factors outside of the parental home in developing their ideological leanings. This also means that left-leaning parents have a general advantage over right-leaning parents and have their ideological identification reproduced by their daughters. That's number one. Let's look at this. Women opt for more egalitarian redistributive policies than men do, prioritize equality over efficiency, and report a greater willingness to share the wealth. Oh, it stopped after I paused that clip. Okay, that's fine. Anyways, what I was getting at here, let me pull this out. What I was getting at here is that when we're talking about what's causing societal decline, it's not just one thing. It's not just, we're going to save the West. No, it's actually women's nature to want to do this. So she wants, like when Pearl's talking to Michael Knowles here, Mike wants to make this a social construct, which kills me, because not only do leftists use the blank slate and social constructionism, so do the right. They want to, it's usually ghost in the machine and social constructionism. For the left, it's social constructionism and the blank slate. And you can be anything you want to, right? Start this whole part over. Okay. Did you get this part right here?
And she's going to wake up one day and she's going to be.
Let me back this up. Did I get it right here?
Around and going out for brunch and working for Mr. McGillicuddy at the Widget Factory.
To do that.
She's choosing it, and she's making a poor choice, and she's being encouraged to do it by a fallen culture. And then she's going to wake up one day, and she's going to be about 34, and she's going to regret all of these decisions, and she's going to cry into TikTok. That's what's going to happen. That is a consequence. Living with the consequences of being used by men, of not being able to have a harder time getting married, not having kids, and
why is it that? What?
That's a consequence.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so. First off, here's where I would go with this. Let me add this back to the thing, so you guys, because you guys are saying I didn't get to this part right here. All right, here we go. The greatest intergenerational transmission of left to right-leaning ideology consists of parents who pass their liberal orientation to their daughters. Okay, let's see. In both countries, a left-wing ideology is more likely to be transmitted than a right-wing ideology by mothers and fathers. This is mainly driven by young female offspring. Young women consistently place themselves on the left of men across all combinations of parental ideology. Now, the reason why am I bringing this up? The reason I'm bringing this up right here, where do we go? There we go. The reason I'm bringing this up right now is because this has been a hot button topic for a lot of TradCons right now. They're worried. In fact, not only them, but like a lot of NGOs and the DHS who wants to come after me think that we're radicalizing these men, like these young men, because they find the red pill and they think that it's like sort of a stepping stone or it's a gateway drug to them voting for Trump or becoming more right wing. Well, that's not what you need to be worrying about. What you need to be more concerned with is that the greatest intergenerational transmission of left to right ideology consists of parents who pass their liberal orientation onto their daughters. Not some mythological university, not some mythological hookup culture, not some, not some like, sex. Michael Knowles still thinks Sex in the City is a thing right now, right? No, this happens before you get to university. It happens before you're even out of high school. It happens before all of this shit. Everybody's worried about this divide between this political divide. I wish I had a stat for this. Anyways, in the United States, the divide between leftist women and men on the right is like extraordinary right now, and they're making a big deal out of it. That's why I brought this up. That was one of the reasons I pulled this stat for you guys. I'll pull that out. So it's not just like let's go to university, and we got the orientation for like, are we going to, are we going to all be? We're all going to be sluts today, right? That's that. You're at university. Well, you kind of have to be that way. No, it's a collective effort. Okay, but what the real crux of this whole thing is are women hypo agents or are they hyper agency? Now, what is the difference between that? There's a difference between hypo. Maybe I should explain the concept of hypo agency. Hyper agency means I happen to the world. Hypo agency means the world happens to me. According to Michael Knowles, women have no agency whatsoever. The world happens to them. They don't have any choice in the matter. They have no free will. There's no moral agency right there. And if that's the case, then they can be blameless. And essentially, he's just basically repeating a lot of the same sort of talking points, but certainly the same belief set that you're going to get from a more religious set. You want to know why when you go to, for the few men that are still going to church right now, one of the reasons why men are fleeing the church is simply because there's nothing there for them. Except for ridicule, except for do better, except for there's no empowerment for men in the church. There's plenty for women. There's plenty of forgiveness. We just saw Nala. The reason why Christianity is so appealing to women who are, let's say, 20, certainly in their epiphany phase, but like 26, 28, whatever. The reason why it's so appealing, especially for women who've like sort of lived a lifestyle, maybe like Nala has, is because it's based on forgiveness. I get a do-over. I get a mulligan. I'm hypo agent. And the world happened to me. I didn't know any better, but now I'm saved and now I'm redeemed. And that's part of the religion. I'm not saying it's not, but that's why it's attractive. The Lord has forgiven me. Why can't you? I never had any choice in the matter because I was cast into this world of hookup culture and wet ass pussy from Cardi B. I was thrown into all of this. I didn't have any choice in the matter whatsoever. And Pearl, to her credit, at the very least, is trying to make a lame attempt at that, but she's just getting railroaded by Michael Knowles.
I've been cutting you off a couple times. Okay. I do apologize.
I've got thick skin.
I do.
Cut her off. Cut him off.
I don't mean to cut you off.
It's okay.
But because my question is, why do we always say is used by men?
Because men
women
use women for sex.
No, but women don't use. There are women that hunt top men down and try to sleep with them.
I'm sure the top men are at the top. I mean, I don't know what top men.
But I know,
probably some pickup artist.
Even the way you describe it, it's like always putting it on the men.
Because men and women react differently to sex, and because men tend to pursue in sex, and women tend to be pursued. Because
oh no, not the top guys.
What do you mean by a top guy?
Yeah, like I've interviewed. I had Brittany Renner on my show. Do you know who that is?
I don't remember that name.
There are girls that they learn she talks about this. They learn every single thing about, like, they become targets, the men.
Yeah.
And they get the guys to sleep with them. They try to steal condoms. Like this is not.
But who's a top man? You mentioned a woman. Who's a top man? And am I?
Well, this is something.
I want to be.
If you were dating again, you might be.
I would be. All right, that's good.
You might be. I mean, women, when there's money,
Just my money. It's not my sparkling personality and my good looks. All right.
Look at there.
Okay.
But I just noticed in the language, like somehow it's always the men's fault when we talk about sin. So even in that sin,
women sin, but women are easily women are taken advantage of because
I disagree.
All right, so here is Captain Save-A-Ho. Captain Save-A-Ho drops into the chat here. Let me pull this up. Captain Save. Now, if you listen to what Michael Knowles is talking about, and I'm going to give Michael Knowles some shit here too. So, Michael Knowles' only understanding of sex is in a transactional nature. I do this and I get sex back. I become a high value man and therefore I get sex back. The only reason to become a high value man is so I can get sex back. Okay. Pearl doesn't make those cases. She simply, because either she doesn't know to make those cases or she is just relies on just rote memorization throughout this whole thing. Now, Mike, on the other hand, would have been he's an easy target here because his entire sort of worldview is based on women's hypo agency. meaning that poor women, it's men's fault. And this is something that is like a constant that that it's repeated usually by like female like TradCons. If men would be better, then women would be better. It's men's fault that women have to go to OnlyFans. It's men's fault that women are fucked up. If men were a better choice, if men need to man up, men need to be better men for women, not for themselves, not for the empowerment of men, but rather to be better choices for women. That's what it comes down to. And we could save the West and right the course of the ship if that was just the case. And the problem is that, again, you're never going to get to that point when the responsibility is not met with a commensurate amount of authority. And you'll probably never hear Michael Knowles talk about like authority versus responsibility. That quite honestly, I think that's probably where I would have started, because once you get past that, then there's nothing he can really come back after. Yeah, he does. He treats women like they're retarded children. And again, this is a guy, I don't know how long he's been married or whatever, but this is a guy who has no real frame of reference for what she's talking about. Now, Pearl, on the other hand, trying to sort of speak a different language to him because she's used to seeing Brittany Renner write a book about how to take advantage of people like PJ Washington, right? I mean, Brittany Renner she's a bad example, Pearl. Don't use Brittany Renner anymore. Seriously. Use an average person. Use somebody like he didn't even know who Brittany Renner was. So like referring to Brittany Renner in this whole show is kind of useless. And not that she would know that, but the thing is that Brittany Renner has written books basically on how to essentially take advantage of high value men. The high value man she should have mentioned was PJ Washington. That's who she should have mentioned. PJ from the basketball player, the guy that her baby mama is basically. That's who she should have mentioned, but that was never forthcoming. She wanted to say Andrew Tate. I'm pretty sure she wanted to say Andrew Tate, but she couldn't because she couldn't make an example of Andrew Tate because Andrew Tate is so like far gone. He's so high above everything else. It's kind of like it doesn't make for a good example. Brittany Renner, on the other hand, like referring to her, okay, but the high value man in this case was PJ Washington that she baby trapped, and that's a dead end. This is that whole thing. Like even bringing up Brittany Renner, it's a dead end because she didn't do enough homework to know that PJ Washington was really who she was referring to, and in using her, you're using an outlier. You need to if you're going to make cases based on statistics, use your actuary friend, right? Base those on like something that is relatable, something that can be easily referenced. Because I'll tell you right now, there's probably, I'm just doing this just off the cuff right here. I'll guarantee you that there are people doing reaction videos to this right now, looking up every single stat that she quotes and just like running her up the fucking flagpole because she just doesn't know where they come from. And they might be doing the same thing to Michael Knowles as well. He's been married since 2018. Thank you for that. Per New Horizons. Okay. Let's see. I got one last good one here. I don't want to run too far into the 5-hour mark. Marriage laws. How about marriage laws? Should we go there? Oh, the DNA testing was the best part, I think, but I'm going to throw this one up here real quick.
Culpability for sin is contingent on knowledge and free consent, which are depend upon to a large degree how one is educated.
I would think that those kinds of like esoteric concepts would be outside of all of that too,
and the question of education is very important here because the begetting and education of children is the primary purpose of marriage, which is a natural institution. And so it seems to me that the idea that you are furthering and advocating, which cuts against the practice of marriage today, unravels all of these things.
It doesn't cut against the practice of marriage. I advocate that the laws should change.
Right. And until the laws change,
men have to decide for themselves.
I think you're skirting the issue.
I think that men are tired of being told what to do by women. So I think every man has to decide. Do you disagree that every man should decide for himself what makes sense in his life?
I do. I think men ought to do what's right.
Okay. And you know what's right.
Okay. So do what's right. Right there is the difference between an empirical argument and a argument based on emotion. So if you're looking at Michael Knowles right now, he is trying to win a debate based on what he thinks is the goal. The goal is what's right and what's wrong. That wins the argument. If we can decide that I'm right and you're wrong, then I win. Whereas Pearl lamely tries to get she tries to mouth the words of empiricism, but she simply doesn't know what she's talking about. But the reason why they're talking past one another is because they're not speaking the same language. His goal is to prove right and wrong. Her goal should be what's true and what's not true. And that's really something that has to be established at the beginning of any real kind of debate, to have a really constructive debate. What are we arguing about? What are we talking about? What are you trying to prove? What am I trying to prove? Because right now, his opinions, his statements come from a position of belief. It comes from moral absolutism. Whereas Pearl's, the red pill side, the red pill woman, should be focused on factual absolutism. What is fact? And if you can't prove what is fact, it doesn't make much. If you can't establish what is fact, it doesn't matter what best practices are, because you have inaccurate or uncertain or inaccurate information on which to base those best practices on, unless you can do that. So she's fumbling around, trying to establish fact. She doesn't know how to do that. And at the same time, he's trying to establish, well, you're a bad person, Pearl, because you're telling men not to get married, and marriage would be a good thing. Well, he can't establish why it's good, other than the fact that it's something that's in his faith, it's in his convictions, it's in whatever else, right? Now, had James Sexton been on the show, he would say, look, here are the stats. Here, 56% of marriages end in divorce, okay? That in aggregate, in gross, okay? That's one thing, and he could prove that easily. I can prove that to you right now. 67% of second marriages fail. 73% of third marriages fail. Okay, we can run down statistics on child custody. You can run down. She tries to talk about like child custody and should we have DNA testing. That was a hot button issue for people saying, well, you're calling my wife a whore if I have to, if there's a mandatory DNA testing for every child that comes out of her uterus, out of her pussy, right? Okay, if that's the case, then you should also have the same. You should have the same perspective of a prenuptial agreement, okay? Because it's an insurance policy, DNA testing, insurance policy. Why is that? There's many other reasons why we should be, that have nothing to do with like infidelity, as to why we should know who the biological father is. Because if the actual biological father is not the one that she's married to and he thinks he is, and that child has some sort of genetic deficit or genetic issue, genetic disease of some sorts, it's going to come out anyways. But also, now that we can plot the human genome, we can do it very easily. The debate should not have been about should DNA testing been mandatory. It should have been about why isn't it already mandatory right now. The reason for that is because when a woman's children are found not to be of the quote unquote biological father and by somebody else, the reason why we have laws established right now for if that happens, OBGYN doctors, nurses cannot inform the father who thinks he's the biological father. They're forbidden by law to tell him that he's not actually the biological father because of the fact, well, really because of the presumption that the father's going to be violent, and might likely be, right? But we don't have that conversation. Men can't know that the child is theirs or it isn't. And I'll tell you what, later on in the conversation here, when they talk about that, you can tell that he doesn't care. That's why I threw in the Russell Wilson clip in the very beginning of today's show. It's cuckoldry. Effectively, it's cuckoldry. By definition, it's cuckoldry. And Russell Wilson, good Christian Russell Wilson, whose wife got knocked up by Future and has Future Junior right now, right? Because he has this belief in, evangelical Christianity and thinks that it's his duty to raise the child. Like literally, the religion says it's your duty to raise this kid. raise this bastard to complete the evolutionary biological hypergamous life plan of this woman. And you're supposed to accept it. And you're not only that, you're supposed to seek it out. You're supposed to volunteer for your own cuckoldry, because that's what God wants you to do. It's this self-gaslighting. What is right? Thank you. Yes. That's the nuts and bolts of it. If you can convince, now think about how effective that is. And this is a conversation that's never going to take place between these two. I'll come back to her in just a second. But that's not going to be forthcoming with a guy who believes in transactional sex instead of validational sex. Will never understand that. So it's kind of like pointless to even have that conversation with him, because every debate point he's going to have is going to be based on a religious conviction. It's going to be all based on faith. So you can't really fight against that. But you can still rattle off statistics. And as I was saying before, if you got a Russell Wilson who is signing up for his own retroactive cuckoldry, and you make that an article of faith, and you can't argue against that, then you're fucked. You're basically gaslighting yourself at that point. Russell Wilson is gaslighting himself. He's got to find a cope. He's got to find a rationale. Now, he's Russell Wilson. He can afford to believe that bullet. It's a luxury belief for Russell Wilson to do that, but it's not a luxury belief for a lot of other men to do that as well, which also might explain something to do with the fact that like men don't want to have anything to do with single mothers. And it's not that they're being taught that, it's just they have this natural revulsion to that. It also might have something to do with the fact that men aren't lining up around the block or lining up around the courthouse to get married right now. Why, if marriage was so great, then why aren't they going after it? Why aren't they getting married? Why don't they want to? Why is this? This would have been a much better point of conversation than all this. The average age of first marriage in the United States right now for women is 30. And for men, it's 31 or 32, somewhere in there. I think it's probably 32, because I know it's gone up since. So if you earnestly believe in no promiscuity and no sex before, no premarital sex and everything, essentially what you're saying is, on average, the average human, the average woman, and the average man should expect to remain virgins until a woman is 30 and the man is 32. That's essentially what you're saying. Statistically, that is what should happen. Remain virgins until you're 30, until you're 32. That's because statistically, that's what will happen. People will ask me all the time, and I'm sure I will get this question when I'm on Tim Pool. Well, aren't you like encouraging premarital sex? Aren't you? Oh, the third iron rule of Tomasi. You're saying that like anytime a woman makes you wait for sex, that the sex is never worth the wait. Yeah, the sex is never worth the wait, but that's not what that's about. That's about natural innate desire. It's not about the sex part. But they'll never get that because that's all they hear is sex, right? It's about innate desire. So essentially, you're going to say this, like, well, do you realistically think that men and women should wait until like a third of their life is over before they ever have any kind of sexual intercourse, any kind of sexual contact? Because they're on average are not getting married until 30 and 32. Do you think that it's a tenable way to organize a society? Because everyone else disagrees with you. Clearly, I mean, statistics don't lie. Okay. Well, and then of course, the Lord said, okay, well, there's nothing I can do right there. Got it?
I hope I do. I hope I've cultivated my faculties of reason and moral conscience to such a degree that they can correspond with God's grace and basically lead me right. Yeah.
I mean, it almost sounds like you're playing God.
No, but I hope that I'm cooperating with God. And I'm a rational creature made in the image and likeness of God. Okay. And that fact is borne out in my reason, which is what we're supposedly here to do. And the fact, Pearl, that you keep backing away from using our reason to come to certain judgments about how men ought to behave and about good and bad and right and wrong seems to me a denial of what is basically the premise of any conversation, which is that we can know something about reality and come to conclusions about it. I think, which are...
So that's his basis of his argument, that she just basically collapses in. So essentially what he's going through is like theory and practice, which is a tenet of the red pill, right? It's like game informs theory, theory informs game. So we have the praxeology of the red pill. Great. We have an accurate assessment of what reality is. We have an accurate factual absolutism. What do we do with it? How do we make that useful? What he's going to say is, well, it has to correspond with my pre-existing belief sets before I can tell you what best practices would be. So anything that's in this data set that aligns with what my pre-existing belief sets are, we'll take that and we'll use that. That's why a lot of people will say, oh, well, the red pill is basically Christian. It's basically Jewish. It's basically Muslim. It's basically, I don't know, Hindu, right? Because they'll pick and pull the parts that align the data. And there's a lot that does. Like people will ask me like, well, Roland, why don't you believe in premarital sex? Why? Or I've said, I wrote about this in my fourth book, In Religion. I said, look, I understand why the proscriptions against premarital sex exist. I understand that. I'm just saying they're untenable in this age. Also, I understand why, for example, here's another good one. Not premarital sex, prearranged marriages. Why do I think prearranged marriages actually make really good pragmatic, practical sense in the 4th century, right? In Old Testament times, it might have been a great idea, right? Because you want to be able to step in and say, here, I don't want this kid to be part of my family. I want you to marry this guy right here. Women think that's horrible. In fact, most Christian men today would think that that's horrible too. But why? Why not have the father decide? I mean, even in Muslim cultures, that happens. I'm going to go find you a husband. I'm going to go find you a wife. I'm your father. I want what's best for you. I'm not going to find you some fat ass piece of shit. I want a guy who's motivated, is in shape. I want you to have a good time. I want you to be with a guy that loves you and is part of that I want to be part of his family and he wants to be part of my family. But we can't do that. That's horrible. That's like to step in and take over the sexual selection process of a woman, whether it's your daughter or anybody else for that matter. For a man to actually say that he has some sort of wisdom that a woman doesn't about her own, like who she should best reproduce with, is an atrocity today. It's just this side of rape. So to have daddy go in and prearrange a marriage for you, that's judging that woman, right? Same thing with like the reason why he has a problem with DNA testing is the same thing. It's like, oh, you're turning my wife you're effectively making my wife a whore. I know who she's been sleeping with. Well, you do. But again, he doesn't understand the concept that not every woman will, but any woman can. That's the difference. And that's why Pearl shouldn't be doing what the fuck she's doing. She should not have any say in any of this shit right now. Now I got one last one to get to before we go. In case you were wondering, I gotta end with this one.
What's the argument for?
What marriage is, why it's still good to do, no matter what the policies are, why man is inclined toward it.
No, any policy?
Yeah, I think marriage is always good.
Any policy.
Yeah, I think any country in the world at any time in history, it's basically good to get married.
So a guy, so if they make a policy that, I'm trying to think of something crazy. I mean, even the policies that are today, it's like.
This is her struggling to figure out what to say. This is where like the last brain cells are firing here.
You know, that if, so really any policy. Wait, what? What?
You would say that you have a son, so your son got married and his wife got pregnant, and come to find out 5 years later, he's not the biological father. He's been living this life for the last 5 years. You're saying that you would advise your son to stay married to him.
So the question for...
That voice sound familiar to you? That's the guy who told me he's not working with Pearl. Just so you know.
Because I have a microphone on, was if my son were married and his wife cheated on him and had a kid by another man, would I support my son divorcing? I do not support divorce under any circumstances. So, I think what... Yeah,
Matthew 19 and 1 Corinthians 7, where it says, due to the hardness of your heart, you're allowed to divorce your wife under the pretense of sexual immorality.
He doesn't say that. But the question that was brought up from off camera was, what about the so-called acceptive clause?
Well, it's nice to know that Glenn Lawrence can save you by quoting scripture.
In the Gospel of St. Matthew.
Is that the same Glenn Lawrence who told me that he wasn't actually, who was very vocal about this not too long ago, that he wasn't actually working with Pearl, and I'm all just, it's a conspiracy theory, and Rolla doesn't know what he's talking about. Okay.
Matthew, where our Lord says, what God has joined, let no man separate, except for the case of porneia. And what's curious about this so-called acceptive clause, which in recent centuries, some Protestants have interpreted to mean that if your wife cheats on you, you can divorce her, but which had not been understood that way for the vast majority of the history of the church, and certainly and still is the case in the Catholic Church and elsewhere. I guess one way to understand that, and that apparent contradiction with the other synoptic gospels, which do not have the so-called acceptive clause, is to remember that St. Matthew is writing for a Jewish audience, and there was a live debate at the time over the exception, what type of adulterous exception that would imply.
I'm going to kill it here because this is just they just get into like or they just get into the scriptural stuff right here. I want to throw that out there because I'll tell you right now. First of all, Glenn, you're a lying sack of shit. Number one. Number two is that exchange right there. Expect that to be like debated to death over the course of the next week, from Monday to Friday of next week. Trust me, everybody's going to be, well, let me tell you why he's wrong. Here, St. Thomas Aquinas said this in such a year, and here's why the Greek to Hebrew translation makes this invalid. And I guarantee, like, you got all kinds of material. Please go for it, man. Waste your time with that bullshit. Please do. That's you're get deep in it, man. Just go for it. Yeah, there you go. And yes, she's paying him. I know. Trust me, I have insiders, Glenn. I know you're getting paid. Anyways, that's it for me today. I think I'm done. Did I get everything? So here's the thing. Tim Pool is coming up. I'm going to be on Tim Pool on Friday. I will be on with Timothy Gordon. I think I have to go look him up. I'm not really sure entirely who the guy is about. So Thursdays, Access Vegas will not be going off, but we'll be picking it up the next week after that. So I'll be on there. I'll be in Knoxville. I thought he was in DC. Anyways, so I got that. Let me get to the last of these super chats real quick. Hey, Swell, I think you meant Swolio. Ray Bradbury or Frank Herbert? Frank Herbert, please. $5. Chick Crack on religious steroids. Thank you for that. Yes, Nala. God bless Nala. Rolo, do some women convert to religion into their liking? Convert religion into their liking? Yes. In fact, that's all they do, more or less. Read book 4. I talk about the goddess movement, which is a syncretism. It's taking the existing religion and turning it. Well, actually, it's taking an amalgamation of all of these religions and turning it into something that is more appealing. Dating will never be better because it's too easy to be desperate with the hope that it will land somewhere. It will land someday somewhere. There will always be simps muddying the waters, creating the problem that makes them. Yes. Thank you. Audio gone again. Sorry. I know. I got that. We already got past that. And we want a debate with you, Myron Sexton and the TradCons. They need to acknowledge that we need marriage reform and equal custody rights. Well, that's what MGTOW has been talking about for a long time. Until these things are addressed, men will continue to not play a game they cannot win. Exactly. You have to either remove incentives or disincentivize behaviors. A hyper-religious guy, ego invested in a belief set that claims to be rational, is insulting my intelligence. Thank you. And mine too. It's about conviction, right? I mean, where's the conviction in all this? She's a soft target. She's easy. You'll notice why she flamed out right there, and Glenn had to step in to like take over. I think they probably took that part out, but I got it. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, it's people. Let me leave you with a little bit of worldly advice here. Remember when I say women talk and men do. Remember, there's two sides of that equation. Okay, men do. We always focus on men do, right? Men Men do things. This is how we communicate by doing. We fix a car and we have a good conversation while we're doing it. Okay, fine. Women talk. Keep that in mind. Women always talk. And when you when you open up to women, when you are vulnerable to women, like people say, oh, you need to be vulnerable, emotionally vulnerable, blah, 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 blah. Talk about your feelings. Blah, blah, blah. You're not just talking to the woman that you're talking to. You're talking to her best friend. You're talking to her mom. You're talking to her sister. You're talking to anybody she wants to talk to. Women talk, men do. So be careful who you talk to. Let's see. No, we're not really. No, sorry to disappoint you. Women talk, men do. Let's see. Let's see, where have you got? Back up through here really quickly. I think that's it. All right, guys. So Tim Pool, Friday. Wednesday, I'm going to see if I can do a quick show. I'm actually thinking about having Aaron Clary on. If I can do an in-studio. While I was doing the show, I got called by Kyle telling me that the studio is back up and going again, so we're good to go. We had a problem. The reason I'm doing today here is because we had internet problems at Red One today, which I guess it's a hardware issue, so the parts have been replaced and we're good to go. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to expect from Tim, to be quite honest with you. I like Tim Pool. I've been a fan of Tim Pool for quite some time. I can remember when Tim Pool, sorry, I'm going to pull this out of here. I remember when Tim Pool I used to watch Tim Pool when he used to wear a GoPro strapped to his head, and he would go out to like Berkeley and hope that there was a riot or some sort of civil unrest when like Milo Yiannopoulos and Ann Coulter would go there to speak at like UC Berkeley. That's how long I've been in. So anyways, you guys wanted a 5-hour show. I gave you a 5-hour show. I probably shouldn't have gone so long, but there's still daylight out. I got to go run my dogs. But anyways, thanks for watching today. I hope you guys have learned something from this. It hasn't been too much of a bitch fest. If you guys want to follow me on Instagram, please do. I'm now back up. Access Vegas is also up on Instagram as well. So follow us there. If you want show information remember, Access Vegas is a different show than this show. I am going to, here's another announcement. I am going to be opening up the Rational Male as a show to doing interviews as well, now that we have the ability to do so here in Vegas. So I'm going to bring on some people, some guests, maybe for some of these shows. If I can do a midweek show with a guest, like I want to get Aaron in just to sort of like cut my teeth with Aaron. I'm going to see if I can do that on Wednesdays. So Wednesdays shows for the Rational Male are coming up. I'm going to be just doing interviews with people who I think are interesting around here. And then Access Vegas is also going to be doing pretty much the same thing. Mike kind of does it already. So I'll be doing interviews, just one-on-one interviews. This show is never going to stop changing. Never going to stop. I'm never going to stop doing this show. So that's going on. And let's see. Oh, and then one last thing here at the end. I've got one really big interview that's coming up in the Los Angeles area, and I don't have a date for it. But since we're here at the end of the show, after 5 hours, I feel like I got to give you a little bit of a treat. Mike Sartain and myself are in talks with Tom Bilyeu, and we haven't got a date set yet, but we have been talking with the people at Tom Bilyeu, and we will most likely be doing either like Tom Bilyeu. He's next up. He wants to do TradCons versus Red Pill, right? So it'd be Mike and myself versus whoever. We'll see. But Tom Bilyeu is now on order. I don't have a date yet, so that's why I was kind of holding back on it. But it's coming up probably towards the end of this month or maybe into April. So Tom Bilyeu coming up. Check it out. People are like, who? Would you like me to spell it out for you? It's Tom Bilyeu. He's done stuff with Destiny. He's done stuff a lot. He's got 4 million subs, I believe. So big things happening, and we'll see how it goes. But anyways, guys, thank you for watching. I appreciate each and every one of you. Please go pick up the book. It's available on Amazon. Tell your friends. And I got new material coming up on Substack starting tomorrow. So if you haven't subscribed to Substack, it's those right there. If you haven't subscribed to Men of Action, also my Patreon group is going off tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern, 9 p.m. or 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern. If you want to join, you can join up for it's at the $200 level. It's on the Patreon link that's in the description down below. And until I see you guys next time, please don't watch any more naked men that look like H3H3 anymore. That would probably be for the best for all of us. Oh, well, there you go. All right, guys. See you later.
Would you do it again? I need to feel you on top of me. It was my first time, but I was just a kid when we met and went to bed. It was my first time. What you expect from me? I'm breaking up the rules now in the game. I've got some new tools. Please do the same. Time came by when open like a matchbox stereo. Time to get my thoughts now, let go. Bound to keep me up all night. But maybe we can fuck again, and maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Won't you put it on me one more again? I need to know. If maybe we can fuck again, then maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Then I could have the best time of my life. The best time of my life. Now we're fucking in the bathroom, tearing up everywhere. Why don't got your hair? Why you screaming my name? She was swinging in the bedroom, whole time stopping and stuffing with her hair like she's Claudia Kelly. So baby, come ride me up and down like a pony, turning up my song, getting nasty, working up and down on your body. Ride me up and down like a pony, turning up my song on your body. Baby, we get down to it all night. But maybe we can fuck again, and maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Won't you put it on me one more again? I need to know. If maybe we can fuck again, then maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Then I can have
Sitting Podcast has been a production of The Rational Male. All rights reserved. Registered trademark 2024. Don't steal my stuff.